city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashroth, the voice of New Eden, and we are at the Federal Shipcast, Stellar Transmuter, and it is April? Hold on. Yeah, it's still April. April 29th, YC127, and this is the Eve Universe Show! How's it going, guys? Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's good to be here. It's good to see you guys. It's really, honestly, it's really good to see both MacGruber and Bash. Thank you guys for your gifted subs and donation, but most importantly, thank you for being here. It's been good. It's been a long time since I've seen or hung out with either of you. It's good to see you guys. 07. I know, you guys have been busy in real life, and that's fine. Yeah, it's still April. No, I'm not trying to blame you guys. I'm just saying, like, it's really good to see you guys, and it's like, oh, look, it's both of them on the same day. That's awesome. My first ever mining trip in a porpoise. Could easily argue it's stupid since I'm not using any bursts and thus can only mine with drones, but hey. Hey, man. EVE Online is a game about the practical application of bad ideas, so you're fine. Yeah, I've been wanting to check out, or play more, like, Marvel Rivals with you and stuff, but we've been busy playing EVE and ESO, basically. Alright, well, today I have my, actually. I borrowed a friend of mine, Malix, thank you, his alligator, because today, I just figured that today we could work on my track a little bit. You know, obviously, hey, sheesh, coming in with 5 gifted memberships, 07 to you, thank you so much for that. So, you know, obviously we did the tourism stuff last week. We've now done all the different event site stuff. So I just wanted to, you know, Malik went around and said that he had a good time with this alligator in the event sites. And given everything, I actually haven't made it all the way through yet. So I figure that I could, we could run through some sites today as a way of like hanging out or whatever. But first, I want to talk about something I've been kind of promising you guys since last week. So we're going to have people settle in, and then we will be getting into my 5 things that I cannot forgive CCP for. So, but first, I want to know how everybody's doing. Lots of new members. All of you guys who are now members, even if you were just gifted a membership, make sure to tie your YouTube account and your Discord account as if you're on the Discord, so that way you can get into the subscriber-only channel, the supporter channel. And you also get all of those emotes, including the Pod 7 emote and all the Triglavian clades and other such like that. So thank you to those who are doing gifted subs. That's awesome of you. All right, so let's see. Is there a site nearby? We go here, go to Cosmic Anomalies. Reckoning Sleeper Forge. 1 jump away. Let's go. All right. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much. Okay, so what are we doing today? Today, I want to go over, like I said, the 5 things I cannot forgive CCP for. Why are we doing that? Well, in case you might not be aware, this weekend is the big weekend for news about EVE Online. This weekend is FanFest, so today is Tuesday, as we're recording it. Hit me up afterwards, DK, and I'll make sure that you can get in there. Today is Tuesday. Thursday is the beginning of FanFest with that cool, super cool secret meeting for the people, not secret, but, you know, that meeting for people who are involved in the Drifter Crisis event. And then Friday is the beginning of CCP proper, or like FanFest proper, where there will be, you know, all kinds of presentations, including the keynote. And then On Saturday, we have the expansion keynote and 2 expansion panels and some other stuff, and the wrapping up of the FanFest. So we're going to be streaming on Friday and Saturday for sure, covering what we're going to do is, since that ends about 2 hours ago or an hour ago, like time-wise, so in 2 days. So we should do my stream at my normal time or so, whatever that happens to be nowadays. And we will cover the stuff that has gone over on those days. So that's the plan for the weekend. Secret like in Harry Potter, so naturally the entire school knows. Yes. I can't forgive CCP for making Valkyrie VR. I was starved for a space fighter sim like X-Wing versus TIE in a free space. When it finally comes out, it's VR. Petty. Yeah. Oh, man. We will get... That is... Spoiler. That's a big... That's my big one. We'll get there. I got lots to say on that topic in particular. Let's go ahead and get started on this sleeper cache, though. Let's see how it works. Turn on my hardeners. So I was just thinking about this the other day. Here's my thought to you guys. You know, so we were playing Elder Scrolls Online, right? And in Elder Scrolls Online, you can have like the companion partner that hangs out with you. And she like gives you banter, just like any other Elder Scrolls game. And a lot of it's content aware. So like, you know, she'll, when you get to a dungeon, she'll be like, ooh, you know, where are you taking me now? Or something, right? Like she she responds to the environment. And one of the things that she does is like, if there's like a treasure chest or something, she'll point it out. So like there's a practical piece to it too, right? She's actually kind of useful in the fact that she points out things that you may not have noticed. And so it got me thinking, because like I've said this for a long time, and this is not one of the 5, by the way, but I've been suggesting since 2019, really since the introduction of the agency, that one of the biggest problems that CCP has, or that EVE Online has, is that they kind of like the early experience of the game gets you like to know Aura, right? And then as soon as the MPE is over, she kind of goes away and never talks to you again. And I've always felt like this is kind of a missed opportunity, because part of the thing is that you want to have your players make some sort of emotional connection to your game as early as possible, and having somebody there, like a human-like figure like Aura, goes a long ways. And you know, I know some people might think that that's cringe or whatever, but like as it is, like in gaming, that's just I mean, like it's just true. And I've talked to a lot of people in the past that have like lamented the fact that you don't get to interact with Aura at all. She didn't actually do it every time you lost a ship, only the first time, if I remember correctly. Yes, Eve has sound. So like, I've wanted them to rebrand the agency as Aura, and then put all of the show info, anything that's in show info and stuff like that, in to that same interface. So that gives you like this single go-to place to kind of know what's going on and how to play, right? And so like, and you could even make it so that Aura, like voiced, is like as you're going to the mission, she can read you the mission stuff. She might be able to notice whether or not your tracking is low and point out something that you may not have noticed as a player right away. You know, she could interact with you. Now, you could theoretically turn this off and just make it like it is right now. But the question that I have is, would you like that? Would you like having a more active Aura that you can, for a lack of better word, and I know people are going to be like, oh my God, so like cringe or whatever, but like develop a relationship with, not necessarily like, I'm not saying a romantic relationship. I mean, some people might want to make her into a waifu, but I mean like have an ongoing thing with where, you know, you gain her approval, gain her disapproval. She makes snarky comments. She makes helpful comments, you know, whatever. And I think that it also would be a really good way to kind of gently prod players with information that they may not already know, right? She might be able to prompt them with things that might be possible. Now, here's the question that I was talking with my buddies about, like Malik and them on in Discord about. Here's my question, though. Like, if they had to do it with AI, so like the voice was AI powered, would people freak out about that? Would people want this opportunity? Our chan with the Japanese. I was thinking, like, man, imagine if like we get to the point where we develop these characters enough that people start arguing whether or not, like, what their favorite waifu is, whether or not it's Aura or Iris. Yeah, I think a slightly like a sarcastic AI companion that hangs out with you in space. I think that would be pretty popular. I think that people would dig it. And like I said, you could just turn it off if you don't want it. In fact, it'd be almost ballsy to make it so that it's off by default. It would be really funny if she talked shit. I don't think you're hitting. Me? Are you using the right ammo? Don't want to partake in the waifu discussion. I mean, that could be a good one. That would actually be funny too, is if you could get different, like, quote unquote companions or different personality blocks. I miss those big static ice fields and high sec communities used to wait, but they still have. I mean, they still have the ice fields in high sec. They're just not always guaranteed to be there anymore in any given space, right? It'd be pretty expensive on the servers. Well, hold on. I don't mean generating the chatter live. I didn't mean like a chat GPT powered bot. I meant generate the voice. Like, if suddenly you need to make a voice line for like every single mission, if she's going to read every single mission to you, hiring an actress to do that would be untenable. But getting a voice, AI powered voice system would work. As the dumbest player in EVE Online, I need that. Yeah. I don't know, just a thought. But that also being said, we are going to be, I've been writing down some notes for things to put on like a bingo card or whatever for the keynote. So who knows? Maybe it'll be on there. How great AI voice would be for PvP streamers getting roasted by Aura would be great content. That would be fucking hilarious. If like some hardcore PvP and then suddenly like Aura chimes in and just starts talking shit. Ice fields are there, but they're hoovered up in about half an hour. Ah, that's fair. Would be nice because monitor small, hard to read mission text. Yeah, I've always said that like it'd be so much nicer if Aura, like, I've thought about this way, because if you make it so that it's one voice, like if you make it so that Aura reads you the missions instead of having to try to make every mission agent into a voice, like just having Aura read you the missions would make it so that you only need one kind of voice system for all of it. And that could potentially make it far more scalable. And if Aura sounds AI, it's because she is. Like, she's modeled off of a human voice, but she's, like, it's AI generated based on that human voice. Are you sure you want to do that? Yeah. Yeah, if she's like, are you sure about this? All right, your security status has been lowered. Killing my dream of a male Aura? I mean, Malik, one step at a time, I guess. No, yeah, you could definitely have other AIs besides... Whoa! Nice. Not a bad site. 9 million in sleeper protocols plus other stuff. I didn't fucking claim any rewards because I don't like winning. Oh well. So speaking of being upset at things, let's talk about 5 things that I cannot forgive CCP for. That's a good transition. Engaging more fights after losing 500 million worth of ships. Maybe gets more ASM income. I can't help but have looked at your wallet, and you can't afford to lose this ship. Are you sure what you're doing? Oh man, that just reminded me of if anybody's ever played Subnautica, is autoclaim one of the 5? Ironically enough, autoclaim is not one of the 5. Maybe it should be, but man, that reminds me of, what is that? There's a voice line in Subnautica where it's like multiple Leviathan class entities detected. Are you sure whatever you're trying to do here is worth it? All right. Okay, so what are we doing today? Today we are talking about my 5 things I can't forgive CCP for, because as I said earlier in the stream, this weekend is FanFest, which is a big day for presentations and announcements and news from CCP, which means it can't, or like the chances of there being consternation, or at least opinions, is really high. So, I'm often accused of being a white knight for CCP. So as we prepare for this FanFest weekend, I thought it would be good for me to go over the top 5 things that I personally hold a grudge against CCP. Now, Space Ghost points out Dust 514 being a PS3 exclusive. I actually do forgive them for that, because I know why that is, right? Or at least I think I do. I can't find necessarily evidence of it anymore, but I remember this at the time. This was a big deal, where like Dust 514 was originally supposed to be multiple platforms, but at the time, Xbox Live, well, Sony gave them money, but that was later. So the original plan was to do all 3, Xbox, PS3, and PC. But then Xbox actually said that they weren't allowed to do that, because Xbox at the time, Xbox Live, did not like the idea of free expansions, right? Because Xbox's economics is based on the fact that when you sell something on Xbox Live, they take a cut. So the fact that Dust 514 was free and expansions were free was something that Xbox was not willing to do, or at least was pushing back on. And then PlayStation offered them, or Sony offered them money to make it into a PS exclusive. So, and then on top of all of that, the PlayStation 3 architecture is different than basically everything else. So, it isn't like today where you have Unity and Unreal 5 and all these things where you can just like produce it in one place and then deploy it in multiple places. Although now that I think about it, Dust was actually done in Unreal 4. So technically speaking, it could have been, but I digress. The point is that oh yeah, that's right. It was Unreal 3. That's right. It was Unreal 3. So no, that's good. All right. So at any rate, the point is that, this is also why they didn't bring Dust to PC when they wanted to. Because like it would have to basically be redone from scratch, because the way you build something for the PlayStation was so fundamentally different than every other console at the time, because the idea of like something being cross-platform was basically unheard of at that time. So I'm not really faulting Dust 514 for the way it was. And Vanguard, the other thing is that like, here's the other thing about Dust 514. Even if they had ported it over to PC, it wouldn't have fixed its fundamental problems, right? Like its relationship with EVE Online was fucked up in the fact that like oftentimes in faction warfare, it behooved us to join the side of the enemy and throw the match. Or more importantly, it actually behooved us to let the enemy win and max out their score, because the point was is that like as one side won or lost, that changed the amount of points that it took to make a system go vulnerable. So we would have the enemy win to make it so that they had the lowest number of points required in order to make it go vulnerable. But then when they make it go vulnerable and begin the process of bashing the iHub, we would all jump in on the enemy side and throw the matches, and then on our own side and try to win. And those victories changed that LP or the victory point requirement enough that it would pull it out of vulnerable, which would reset the entire siege of the system, the iHub. So it actually, like, we never engaged with it, or very rarely engaged with it, like how you would want people to, you know? It was very, like, it more often than not was used incorrectly, with people throwing the matches in order to get the result that they wanted than anything else. And also, I being a pilot, like the dropship pilot, it always fucking bothered me that I had the most expensive tool in the game, and I would get taken down by free equipment. And, you know, people might say get good or whatever, and the Stinger missiles the free Stinger missiles didn't do that much damage, but they do rock you, right? And so if they hit you wrong and you're trying to do a tight maneuver, it could slam you into a wall, and now you're just dead. You've lost your incredibly expensive thing to somebody who has free equipment. And the worst thing about that was, you know, you go, oh, well, get good. Well, the problem is that the better you are, the more it behooves the entire enemy team to switch over to swarm rockets to try to take you down, right? So if I was successful at all, pretty soon the entire match was me just dodging swarm missiles. So the optimal strategy was just to fly way up in the sky and slowly, lazily kind of hover around the site, which sucked. So yeah, I mean, my point is that Dust 514 had other problems besides being in the PlayStation. That said, let us begin. And I don't know if this is going to be in any particular order. These are kind of be at least somewhat in order of like things that I think that other people might agree with versus things that are kind of my personal niche. But my first thing is events. There used to be more events per year. There's actually 6 different events that used to happen on an annual basis for at least a couple of years, and then they cut them off. There are a few examples as to why, and this is also going to be part of this. This isn't just something that's personal to me, although some of these examples are, but like a lot of these are ways in which I feel that EVE Online as a game or as an IP is just worse off because of decisions made by CCP. That there are, like, it kind of blows. It sucks, right? This isn't just like, oh, I liked that thing and now it's gone. It's more like I feel like they have screwed something up and we feel the consequences of these decisions to this day. So my first one is events. So there are 6 different events that used to be part of the annual structure, but then did not get supported anymore when they shifted over to how they're doing things now. There used to be an Easter event, which was Garissa themed. There was a Valentine's Day event, which was Serpentis and Angel themed. And there was an event for each of the major empires. Now, most of the empire ones were relatively small. In fact, for many years, they were basically no more than a login reward. But 2 of the biggest ones was the Galente had Federation Day, or the Federation races, and the Mimitar had Liberation Day. So let's go through these one at a time. The first one would be the Valentine's Day one, which is Serpentis and Angels. And this is probably, like, of them, the less impactful of them all. In a lot of ways, it is kind of a second Crimson Harvest, and the fact that, like, it had a bonus to drop rates in wormholes usually, but also, like, the one thing I like about it was that it explored a fairly unique portion of the lore, which is the fact that the Serpentis and the Angels are actually really close friends, right? The Guardian Angels are the military wing and the R&D wing for the Serpentis, and the Serpentis functions as, like, smugglers for the Angels. And there was some pretty cool sites, and they'd done some cool things for within that event, including some gambling stuff where you get loot boxes, and then people would sell the loot boxes, and gambling addicts would buy a bunch of loot boxes and then try to open them. But that was a fine event as far as I'm concerned. However, the Guristas event, the Easter event, I think was the bigger tragedy, because the thing about events is that they allow for limited time changes to the rules, right? For example, as Crimson Harvest is right now, during that event, the PvP, like your drop rate on stuff, goes way up. I think it's 90% now instead of 50%. And so this changes things like the relationship between ganking, but it also actually changes things like the relationship between players and PvE. Like, for instance, that the Angel Cartel one that I was just talking about, the reason why it's so interesting is because that, the harder sites were in wormhole space, 90% drop rate in wormhole space. This meant that not only was there an encouragement to PvP, but there actually was an encouragement to PvE. There was an encouragement to push the situation, because if you lost your ship, you would be able to potentially recover 90% of the loot from the ship. In fact, we actually had, on more than one occasion during that time, people would come into our Discord. They had just lost it. They just lost a ship in a wormhole site, and so we would send a squad in there to go clear up the site, so that way they could get their stuff back. It was a good way for us to find harder sites without having to actually look for them, and they would get their stuff back and usually give us some sort of reward. It was really cool. But the Guristas event has something unique to it. Actually, a couple things that are unique to it that I feel that EVE Online is worse for not having had it. First of all, it was a primary source for geckos. Hold on. Geckos were originally released as just part of a collector's edition thing. I think actually they were part of the original collector's edition, like the 10th anniversary one. They are big, and they were a setup for Valkyrie, right? They were kind of showing that the Guristas were working on something. So these are heavy drones, but while heavy drones require 25 bandwidth, geckos require 50 bandwidth. So they're basically like double heavy drones, and they're pretty cool. They have omni damage, and they're a little bit more agile and better application than you would think, given the heavy drone nature of them. But these are pretty cool dudes that people like to use, and they continue to be used. And without the Guristas event, I don't think that there's a solid way of gaining these right now. Have they put? Yeah, you can see the pilot in them too. No. I know exactly what happened to the events. What happened to the events was, so the year before they canceled them, they tried to, because like, okay, events started, I think, in like 2016, 2018, somewhere in there with Crimson Harvest. And at first it was already kind of a very, sketchy is the wrong word, controversial thing to do. The idea of like EVE Online acknowledging the real world or something was something that people were really against, which is why you'll notice that a lot of the holidays, like Crimson Harvest, is clearly the Halloween event, but it will never acknowledge that, right? The idea that this is Halloween is something that it doesn't get acknowledged in universe. It just is a coincidence that the Blood Raiders do their Crimson Harvest during Halloween, right? So, and I even made the joke back in 2016 when they first came out with the Crimson Harvest. I was like, so when are we going to get the Guristas bunny? And when I asked that question, I was laughed at pretty significantly, not just like because it's a funny thing to say, but because the idea that like, oh, well, yeah, we're going to just do all this stuff. So we had Sancha Claus, the Easter bunny, ironically, or Gurista bunny. Ironically, Sancha is actually the winter event main empire too. So we do get Sancha Claus. But the big thing about the Easter event is, like I said, events were allowed to change the rules for a temporary amount of time. And there is one solid rule in EVE that is almost immutable. Well, currently completely immutable, which is if you put an implant into your head, the only way that you're getting it out is by destroying it, right? Right now, if you have implants and you put one in your head, or if you have a set of implants in a clone, the only way to change that is by destroying them. During the Easter event, pods drop implants at the 50-50 rate as any other drop. And so basically this universal rule that implants cannot be removed from your pod had an exception for one period of time, 2 weeks to a month out of the year. And I think that that's kind of cool. I like the idea that there's these strange exceptions out of the year where you can, in fact, do things that you wouldn't be able to do under normal conditions. And I think that the fact that, you know, just as we were starting to get used to this idea that that around Easter you could theoretically get implants out of pods, and having that pulled out from us, I feel like that's a pretty big loss. I feel like the world is a less interesting place because of it. And then the other one, like I said, the Grand Prix is really cool from a lore point of view. The Galente Grand Prix was basically, it sends you to different locations in New Eden, which were landmarks. It was a good way to teach people about different landmarks of EVE Online and stuff. And there also was a race component, which was really cool. In fact, I know that there were some people that like had a whole team of people who would like go through and find wormholes and stuff to help like cut the routes. So the idea was is that you would do the route the first time just to complete the quests or whatever. And then after that, they're like, okay, great. You can do it again. And this time we'll time you, right? So you have to go to all of these different locations in New Eden. And then the person with the best time won. And so there were people that would sit there and like figure out not only the best route, but also any wormhole connections and shortcuts that they could use to make the route shorter and whatnot. And it was just a totally different way of engaging with the game that, again, I think kind of sucks that we don't have that anymore. But I think that the biggest one, the biggest example of the rug being pulled out is actually the Mimitar Liberation Day event. And the reason why, let me see if I can find it. So this station is owned by the Thucker. It wasn't always owned by the Thucker. Well, maybe. Did they put up a new one because of this? I don't remember. But the whole thing was, Liberation Day was one of the very first events that they had where you had to join a team, right? So in the same way that like with the last Drifter event, you had to join one of the 10 teams, and the points that you got was, chose which team would win. Top 5 teams got to occupy Drifter wormholes. We all know that. So in this one, there was the 7 tribes, the Matari, and you had to join one of the 7 tribes. And the tribe with the most points would own, the station would be owned in their honor for the next year, right? Until the next Liberation Day, right? And of course, at that time, the Thucker themselves did not have a proper station. We can look, all of these Thucker stations are Thucker mix, right? So there was a strong push to give Thucker their proper station in Paytor, especially since this was at a time where the Thucker were kind of reintegrating with the Mimitar and stuff. So the player base overall, like, overwhelmingly supported the Thucker, and they won. Now, the other thing is that depending on which side you ran, one of the rewards were these tattoos. So people were able to get these cool tattoos related to each of the different tribes. And this, in my opinion, was a big deal, especially for Mimitar role players, right? Because, obviously as a Mimitar, you're a member of one of the 7 tribes of the Matari, and tribal tattoos are like this really important thing within their culture. And while there are some default tattoos, the fact that there are all of these like special tattoos for the different tribes that you could get and use, like they're still pretty popular to this day. But there's no way to generate new ones of these anymore, because after 1 year of doing this, they let the Thucker win, And they said, okay, well, you get to be this station for a year, and then next year at the next Liberation Day games, we'll choose a new winner, right? Never happened. So now this station is permanently Thucker, and there's no more tattoos. And I just think that that sucks. And I just think that there's like, and so the problem is that the last year that they were getting ready for these events, to the new, and we don't know what the tattoos we use mean. Yeah, well, yeah, there's a whole thing about the tattoos that are on that you can use and whether or not there's any symbolism in that too. That's true too, but that's a side issue and that's been around for a while. But where was I? The point is, oh yeah, so in 2016 they started doing the events. By 2018-19, the events had become more and more of a bigger deal. We see a lot of the events that we have now, but by the time that this happened, I don't even remember what year it was. Sorry. Well, actually, I mean, we could go look it up. It's the, you know, all the lore stuff, right? So when we have Esri Hakazotsu, and we have Zohar, you know, so what they did was they took the events that happen every year, but then they tied it to things that were going on, right? So it wasn't just the Guardians Gala, the celebration between the Guristas, or the Angels and the Serpentis, but also Zohar of the Angel Cartel hijacked a Rockwall and stole the compression technology. So it was related to the release of compression technology, the update to compression that they did at that time. And so like the story got tweaked a little bit to be specifically about that, not just the generic Angels and Guristas, or Angels and Serpentis having a big party. Likewise, the Easter event stopped being about how the Guristas were just, you know, doing silly things in space and releasing a bunch of pods. In fact, I think the year before they had released the pods with a bunch of DED people in it as a way of kind of like trolling the DED. But they reimagined the Easter event to be about Esri Hakazotsu and her infiltration of Jita 44 and the stealing of the plans for the Phoenix project, which was like, or the Firebird project, which was basically the revitalization of the Phoenix. It's when they made dreads cheaper, right? And then they were getting ready for the Navy dreads. So the idea is that Esri was part of that project, but then she gets exposed partially by Leopold, which causes that big diplomatic issue. And in the end, they do Operation Omelet, where she and a bunch of other pods released from Jita and do their thing. Hold on a second. Let me just pull that up real quick. Can I find it? Here we go. Oh, that's muted, isn't it?
Residents and workers at the Jita 44 Trade Hub were astounded by the sight of hundreds of capsules exiting the station this morning. After the apparently unauthorized mass launch, the capsules quickly warped off into space before they could be contained by approaching Caldari Navy patrols. Caldari authorities have described the mass capsule launch as a combined theft, sabotage, and escape operation, believed to be a cover for Guristas agents being hunted in the Jita 44 station. The identity of those making their escape using these capsules remains mostly unknown, with indications many of the capsules were launched as automated decoys. However, The Caldari state has issued a general arrest warrant for Commander Ezri Hakuzosu, a military director of one of the Caldari Navy's research and development groups. Sources have informed the scope that Commander Hakuzosu is suspected to be the ringleader of a group of sleeper agents and defectors working deep undercover within the Caldari state over a considerable period of time. Commander Ezri Hakuzosu had been military director of a Navy research group on advanced capital ship construction and development, recently focusing on the venerable Phoenix-class Caldari dreadnoughts. It is assumed that at least some of the leaked information involves advances in capital shipbuilding technology. Caldari state officials urge all Caldari citizens to do their duty and hunt down these capsules and destroy them on sight. Capsules have been seen orbiting planets and moons and need to be scanned or probed down. Keys found in the wreckage of these capsules have been confirmed to access Garista's hunt outposts, which seem to be the escaping capsule rendezvous points. Any recoverable data or corpses are to be retrieved and handed over to the Caldari Navy through established trading protocols. There are indications that information of critical strategic importance to Caldari state interests was stolen by the infiltration group, with other empires and pirate organizations apparently making bids for any stolen information through the Capsuleer market. The regions around Venal have seen a significant increase in Caldari Navy and Garista's activity, as ships on both sides attempt to scan down and retrieve the hijacked capsules. Occasional clashes between the fleets have also been reported. The Venal region seems to be the main destination of the hijacked capsules, supporting the theory of Garista's involvement in this operation. Like many outlaw groups, the Garista's pirates appear to have been upgrading and expanding their capital ship construction operations recently. There are also reported sightings from across the Venal region of some kind of mobile military shipyard guarded by Garista's forces. Dedicated Garista's capital building shipyards have also been encountered, and Capsuleers are advised to show extreme caution when approaching these heavily defended installations. The scope will continue to report as the situation develops. This is Alton Havery reporting for the scope.
That actually reminded me of the other reason why I think that the world is a worse place for not having this event. So the way this event worked was not only did it have the sites, but there were capsules everywhere. And the way that you found them was through D-scan. So it was like the one time in EVE that it actually actively encouraged you to learn about and use D-scan outside of like actually going into low sec and doing combat stuff that obviously it never tells you to do D-scan when you go out to low sec, but it's such an important piece of the game that is just never presented to most players. So the fact that there was an event that taught people to learn about, get good at, and use directional scanner, I think was a huge, huge benefit to the game. And I think that the world is a worse place for having it removed. And the problem is that CCP, and a lot of the lore, the people who were part of the event team at the time were really avid in the lore, people like CCP Fozzie and others, and so really wanted to make sure that the events like tied in with the ongoing story, and so they did all this. But then, as with a lot of things with EVE Online, there was just a shift in the priorities, because it's an agile-based development studio, and so they got shifted off of that. And a lot of the people that were working on these events that we know of today, or that we knew of then, are now part of the kind of the live event team that's doing things like Shadow Wars and this Drifter stuff, as opposed to these annual events. And the annual events got shifted over to more of a maintenance team, the marketing team, that didn't have nearly as much, development resources applied to it. So now they have all of these events that have been retooled to be related to these very specific moments in time, and no development effort to allow them to fix that. And this leads to them axing all of the events that they couldn't just reuse. Now, why this meant all of the Empire events, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that that's the reason why we don't see any more Guardians Gala or the Hunt, which is the Easter event, is because those got tied in to that specific moment in time, and the events themselves had stuff added to it that were related to those things. Blood Raiders, the Crimson Harvest, manages to get by because A, it is the most iconic of the events. It's always the one that was the first and the biggest one. And even though it was tied to the Shadow Wars that were happening at the time, or they actually it wasn't even Shadow Wars yet. It was tied to the fact that at that time that was when the Amara were turning on the Stellar Transmuters, and so the better sites for Blood Raiders are usually somewhere in the war zone, because it used to be the three systems of or the three constellations that had the Stellar Transmuters in it, which was where the Blood Raiders were checking out, right? So they just kind of reused that and shifted it around. In fact, the next year, it was the same three constellations. They just didn't make the same excuses. So they were able to kind of fudge it and keep that event. Likewise, the Sancha one wasn't necessarily tied to what was happening at that exact moment. And so they've managed to keep that one too. But I think that, like, the world is a worse place for not having these events. They brought a lot of interesting texture to the game, etc. So that's number one. Number two, volatile skins. Okay, so back in the day, actually let's do the site. Let me start this site real quick, and then we'll talk about it. Yeah, exactly. It was a great event. The world is a worse place for not having had it, or for not having it anymore. And it was just there's no real good reason for it. It's just like the way that the internal logistics of CCP works that made it so those went away, as far as I know. So for our next thing, let me introduce you to something I really liked. Resource Wars. So again, in kind of a going away from what players were expecting, because events were not that, like, people were concerned about events when they first came out because they like things to be about the player base and stuff. So the idea that there are events was kind of seen as this arbitrary thing, which is also one of the reasons why. But either way, Resource Wars was a great example of something that they tried to do, where they created these cooperative mining sites that spawned throughout Empire space, and they are timed. You would go into the site, and there's these different rocks, and there's these banners and stuff. The rocks themselves had not enough minerals for even a full cycle on a small ship, and so the idea was that you had to learn how much of a cycle you had to do to cut it off in order to get the most time. And the reason why was because the sites themselves actually rewarded you based on how well you did them. The faster you did the site, the more everybody would get paid out. And so the idea is that you needed to coordinate with people, maximize the number of people that you could have in there, and have everybody working together and doing their best. And, you know, if you practice together, you could get the top payout, top rewards from the top sites. However, and this was really fun. Like, honestly, like, it was really fun. The cooperative PvE with a bit of a skill-based aspect to it was really fun. And I know it's really fun because eventually they brought it back, but we'll get there in a second. The reason why this didn't end up being popular was actually because of the reward. So there's a thing here that was a poison that destroyed this entire feature, right? This feature would have been great, except one thing. So they wanted the main reward for this content to be skins, but the problem is that if they have a skin as a reward for an ongoing thing, then eventually you will saturate the market for the people that need that skin, right? You know, if they give a cool, I don't know, Hyperion skin, eventually most people that want that skin will be able to get it. And then after that, new ones that come in are just like the supply of it will just overstrip the demand more and more and more and more over time. So this is why, like, a lot of the low sec, the skins that you can get in low sec are are temporary skins. They tried to do that, where it's like, okay, well, this Garissa skin only lasts for 30 days, right? So that way you'd have to keep getting them in order to keep it going. Nobody cares for this. Nobody does it. I don't know a single... Oh, no, I think I've met one person in my entire time playing EVE that actually, like, piled up a whole bunch of the skins so that way they could keep them running because they wanted the skin, right? Not a very common thing to do. So the next thing that they try to do is this concept called volatile skins, where if you lost your ship, the skin would be destroyed. That is not the part of it that was the problem, okay? So the idea that, like, okay, well, I apply this skin, and then if I lose the ship with the skin applied, then the skin is gone, and I have to re-get it. That makes sense. The thing that doesn't make sense is that when they did this, for whatever reason, they decided to make these volatile skins the very first soul-bound item in EVE Online. Not only did they get destroyed when you died, but also they could not be traded or sold in any way. So you would buy them off of the LP store, and then they had, like, that was it. That was yours. That you didn't get to have... You couldn't trade it to anybody. Like, our whole thing was that we wanted to make a high-sec group that ran Resource Wars and then sold the skins to our PvP faction warfare group, who could wear the skins as uniform to feel badass, and they would have to keep buying the skins, which would help fund the high-sec group. And of course, the faction warfare guys have plenty of money. And that was the plan. But we couldn't do that because now the faction warfare guys, the people that are the most dedicated to the Empire, like, they're not going into high-sec to do the events or to do these Resource Wars sites, so they can't get the skins. And the people that can get the skins can't sell it to the people who want them. So, and ultimately, the entire... Oh, and worse, because of this, to make it even worse, because of the fact that it had to, you know, it was volatile and it was bind on pickup, CCP decided that they needed to make it worthwhile, and so it came with a copy of the ship that the volatile skin was for, which is another violation of, like, the sanctity of the rules of EVE Online. Because now CCP is providing ships that players are supposed to be able to provide. And, you know, we've seen how big of a fucking consternation it is when CCP sells mining barges or whatever, right? So now CCP is selling basically all these different types of ships that you can now get from LP stores instead of having to manufacture them. And this was still back in the day seen as like a massive deal. And so people got, like, that was seen as an unacceptable thing. And so the solution to that is, the only solution to that is that they had to they had to value those ships higher than it takes to manufacture them, which means that not only did you have to give LP, but you also had to give ISK in order to get these packages with the ship and the volatile skins. And these packages cost more than the ship itself. So if you didn't value the volatile skin that you could not trade for something like 20+ million ISK a piece, then you're just overspending for a ship that you could buy on the normal market for cheaper, right? And so this is why people were saying like it was literally a scam. Like, the LP store for Resource Wars was literally a scam. Like, the CCP tried to sell you a ship for like 30% more than they were worth, with the added value of this skin that was volatile and could not be traded, right? And lo and behold, Resource Wars fell apart. And I know it wasn't Resource Wars because, you know what? When during the events, they came back out with the Empire events, they also came back out with Resource Wars during those events, and they were incredibly popular. And they even came out with those same skins, but not volatile, and lo and behold, it was fine. It was fine. Now, granted, it was partially because it was an event, and so it was a short-term deal instead of an ongoing evergreen kind of content. But at the same time, like, Resource Wars itself was so much more successful once they made it so that the rewards of it were not literally seen as a scam by the player base. So volatile skins, the idea, and specifically not the fact that they were destroyed on when you died, that's kind of fine. In fact, I even suggested to CCP, if they want to do volatile skins the way they do it, they should actually tie it to proving conduits, which, by the way, that's another one of those like honorable mentions for things I'm mad at CCP about, is getting rid of proving conduits. But I digress. You know, having a volatile skin that, if you like, my idea was you go into the proving conduits, you have a skin on you, right? If it's applied, then once the fighting starts, you can't take it off. And so if you won the fight, then it would like upgrade the skin, right? So there'd be like 10 tiers of the skin. So if you had the tier 10 skin, that meant that you won in proving conduits with that ship 10 times in a row. Because every single time you tried to commit in there, you know, you're basically putting up, you're anteing up your volatile skin. If you lose, it gets destroyed and you have to start all over at stage 1. That would be cool. That is not what they did. So, you know, there are the volatile nature of the skin wasn't the problem. It was the soulbound nature of the skin that was the problem. The idea that CCP had to try to put an ISK value on something that could not be traded meant that everything else fell apart. Oh my god, people will game that system of skins so much. Well, it'd be very hard because, like, there's a, like, proving conduits is a PvP. You could try to have people jump in, and that could be cool, but, like, all it takes is one mistake and suddenly you're now matched with somebody who's gonna rock your fucking world. I was just saying, like, if you are going to do volatile skins, I think that that's a good way to do it. And yeah, the mining events, the Empire event mining sites did rock. Exactly. They rocked. And they would have been better if CCP had allowed the rewards to just be what they needed to be. They were not it wasn't the sites, it was the rewards that killed it. And it was specifically the idea that you could not trade it that ended up being the death knell for that feature. If you had just made it so that they could buy the skins and sell them, then that would have been fine. Even if you hadn't have tied it to the ships themselves, that probably would have been fine too. But as it was, they killed a very good, like, you got to understand, like, Resource Wars represented cooperative mining, new ways of doing mining besides just mine rocks have value, right? Because it was, you didn't keep the rocks, you mined it so you could turn it into the orca in the site, and so it was like, it was an activity to do. They rocked, yeah, where you and your friends would get good at it. Using the concept of mining in an interesting way. And so again, I think that the world is just a worse place for it. And the idea that, like, there are event sites that, or there are sites where you can get bronze, silver, gold depending on how well you do it, like, that's really cool. There were a lot of concepts about good game design that were tied into Resource Wars, and CCP likes to learn the wrong lessons from things. And so, as Resource Wars did not do well, most of those design elements we don't get to see again after that. And it's not because the sites were bad, it's because the rewards were bad. I cannot forgive them for having ruined Resource Wars. That was a perfect thing for me and my friends to be able to, like, synergize between our high-sec group and our low-sec group, and CCP messed it all up. So that's number 2, volatile skins. Number 3. Now we're gonna get a little bit spicier. We're gonna start getting a little bit spicier. Actually, you know what? We're not gonna get spicier yet. We'll wait till next one. The next one, number 3 is the big one, the one that's in the thumbnail, the one that everybody has kind of been chiming in on, which is Eve Valkyrie. I'm going to let this Ferox Navy issue win the site. I'm just going to show you guys about Eve Valkyrie. So, what is Eve Valkyrie? First of all, I got to say, like, back in the day, I was a huge, huge fan of X-Wing versus TIE Fighter. You know, X-Wing, TIE Fighter, XVT, Wing Command, Descent Free Space. Hey, Ike Morrison-chan, how's it going? Man, there's so many people I haven't seen in a while today. That's awesome. So Eve Valkyrie was my fucking perfect game. So what they did was CCP like allows their people to do these side projects. And one of the side projects that they did in the early days of like Oculus's development was they created a thing called Eve VR, where you could experience Eve in VR. And this eventually evolved into Eve Valkyrie.
Welcome, pilot. Begin systems check. Navigation systems online. Records online. Engines online. Magnetic catapult initialized.
Hold on tight, we're ready to deploy.
Launching in 3, 2, 1.
I will say, experiencing this in 3D,
This is Lieutenant
so much crazy.
Escort missions are pretty routine, so let's use the time wisely and brush up on your flight skills. Activate boosters and group at the waypoint.
Oh no, you think this is crazy? Let me tell you this. You hear that voice? You hear who that's talking? You hear that voice talking to you? Do you know who that is? That is Katie Sackhoff. That is Starbuck from Battlestar Galactica. So let me tell you, let me set the stage for you, okay? In 2016, they released a game in which you could live in a virtual reality fighter pilot world where Starbuck could teach you how to be an immortal dogfighter. That was a thing that existed.
This is Lieutenant Kavik. Escort missions are pretty routine, so let's use the time wisely and brush up on your flight skills. Activate boosters and group at the waypoint.
Esme 3 Tower, this is Convoy Hawk 6 Heavy. Do you copy? Esme 3 Tower, this is Convoy Hawk 6 Heavy. Do you read?
It gets worse.
Going, pilot.
No response from Esme 3 Tower. Hold bearing and continue
Yep.
approach pattern.
I don't like this. Something's up. Stay close.
And this is actually a recording of when Kavik died. But yeah, spoilers, I guess.
Kavik to all fighters. Align on Vector 39er.
If it helps, there's an entire stage that's at a Sisters of Eve base, so there's Sisters of Eve ships flying around everywhere too. Oh,
You've got multiple hostiles inbound. Form up on me and prepare to defend the carriers. If we lose them, we're stuck out here. Check your 6.
that's true. The missiles would track on your eyes, like you would look around.
We're taking heavy losses here. Now hold them off. You head for our last carrier. See you in the next life.
Well, Simon, we're getting there. So. Oh, I've still got rats on me. Wait, why is this Ferox Navy issue not fighting anything? Can they just not kill him? Hold on. Okay, so. That is Eve Valkyrie. It was absolutely amazing, right? Like, but...
To give the command to a drone requires you to have an active...
we'll see. But it was, so like, it got really popular. It was actually seen as being one of the killer apps for the Oculus Rift, right? But, as many of you guys may know, the Oculus Rift, I mean, it had a lot of buzz as it was being as it was coming out. But yeah, the Oculus Rift and VR, they almost jumped on the bandwagon a little bit too early, more or less, right? They also came out with another game too called Spark, which was like a sports game. But you can see, like, you know, you could get it on the Oculus and whatnot, but it was somewhat popular, but the again, like since it was mostly competitive, you know, they didn't quite have the population that was required for it to be a truly like active game, and so it didn't really do as well as it probably should have. I remember asking them in 2016, I was like, so what's the single player going to be like? And they're like, oh, we don't think that we were going to do a single player type thing. And they did do like these weird like little scenarios where you could fly around on the maps, but just to see what the maps were like. But there was no like real honest to God single player campaign, and I still think that that was one of the biggest mistakes that they made with this. However, the thing that I cannot forgive them for is eventually they came out with the Warzone expansion. The Warzone expansion was in 2017, so about a year and a half after Valkyrie was released to everyone. Again, the biggest problem was that it was VR only. So they introduced the Warzone expansion, which made it so that it no longer needs a VR headset. They made it so it did not require VR to play. And in fact, they actually added in some other functionality. So I think it could use your webcam to see where you were looking to do the missile stuff. But in general, like the biggest thing about this is that they made it so that anybody could play it.
Welcome to the Valkyrie. Welcome to a new generation of ships and pilots. Welcome to a battle for our very existence. Welcome to the war zone.
So they come out with this expansion, the Warzone expansion, and here is a blog about it. This blog is the only post that they made about this update. I remember the day that Warzone came out, I remember rushing, because I couldn't afford a VR setup at this time, right? So on the one hand, I was so excited about Valkyrie, but on the other hand, I couldn't play it, right? Because I didn't have a good VR setup. I was actively, for years, trying to get a good VR setup so that way I could play Valkyrie. But eventually, they were like, hey, we've made it so you don't need VR, or at least we're going to. And I was like, holy shit, that's amazing. So here we go. And I remember going to Steam the day that Valkyrie Warzone came out, and I went up to the carousel, and it wasn't there. It wasn't anywhere on the front page. It wasn't. In fact, if you typed in the word Valkyrie in the search in Steam, it would come up with Valkyrie Chronicles as the more popular game to be the first suggestion to you. So in other words, on the day that Warzone was released, you had to have already known that Warzone was coming out and what it meant for you to even know that it existed, to the point that to this day, and every single time I've ever talked about this, the vast majority of people respond with, wait a minute, I didn't know it wasn't VR. Valkyrie went away completely with the vast majority of the player base not realizing that they could have been playing it for a year. That's insane to me, right? So the other part of this is we see that right as this is coming out, because we see like, okay, 2017, 8/15, 2017, October, so 10 of 2017, we see Eve Valkyrie developer will consolidate, sell off studios. So basically they announce this Warzone stuff. They get ready for Warzone, but then they take the office that's working on their VR stuff and they kind of shunt it off as part of this whole restructuring stuff that they did. They even say, like, oh, clarification, the team is intact and will go through the consolidation period for a proposed sale of the studio. We will release the winter update of the game as planned, which, remember, is the big update that allowed for non-VR players to be able to play. And so they cut off the company, never advertise the VR, the 2D version of the game, and then, oh no, nobody's playing the game. The matchmaker can't do anything. There's nobody to play with. I guess we have to shut the game down. So the game gets shut down without, in my opinion, ever getting a fucking chance. One of the most amazing things that CCP has ever been able to produce in the EVE universe. They even made comic books about it. They made a whole story about it. There was an event in EVE about it. But they were so allergic to getting people to talk about anything outside of EVE Online, the game, that they just never really sold people on. They never told anybody about the 2D version of the game. And since it required players to be interesting, ultimately it fell apart. And look, there's people in chat right now freaking out that they didn't know that they could. There are so many. Every single time I bring up VR, there's somebody in chat that's like, oh yeah, man, I always wanted to play that game, but I never had a VR device. And I'm always like, did you know you could play it without VR? And of course they don't. Nobody does, because CCP didn't even fucking tell anyone. This is one of the biggest things that I cannot forgive them for. Not because of the fact, like, it was nothing about the actual design of the game or anything like that. It's just that they completely dropped the ball when it came to getting anyone interested in this shit. I've seen indie games with no fucking budget on the carousel because of a goddamn patch on an early access in Steam, and Valkyrie could not be on the carousel on day one. That is absolutely nonsense. This is they paid content creators to play it when it first came out. They did a ton of advertisement and marketing when it was a VR game, but they never ever put anything into advertising it once it was able to be played without VR, which is insane. So yeah, this is one of the biggest ones that I cannot forgive CCP for. There you go. This is the one that I think we can all agree, God damn it, CCP, why couldn't you have done this one right? No, I've already explained why Dust 514 is not going to be on my list. This was not the spicy one. This was not the spicy one, because this is the one I think that people would agree with. Let's go with the spicy one. All right, so now that I've gotten you guys all hyped up about various different things like E-Vanguard or E-Valkyrie and by the way, did you know that there were actually 2 other VR games? They made a Gunjack 1 and 2 that were playable with like Google Cardboard that were actually pretty good bestsellers and were pretty fun, but like they rarely talk about anyone. Maybe it itself was a mark. Man, there's so much cool stuff in Valkyrie. Hold on. Also, by the way, it's worth noting that like some of the stuff from Vanguard or Valkyrie is still important in Vanguard. The Quartermaster, which is from Valkyrie, is now is part of the Deathless's team. And I have, before Valkyrie was taken offline completely, I do have a stream where we went around and checked out all the different sites, and there are cool videos where you could go and listen to all of the different sound bites and stuff from it, which showed off some pretty cool stuff. Yeah, Warzone had a map that was like on the planet. And then also a drifter hive. You could fight in a drifter hive, guys. Once upon a time, you could fly through a drifter hive. They took this from us. And here's the SOE system, site. I did just see that somebody's apparently brought back Valkyrie now, and like as I was doing the research or as I was pulling up stuff for this presentation. So yeah, no, there's actually a reasonably good chance that I'm going to try to get this working again, so that way I can show you guys again. But yeah, no. So this is my big one. Okay, now it's time for me to lose you. Ready? Number 3. So we've got events, we've got volatile skins, we've got Valkyrie. So number 4. Skill extractors. Skill extractors. I cannot forgive CCP for skill extractors. Now, wait, you might say, that doesn't seem that controversial. A lot of people hate skill injectors. A lot of people hate the fact that people can just eject into rogue walls now or titans or whatever. Like, I get that, you know, CCP should never have started selling skill points or whatever. That ain't what I'm saying. In fact, I have no problem with CCP selling skill points. I have no problem with skill injectors, and I'll explain why. What I have a problem with is skill extractors. And the reason why is because it fundamentally changed the relationship between players and their subscriptions. Allow me to explain. So, first of all, I don't mind skill injectors. I don't mind skill points being sold by CCP. It is a 15 to 20-year-old game. I say 15 to 20-year because like when it first came out, it was 15 years. And so catch-up mechanics, I feel, is an important thing. And, you know, over time, then, like the idea that CCP is going to offer you the ability to gain skill points by them selling it to you, I think that that makes sense, okay? Or at least it can. You can argue about whether or not you want it or not, but the problem is that their original notion was that all skill points should be earned or gained by the players. And so skill points that are sold should be extracted from players that had already trained them, right? That's the concept. But the problem with that is that, as I said, it fundamentally changes our relationship with our accounts. Prior to this, if you wanted to have an extra account, right? Like if you had a miner in the game, or if you wanted to do a mining group, you had your Orca and you had like 2 miners, right? And you wanted to have a 3rd miner. Well, in order to expand to being a 3rd miner, you had to justify paying for that account one way or another, right? Either through Plex or through cash, which means that when that miner is mining, it has an overhead that it has to compensate for, right? If you pay to have an extra account and then that extra account doesn't earn as much ISK as it costs to activate it, then it's not worth activating it, right? And so there's this natural pressure against multi-boxing that you actually have to justify that extra expenditure to have those extra accounts. However, now that people can sell their skill points, they can split their Omega into 2, right? So there's the access of Omega, and then there's the skill training of Omega. And I can sell the skill training of Omega in order to keep the access of Omega, right? I can at least subsidize it. And when it first came out, because skill points were so important, skill points could only be gained by players, it was actually worth more to sell skill points than it was to train skill points. And what this meant was it went from how do I justify having this 4th character if I want a multi-box to suddenly every single account I have is profitable. The more accounts I have, the more profit I make. And so suddenly we go from, how do I justify having a fourth account, to, okay, I have 150 Omega accounts right now. They're all skill farms, and those 150 accounts generates me an extra couple billion ISK on top of the price it takes to actually run them. But now I have 150 Omega accounts. Now there's no question about bringing on that fourth account. In fact, any amount of effort, any amount of value I can get from those extra accounts, the better off it is. And we start to see some of the worst behaviors come out of this, where it becomes now like, okay, well, I could do it by myself and it'd be kind of dangerous or whatever. Or like I could bring my 1 orca 3 mining barges, or I can come in with 12 orcas. And even though an orca doesn't mine as much as a mining barge, because they're more AFKable, as long as I can run those accounts physically on my machine, that's just more efficient, right? So we end up seeing people really start to this widespread embracing of multi-boxing, and with that, this widespread embracing of these incredibly inefficient practices that leveraged the fact that you already just had all these accounts. And so things that were more AFKable and therefore more multi-boxable were like people were doing it that way instead of doing it like a more efficient way. And so we see this shift within the way that players think about things, from how do I do this well and how do I do this with friends, right? There are cooperative activities in the game, and people would actually cooperate on those cooperative activities. But now that multi-boxing has become so mainstream, I'm not going to say that everybody's multi-boxing, but now that multi-boxing has become so mainstream, and the idea that a multi-boxed account, like I said, you're already going to have all these accounts, so not multi-boxing just feels like almost a waste, right? Any extra value I can get out of them is just extra value. So suddenly we start seeing the rise of things like VNI ratters, right? People used to argue about the best way to rat, the most efficient way to rat with the most amount of money. But then when multi-boxing becomes so big of a thing, now the most AFKable way of ratting becomes the most important thing, you know? And we see this across the board when it comes to the way that people conceptualize their gameplay in EVE. It's why, like, nowadays, if CCP comes out with cooperative content, people immediately just assume that it's going to be multi-box, for right and for wrong. But like, they don't even calculate it as something to do with a fleet. They calculate it as something to do with a multi-boxed group, because it's easier to do it with yourself than it is to do it with other people. And skill extractors have been a big part of pushing this idea that, you know, it's relatively cheap to have multiple accounts, and you can sell your skill points in order to subsidize that access. Once you've trained the skills that you need for the thing that you're doing, you can just sell off your skill points to keep that account running, and any ISK it makes is just gravy. Yeah, exactly. Instead of the question being, why would I multi-box? The question is, why wouldn't I multi-box? And that fundamentally changed the way that EVE Online worked. And I think that EVE Online is a significantly worse place about it. And it's to the point where now when I say I think that it should be against the rules to log in more than 3 accounts at a time, people lose their goddamn mind, because like, unlike any other MMO, it's become so ingrained within the player base's zeitgeist, this idea of multi-boxing, and this idea that skill extractors are sacred, and they like to point of skill injectors as being the big problem, that CCP selling skill points is the problem. CCP selling skill points was the solution, because the problem is that, as I said, it was profitable. It was literally profitable to just sell your skill points. If you could pay for your account, Omega, and the skill extractors, and still make money on top of it. So every single account you had was just passive income on your account. We have literally people with 150 plus accounts. This did a few things. One, it vastly tweaked out a bunch of stuff when it comes to the economy of the game. But also, think about it this way: when we had CSM elections, there were several years where CSM elections were considered to be completely bunk, because there were individuals who had more votes because of more Omega accounts than entire corporations or alliances of in some cases. So, you know, it had all of these crazy ramifications that upset the balance of things and kind of ruined the way that EVE Online works. So as CCP comes out with ways that they're selling skill points, they become a competition for the players, which drives down the prices of skill points, making it so it's not literally profitable to do skill farms anymore. We don't see nearly skill farms on the same scale as we did in 2019, 2020 anymore, which is good. But that's only because CCP is selling and giving away skill points at such a high rate now that they've devalued the value of skill points from back when it was then. So yes, I believe that CCP selling and giving away skill points is good. I think that CCP giving away skill points for a player effort in the game is great. I think that players... One of the problems is that, like, back when I first started playing, the idea is that you would set up your skill plan. You'd be like, okay, I want to get into an Abaddon. And you'd look and be like, oh my God, it's going to take 3 months to get into this Abaddon. There's no way for me to speed this up. I'm going to go play something else for 3 months, right? That's one of the biggest problems with having 100% passive skill point gaining. So now that they've added things like the Air Career Path, login rewards, etc., now, and skill injectors, like I can turn ISK into skill points. Now it behooves me to play the fucking game, even as a new player, because I can advance my skill points by playing the game, which was something that was impossible to do prior to this. And there were reasons why it was good that it was impossible to do that in the early days, but we've crossed that Rubicon, okay? Right? Like right now, if I was to be all smuggy and be like, oh yeah, every skill point must be trained. That's fine. When I first started playing the game, the top amount of skill points anybody had was like 150 million skill points. That was considered an insane amount of skill points for somebody to have back then. I currently have 291 million skill points. Anyone starting the game right now is starting the game in a world in which there are people like me with almost 300 million skill points. And telling them that they have to catch up by slowly but surely training is bullshit. I had to do it the hard way. I had to train my skill points. I had to walk uphill both ways in the snow. But you know what? Everybody else was when I was there. There was nobody who already owned the hill. Does that make sense? Everybody who's playing in the game right now is playing in an environment in which people with 290 million skill points exist. I did not grow up in that environment. I did not have to train my skills in a world in which I was 190 million plus behind somebody else. And so the idea, like, I'm just saying, like, our relationship with skill points has changed. And I think that like, I personally feel that allowing people to put effort into getting progress is a good thing. You can disagree with that, but the one thing I hope that we can agree on is the fact that skill extractors have caused a massive explosion in multiboxing. I almost said multibotting, but multiboxing, and that it's changed our relationship with our accounts, and that itself has done damage. You could argue whether or not skill points are too accessible right now. We could argue about whether or not it's good whether or not CCP should sell skill points. But here's the thing. I personally think that things from players should be from players. Things from CCP should be from CCP, right? You get a ship because a player has built a ship. That player built a ship because a player mined the resources. At every step of the way with that ship, it is players doing things for players to make something in the universe. The ships come from players. So if CCP tries to sell a ship that a player builds, that's a violation, and people get properly upset at that, okay? You know, if CCP started selling battleships for the same, like, alongside, that's a competition. CCP should leave things that players make on its own, right? But skill points, we like to think of skill points as being generated by our characters, but they're not. They're generated by our subscriptions. We pay money to CCP, and they give us a trickle of skill points. We don't put any in-game effort into doing so. Those skill points are from CCP. Allowing players to sell skill points could be considered as destructive to the balance of power as CCP selling things that get built by players. In fact, I would argue more destructive. Things that are sold by CCP should be sold by CCP. Things that are sold by players should be sold by players. Skill points are sold by CCP. That's my opinion. And I think that we can see now a decade has passed. I think that skill extractors have damaged this game in some pretty significant ways. Okay. That was the second most spicy take I have. CCP selling skill points is what's causing the bot apocalypse. I mean, that's an interesting question, or that's an interesting point. Okay. I think most skill points in the game was generated by air program, and RMTers were using it 24/7 and selling it for real money. I know that there are people that were doing that. I don't think that people properly understand the scale in which certain things are happening. Like, it would take people putting a lot of active effort into doing our air programs and all that sort of stuff in order to compensate for just the general churn that's happening. So, I mean, yes, these are all influences, but like people that are saying like, oh, it's all, because I saw somebody saying like, oh yeah, all the Plex purchases were people like leveraging market differences back in the day, and that's the only reason why people were buying. No, they weren't. People were buying Plex like normal, right? Like the vast majority of skill points are still brought in. Was air program SP even extractable? There's a way of doing it. So basically, Jeff, what you do is, or what they did was, your main account is at 500,000 skill points, and you have two other characters on that account, and those two, like you would make a new character, run the air program, get the skill points for it, and then put it on your main character, which was already at 500,000. So you do that enough times, and you end up high enough skill points that you can extract. Yeah, and that was wrong too, but that's a more modern thing. Player's not supposed to be able to log in alphas at the same time as an Omega or other alphas. Bannable right per EULA. Yes, you can. If you have an alpha logged in, it must be the only thing logged in. Okay. What could possibly be more controversial than skill extractors are the problem? Okay. I hate asset safety for Titans. There we go. Ready? Let's talk about it. In fact, asset safety as a whole is something that makes me fucking grumpy. Okay. So once upon a time, if you had a Titan or a mothership, it could not be docked, okay? It had to be out in space, and there had to be somebody in it. Well, I guess there didn't have to be somebody in it, but if you didn't have somebody in it, it would just stay out in space for somebody to Grand Theft Auto you. So I'm actually waiting to hear it. The problem, Cedar, is that you know all my takes, so these aren't new to you. So here's the thing, okay? When they introduced Keep Stars, they allowed players to get out of Titans. They needed to have some sort of, they had to have some sort of carrot on the stick, or, you know, the carrot to reward people, to make people want to be to take part with Citadels. And, no, actually, asset safety is not the reason why there are Titans in high sec. It is the reason why there are Titans docked in low sec. In fact, if you go here, here it is. Ready? Here is the symptom that things are very sick in EVE Online. You ready? I can open up finance. Is it finance? Go to HyperNet, and without even checking ahead of time, I can just go here and be like, "Hey, I want." Can I do avatar? hey, look, I can get an avatar on HyperNet. This should not be possible. Literally should not be possible. Why? Well, in order to HyperNet, this Titan has, like, HyperNet cannot be done in a player structure. It can only be done in an NPC structure, which means this avatar is docked in an NPC station. The problem with that is that, mechanically speaking, Titans cannot be docked in NPC stations. They're not allowed to be docked in NPC stations. If you bought this avatar and then undocked it and then tried to redock it, it would not allow you. Titans are not allowed to be docked in structures. So why is this one docked in a structure? The reason why this one is docked in a structure is because it was in a keep star, and then somebody got out of it, and then that keep star and then was destroyed, or they asset safetied it in some way, and then it gets moved to the lowest, to the nearest low sec station, which in this case is this one. So now we have a Titan, which does not belong in a structure, fundamentally to the actual design of the game, to deep down to the balance of how Titans work from the beginning of Titans. One of the balancing factors of Titans is that they cannot be docked in NPC stations. You can make it so that you can dock them in keep stars if you want, but then when they can be asset safetied, now they end up in places that are invalid for the Titan. Why is this so important? Well, first of all, I don't like the fact that you can hypernet Titans. It makes it so that it's very cheap. It cheapens the experience of getting a Titan, in my opinion. Okay? But more importantly, again, this fundamentally changed our relationship to EVE Online. And it fundamentally changed the way that wars were fought and NPCs, and player empires engage with each other. Okay, this is not it's not really an exploit that it's not an exploit. They allowed Titans to be asset safetied. There's only one place for asset safety stuff to go. This isn't an exploit. This is just they sacrificed the sanctity of Titans for the purposes of making keep stars more attractive. They did, the idea was that if somebody, so the alternative is you dock up your Titan in a station, you leave it there, the station gets destroyed, your Titan gets destroyed, right? That's the alternative. But the whole point of asset safety, which you could argue that all of asset safety is a bit meh, but when it comes to these super capitals, it's even more so. So, you know, people don't want to lose their Titan just because their structure was destroyed. So CCP guarantees it with asset safety. But the practical consequence of that is that CCP has to accept this violation to the rules that now supers can be docked in NPC stations and all of the consequences that that results in. But it also introduces a concept that we never had before, which was the idea of the Titan cache. In my opinion, this decision by CCP was the single biggest reason why scarcity happened. The problem was that as time went on, I mean, obviously the reign of the roll call was a big deal, but that was about the acquisition of the stuff to be able to build them. You wouldn't need to build them if you couldn't use them, right? So the point is that it isn't a problem that people have a Titan. The problem is when people have more than one Titan, right? When Titans become something that you can lose and then have be replaced by just docking up and reshipping, then that fundamentally changes the tactics that are going on. And the problem is that the nullsec empires, like attacking each other's empire, didn't really do anything, because even if you blew up all their stuff, it would asset safety out, and so this led to a massive amount of stagnation. The idea that people could have an entire supply, a cache of Titans, the fact that empires, these player empires could have just a massive stockpile of Titans that they didn't need to consider. Because, again, remember, in order to have a stockpile of Titans before this, you had to have a stockpile of Titan pilots, right? Each Titan had to have a pilot in it in order for it to be safe. But now you can just have them all in a keep star, and it's fine. It's just like any other ship. And if anything goes wrong, it just gets asset safetied. This is why Nullsec has been complaining for a decade about stagnation in Nullsec and how wars don't matter anymore, how winning against your opponent doesn't matter anymore, that there is no meaningful loss, because there is no meaningful loss. It isn't just about how many Titans do and don't die. This is about whether or not those Titans are expendable. It's about whether or not Titans, like the idea of a Titan cache changes the way a power block considers and fights wars. And we have seen it very, very poignantly over the last decade. And I always get fucking yelled at by all of my Nullsec people every single time I bring this up, because it sucks and it hurts and no one wants to lose their Titans. But you know what? You want war to be meaningful. You want any of the... Yeah, that's true. But we will bring up Bob. But, you know, you want wars to be meaningful. You want to be able to hurt your enemy. Guess what, guys? That's what it takes, man. This hypernet should not exist. It represents a poison that is continuing to eat at our game. So, I have talked about other things, you know, the events, the Valkyrie, all that sort of stuff. But when it comes to skill extractors, and when it comes to asset safety, especially with super capitals, these are things that the player base refused to give up, but at the same time is the very poison that's hurting so many of our other design within the game, that's making so much of the design in this game almost impossible to process. This obsession with multi-boxing and this idea of apex power and growing, consolidating power base within empires because they can have caches of the most powerful ships in the game has changed this game in a way that people agree are bad, but are unwilling to face facts as to see what mistakes CCP has made in order to get us to this point. And because of that, CCP can't handle these issues on their own. We've passed that Rubicon. This is already a thing. Titans are already in asset safety. And so if they tried to change that now, people would be super mad, even though it is the very poison that is ruining their game. And that, ladies and gentlemen, are the 5 things that I cannot forgive CCP for. I hope at least one of them you agree with. I hope at least one of them changed your mind about something. But let me know in the comments down below what you think. If you think that I'm right, wrong, tell me why I'm wrong. These are things I've held on to for a long time. I'd be interested to know what you guys think. But all that said, if you're watching this recorded, well, either way, we're going to go on and run some sites and hang out for a little while. But that was my big presentation for the day. So if that's all you're doing, thank you for checking it out. I'll see you next time. But everybody else, let's go ahead and keep on rolling. All right. The first 3, yeah. What do you guys think? Was that good? I do like the idea of players... Oh, hold on. I do like the idea of players being able to access asset safety for things like battleship size and smaller. Yeah. Asset safety is fine. Asset safety is fine in general. Asset safety for capital or super capitals is absolutely not okay. Poison. Imagine what would happen if Nullsec and Nullsec groups could not have Titan caches right now. How would you solve the too many Titan issue that wouldn't just cause Null to revolt? I think that we're kind of past that. We've crossed the Rubicon. I think that you would have to... I mean, I think that the only way you would do it is just remove asset safety for super capitals. Because that makes it so that, like... Think about how big of a deal that is. Can you imagine, like, when somebody blows up a keep star and you find out how many Titans were inside of it? To our discussion yesterday, this makes a lot of sense that they were not intended to be cacheable. Exactly. If the Summer of Love didn't happen? Are you talking about the Summer of Rage? Oh, man. Well, we'd be doing avatar-based exploration in Drifter, or in Sleeper Enclaves, that's for sure. Because that was what they were working on when that happened. That was like the next thing that they were going to do. Also, the customizable captain's quarters would have been cool. I don't mind the use of Titans. And in fact, like, I think that if you made that change, you could even buff Titans again and make them really great. But the problem is that they're also expendable right now, which is not great. I mean, you could argue that no asset safety is would be useful, but the problem is that, like, I mean, even I've been in a case where, like, you're gone for a week. Like, you go on vacation for a week, and then the structure gets blown up. Like, there's a certain amount of, like, it's a game and you have to be a little bit forgiving. But I think that once you cross that threshold of super capitals, you've officially left that behind, right? Like, yeah, you don't get to have absolute safety and have that impactful of a thing. Imagine the first war when only one side had Titan cash. The other side would be happy when they killed the Titan just to see another one come out 10 minutes later. Yeah, 10 seconds later. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's so much of what people, like, dream about when it comes to the old Eve that just doesn't work anymore because of the existence of Titan caches. Another problem with null blocks is SRP. That's why null blocks didn't fight any wars. I mean, SRP is a player-based thing. Like, players that, like, if they want to raise enough money to be able to do that, then that's fine. But remember, like, the thing is that you could even, if you don't have extra Titans, then it doesn't matter how many resources you have, because when you need to build a new Titan, it still takes like a month to build the Titan, and you have to build it in space, and that is vulnerable to attack as well. So, like, the ability to cash enough money to be able to build like SRP Logi ships or whatever is one thing. It's the idea is that, like, if a Titan gets blown up back in the day, it didn't matter how many resources you had. You don't have another Titan. There wasn't another Titan to get for any amount of money. You'd have to convince somebody else to give up theirs. I just don't think, I just think super caps should not be part of asset safety. There should be, the idea that super capitals have safety is bonkers to me. I think that it is built into the concept of Titans and super capitals to not have safety. That's why they were not dockable originally. What if Vanguard can raid the Titan caches? Like, it used to be that if you wanted to buy a Titan, you had to find somebody with a Titan, and then you had to convince them to sell it to you. But then you run into an interesting problem, where you have one person with a Titan, and one person with a Titan's worth of money, right? And this could go one of two ways. Either the person could get out of the Titan, and then the other person hop in the Titan, and now that person has both the Titan and the money for the Titan, or the person with the money could transfer it to the guy with the Titan, and now this guy has the Titan and the money for the Titan. So in that trade, there's no way for them to make that fair. So this is what gives the rise to, like, Kribba. So Kribba back in the day was one of the most trusted was the most trusted person in New Eden. And so he ran a third-party Titan transfer service where you could basically, person A transferred the Titan to Kribba, person B transferred the money to Kribba, and then Kribba would transfer the Titan to the guy that just gave him the money, and transfer the money to the guy who just gave him the Titan, and everybody. And so the trust that people had in Kribba was able to profit off of. And ironically enough, the Mittani was able to scam people off of, because people thought, oh, well, the Mittani, leader of the Goon Swarm and also chairman of the CSM, he must be trustworthy. He's on the CSM. And so, you know, the Mittani authored his own third-party services where he would just scam people out of Titans and their money. And, like, all of that was only possible because you couldn't dock them. Yeah, what a goon. Exactly. And that's brilliant. EVE Online is in a much better state than it has ever been in many, many, many ways. But in especially those two ways, the focus on multi-boxing and the idea of skill extractors, as well as the idea that we can dock up Titans and that's a safe thing to do. Because even if, you know, like, I honestly don't think, like, even if you could dock up your Titan and leave it in a keep star, that's still fine. Because that makes it so that that keep star becomes increasingly valuable to destroy, right? If I could destroy a keep star and blow up all the Titans that are inside of it, I think that that keeps it meaningful. That's balance enough that you've left it, you know, you've left it somewhere where it's vulnerable. And so that's okay. It's the fact that you can get out of your Titan and leave it somewhere where it is effectively invulnerable. Because the other problem is that in order to get stuff out of asset safety, it's based on the base value of the thing. And because Titans are so, like, the value of Titans are a lot, like, where players put the value into it, it turns out that Titans are actually relatively cheap to asset safety in a lot of cases. So, like, it completely undermines the nature of the game. But again, no nullsec, even though this is the exact thing that was causing the problems that nullsec was complaining about when they talked about stagnation back in 2019. Like, they're not going to address the thing that's causing that stagnation. No null block is ever going to be like, yeah, Titans being safe in keep stars is a problem. Sadly, CCP profits from this toxic loop quite a lot. Well, I mean, yes and no. I mean, this is one of the things that, like, led to scarcity and, like, the complaints about scarcity, right? Because scarcity, a lot of the changes that were done in scarcity actively attacked multi-boxing, right? And so I remember, you know, a lot of people, anybody who was, like, saying, oh, I'm quitting EVE during scarcity, a lot of times they were like, I'm unsubbing 22 of my accounts and I'm down to only 2. And I just, every time I read that, I was like, you know, you're part of the problem, right? Like, you're the problem. You saying that means that you're not completely unsubbing. You're just unsubbing all your extra characters. That's a good sign as far as I'm concerned, right? Like, but so my point is that because of these decisions that CCP has made and locked into the design of the game, this has caused them to have some pretty cursed problems where it's like, okay, well, how do we have, you know, the question of how do we make content that's good for fleets to do together that isn't good for multi-boxers is a lot easier of a question to answer when skill farms and multi-boxing aren't as popular as they are, right? If it was more normal for people to have 1, maybe 2 accounts at most, then the idea that somebody would multi-box something to farm it, like, isn't as big of a threat because people aren't doing it as much, right? Likewise, as CCP tries to make nullsec happy, they're trying to make nullsec happy. They're trying to fix nullsec wars and stagnation and conflict drivers and all this stuff in a world in which they can't address the actual problem. And that makes all of their solutions half solutions. It makes all of their solutions flawed because they're attempting to address around the problem instead of addressing the problem itself.
Warp drive active.
They should just make it so that Titan asset safety costs as much as an average. I still think, nope. Titans that are in a keep star when it blows up should die. That's going to make people happy anyways. In fact, you know what you should do? No, pop them into space, and blow them up. When you blow up the Keep Star, just have Titans appear all around the fucking Keep Star. Every Titan that was stashed in that fucking Keep Star, jettison them out into space, and then blow them up. One DQ by December. Exactly. Well, so I've actually, so this is another one. I've wanted Doomsdays to have a skill-based thing. I almost like likened it to like a fishing event in like Stardew Valley or whatever, where like you have to try to line up something. You know, you're trying to like manage the power fluctuation as you're getting ready for the Doomsday, and that can change how powerful the Doomsday is. Or if you get it to like critical, like if you power it all the way up but then fuck it up, it could actually cause the Titan to blow up. Another thing that people really don't like it when I suggest. Man, really, no sights out here right now. Oh no, my planet glassing super weapon isn't fire and forget. Well, yeah, and CCP has talked about this before, where Hilmar, I can't remember when it was, but there was a presentation where they talked about how like one of the problems with Eve is that the skill, like the player skill, the complexity versus power graph is backwards, right? A frigate actually has a lot of considerations when you're flying it, right? Flying a frigate actually takes a lot of piloting skill and a lot of moment-to-moment decisions that can affect your success or failure in an instant kind of way. There's a higher skill ceiling in piloting a frigate, and as you go higher and higher and higher in the ship's world, where you would think it would normally, in normal games, you would think as you go up the tier, it becomes harder to use, but it actually becomes easier to use. There's less consideration in piloting bigger ships than in smaller ships. And so CCP has long sensed that they would like to see that get, changed. But that's why I said, like I said yesterday with Titans and wanting to broaden out what they do, to make it so they do a little bit of everything. So the best Titan pilots must actually like deal with as many systems as possible of the game as possible. So they're repping, they're boosting, they're attacking, they've got fighters. Just give them everything to have to consider at the same time. Does that mean they could stash a stash of Titans and asset safety behind or near enemy lines? Well, so the asset safeties, the rule goes that if you do not have a structure in the system to asset safety to, then it asset safeties to the nearest low-sec system. And so the practical application of this is that means that there's a few, in 90% tie-dye, exactly. There are a few systems in low-sec that function as almost like lightning rods, where whole regions of nullsec, whole quadrants of nullsec, basically all asset safety into one particular station. So in practice, we actually have a few asset safety stations which collect this shit. Boo. Supers should drop from the Keepstar, but as a damaged version of themselves, they can't jump or shoot, so you can just evac them and repair them for half the cost of a regular super. Maybe. I mean, like, so that is a different design. So, right now it's the defenders, or the owners get to keep it, right? The neutral is the Titan is destroyed, And the attacker advantage is the attacker gets to keep it, right? So if it drops, then the attacker gets to keep it. If it gets asset safetied, then the defender gets to keep it. And if it blows up, nobody gets to keep it. And in my opinion, the world in which more Titans are blowing up, the better. And I admit that is my personal position. People can disagree, but that is my position. As a non-Titan pilot, I should say, like, I guess full disclosure, I don't fly Titans. If you feel like that affects my decision, then I guess, sure. I'm very pro attackers should get something for the value of their time because nothing is more boring in Eve than structure bashing. Yeah, and like there could be other changes too. Like for instance, asset safety could not be 100%. It could be a certain percentage of the items drop and a certain percentage of the items get asset safetied. Man, I used to talk about how like, so man, years ago, I wrote an article for Crossing Zebras called through the crystal ball, looking through the crystal ball. I don't know, something like that, where I talked about how CCP should make like, so that, well, I guess we'll just say Vanguard because that's what it's called now. But like Vanguard would be integrated with EVE Online through structures that like you would actually be able to map out your structure inside, and there'd be 3 points of interest on the inside of the structure. So you would have carriers. Carriers would have a new special support fighter where they would have to load a crew, as in like the clone reanimation unit, CRU crew, as a module on their ship, and then have fighters, special support fighters that are designed to just basically deploy soldier, vanguards into the structure. So the carrier with crews functioned as the backup clones for the people, for the Vanguard soldiers who are fighting. And so you would have the defenders and you would have the attackers. The attackers would come in through the breach, and basically there'd be 3 points of control within the inside of the structure. And 1 point of control would like remove the damage cap. 1 point of control would turn off the weapon systems, and 1 point of the control would like remove the resistances or whatever, right? So if the attackers managed to control the positions on the inside, then the fight on the outside was easier. But if those carriers get pushed off from the outside, then that actually cuts off the supply lines for the people attacking on the inside. So now the inside's influencing the outside's influencing the inside, but you would only need a couple of messages being sent between them. When a carrier comes and goes, it could increase or reduce the number of clones that are available to the attackers. When the attackers take one of those 3 positions, you would be a breacher pod dude, right? And so like the changing of the state of the structure could be sent to there. And because structures have timers, that creates a natural like trigger point for these events, right? Like if your structure becomes whatever, like you can hire mercenaries or have your own team to defend the inside of your structure as well as the outside of your structure. What is the best solution if Titans have to stay asset safetyable then? Jettison after 5-minute timer from station when taking it out, if not claimed after 30 days or just disappears? Well, again, so like you're now entering into a cursed design space, right? Where it's like, okay, well, how do we make the best out of the bad situation? And I mean, everything at that point's a compromise. It really depends at that point of where your biggest priorities are. But I would argue that probably the best way to do it, okay, Ash, you're right. We need to fix this asset safety thing, but just removing them from asset safety isn't going to work. What is the next softer version of that you can come up with? And the answer to that is make it so that super capital asset safety costs a shit ton more. Like basically pulling something out of asset safety, a Titan out of asset safety costs the same amount as actually buying or building one. Now that still screws over Titan manufacturers, right? That's the other thing, is that if you allow these Titans to be destructible, that really, 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 really helps those who can build Titans, because it makes new Titans significantly more valuable. But if you have to, you can make it so it's not trivial to remove them from asset safety. I don't like timer-based things, just because, like I said, this is a video game. Like, be like, oh, you've got 30 days to pay attention to the game. I mean, obviously, like, if the rules are that Titans are out in space and dangerous because they're in a structure that can be blown up, that's one thing. Like, everybody kind of acknowledges that when they get out the Titan. But there's a lot of Titans in asset safety right now that has been basically promised that it's safe there. So if they changed that, then that would be a problem. But if they were like, oh yeah, by the way, it's now going to be a lot more expensive to pull it out of asset safety, then that would at least fix it long term. Or at least help it long term. Yeah, Jeff, I just, like, ever since I played, so the whole thing is that I played Dust 514, and as I said, like, the fact that Dust 514, like, our relationship with Dust 514 was, like, backwards to what you would want it to be, you know? Often it would behooved us to make the enemy win in Dust 514, because in the long run that would be to our advantage based on how we set it up. So that's kind of like, okay, well, I want this synchronous fight where the fight on the ground matters to the fight in space, and the fight in space matters to the fight on ground. So that's where I got the idea of, like, these structure timers as being kind of the big rally point. Crazy how there's no sights out. What is happening? Dust needed its own resource to fight over, but it was just a battlefield clone at the end of the day. Well, they did technically have their own resources to fight over, but it was internal to Dust. Also, the other big thing about Dust is that they fucked it up. So the moment, you don't know when I knew that Dust was cooked? It was way before Dust actually was cooked. The moment that I knew that Dust was in jeopardy was when they made it so that Plex, or Aurum, I think it was back then, in Dust was worth a different amount than it was in Eve. Because, you know, the idea was that they were trying to merge these things more and more. And the fact that they had it cost a different amount in cash between the two different things, but it was the same currency, made it like they had set themselves up to have an incompatible situation. And I knew then that, like, we were already pretty well in trouble. Golly, there we go. Entire economy of Guild War II, for example, is based on around production of legendaries, but here in Eve, this is somehow an argument. It's like we are not playing Eve anymore, but some cheap MMORPG. I'm not sure which part you're talking about. Are you talking about because Titans are safe? When they made it for the PS3? Well, they wanted to make it so the economies, like you could... They wanted to make it so that the economy would merge between the two, but then they made it so the currencies didn't match. And that didn't work. Okay, yeah. Titans being able to be asset safetied has continued to poison all nullsec design since then. And you know what? My point would be completely invalid if people were happy about nullsec. But here's my question. Has anybody been happy? Has nullsec been in general happy about the state of nullsec since, say, let's say 2017? It wasn't just the Rockwalls that were the problem. Damn it, this one just got finished. Hey, Mad Hatter. Right, rock walls were the production, but even if it doesn't matter, like how much what you would have actually ended up with was this glut of resources with no titans to make them into, right? Has nullsec ever been happy with the state of things? Okay, solid point, Brian. Oh, cool. I have noticed that, or I was told this morning, I think that a lot of people that were doing the tourism stuff has finished it up, so the filaments are reasonably, or more reasonably priced again. I've actually, for a long time, my number one goal in EVE Online since like 2013 has been to not be a bitter vet. Like whatever I do, people talk about like, oh, what's your high-end goal? What's blah blah blah. Not necessarily like my goals have changed. You know, own wormhole, do faction warfare stuff, whatever. That can change. The one thing that I know is like, I can't ruin the game for myself, right? We can ruin the game for ourselves. And I refuse to become a bitter vet. If I need to take a break, I take a break. If I need to do something else, I do something else. But if I detect myself becoming a bitter vet, then I go, something's got to change. How is Pochvin Highway these days with the changes that have been made? I just used it yesterday. Well, getting into content creation was actively a decision in that vein, actually, Jeff. Yeah, and you know, even back in like 2014, people were saying that like, oh, Ashrathi rehabilitating nullsecers for years, you know, because faction warfare. Back then, you know, everybody would be like, oh, faction warfare sucks. Nobody cares about faction warfare. Also, there's not enough small gang solo PvP. You know, there's not enough stuff for smaller ships, blah, 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 blah. And I'd be like, what you want is in faction warfare. And they're like, no, faction warfare sucks. I'm like, like that's where that's actually one of the things that really, that was like my first major like position against the player base or whatever. So like this idea of like, it always frustrated me because nullsec, so nullsec being the biggest, most, not biggest, but the most organized chunk of the game, we're able to control the narrative. And so people get taught that nullsec is what the game is all about. It's less bad now than it used to be, but it used to be very, very much like the public zeitgeist just agreed that nullsec was the powers that be. Actually, I will say, so one thing, let's turn this around a little bit. There's one thing that I think that CCP has done really, really well. Maybe that should be a whole nother segment. But there's something that I think that CCP did that was great that a lot of the player base hate. And that is the war deck changes. I always hear people complaining about the war deck changes, that they should change it back, that anybody should be able to do war deck, blah, 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 blah. But the problem is that the way that it worked before, anybody could war deck any corporation, right? Any corporation could war deck any corporation. So if you wanted to avoid war decks, the only way to do so was to be in an NPC corp, which meant that it was smart to just be in an NPC corp, which meant that people didn't like build up their identity as a corporation. It also meant that if you were trying to do anything besides being like a vicious, nasty killer, then like it behooved you to be as quiet as possible. Nobody advocated for minors back then because the killer, like if you advocated for minors, then the killers would target you. And so to avoid harassment, people that weren't killers would just be quiet about stuff. And so the war deck changes allowed not just there to be a better sense of identity within corporations and corporations to grow in HiSec and new types of corporations to grow, but also allowed the conversation about the game to be better because the people that did things like PvE and stuff could advocate for themselves in public spaces and not get harassed out of existence through war decks, right? Like me, for example, right? The Convocation of Empyreans. People get mad that the Convocation can't be war decked. But you know what? The Convocation wouldn't exist if it could be war decked. And I know this because, so Malro did exist before war deck changes. And the only reason why Malro existed was because we had, well, actually, to go back a little bit, we wanted to challenge ourselves because back in the day, you would have a HiSec Corp, and then that HiSec Corp would get war decked, and then the CEO of the Corp would be like, hey guys, the best thing to do is to not fight back. And then they would get called out for being shitty CEOs. And so the idea was like, okay, well, we are a faction warfare group, we're PvE, or PvP, we have money. Like, can we make a HiSec group that makes any sense? And even us, like the way that we did it was by having a handful of corporations and basically playing shell games, where if you war decked one of our corps, we would just have all of our guys hop over to a different corp. And so you couldn't actually have your, like, even with our forces, it was still not worth it to actually fight a war deck. It was worth it to avoid a war deck, right? And so, like, the Convocation of Empyreans gets to exist, and people are able to participate in it in a fair way because it can't be war decked. And because of that, that play style is allowed to exist. And not just the Convocation, but there's all kinds of HiSec organizations. But it also means that people that want to advocate for those play styles can do so without fear of being harassed out of existence. So back in the day, the nullsec was able to basically keep control of the narrative because they had the loudest, most organized voice, and they bullied out of existence anybody who disagreed with them. And, you know, me being in faction warfare was one of the few people that were willing to talk, you know, against them. So I think that the war deck changes have been one of the best things that CCP has ever done when it comes to allowing this game to be far more rich and textured than it used to be. Yeah, DK, on the one hand, like, the fact that you can get killed everywhere is very intimidating, and it does take time to process it. But I think that it does, like, it's a fear that needs to be processed, right? Like, it's very alien for people that come from other video games. But in my opinion, I think that one of the reasons why EVE Online is so successful is because if you do embrace that level of challenge, then it makes so much of what you do so much more meaningful, you know? Yeah, and there are bad reactions and there's toxic behavior, but that's another thing about EVE is that EVE Online is good or bad because we are good or bad. It's about human behavior more than anything. Yeah, I really do like the fact that, like, war decks have an objective where the defender can actually, like, do something besides just, you know, avoid being killed. I will say that there are things in EVE that test our character, right? Whether it's how you respond to being blown up or being, you know, whatever else. Nice. Worm's a good ship, especially in fact, like, faction warfare is good. I'm not a big fan of it in Abyss, even though a lot of people do like it in the Abyss. NPC Corps actually had some decent communities around them back in the day. I mean, there was a couple. I know, like, Scope had one. But I think it's nowhere comparative to the player organizations that are allowed to exist now. Yeah, the big difference is that, like, what's fun about Eve is that Eve, because it's the sandbox universe, it allows us to, I guess, litigate toxicity in-game as well, right? Although, honestly, sometimes the most toxic people are the ones that have the biggest advantage. There are some times that I frown at Eve about, like, well, it's basically a simulator that allows bullies to pick on people because it encourages you to have these goals and build up things just so some asshole can come and blow it all up. But, I mean, it's about, in my opinion, it's about survival in spite of the adversity. Which is probably why I'm also pretty looking forward to Eve Frontiers, because that's pretty much what it's about. Yep, that's why I'm a solo multi-boxer. Oh. At least you weren't like, oh god, I keep fucking, god damn it, I'm not claiming rewards. I'm so bad at this. Whatever. Getting a character in the Scope Corporation in order to RP as a reporter or journalist sounds interesting. There were people that did that. 8.8 million?
Warp drive active.
Alton Havery. It's Alton Havery reporting for the Scope. Oh shit! Speaking of skins, big announcement. I mean, you know, announcement. Stand by. So for FanFest, we are going to do some giveaways. There's Friday and Saturday on FanFest, and yeah, so we're going to, thanks to Punch has provided 3 skins. So we'll be doing giveaways during each of the streams about FanFest, where you'll be able to get one of these 3 skins. Punchinello's become one of our big, you know, skindustrialist. So make sure that you are tuning in live for those events if you want to get in on the Discord. Yeah. If you want to hop in the Discord, you can get news about when all of that's going live and all that stuff, but you're going to want to see the live streams for the FanFest and for your chance to win one of these cool, awesome skins that he has made. Thank you, Punch. Also, Punch is an incredible skin industrialist, so you should reach out to him to get him to make you skins. I still won't touch Skinner unless Plex is removed from it. I don't understand that argument at all. Like, skins cost Plex. Look. I refuse to buy skins until you can buy skins on the Nest store with ISK. Right? Like, I mean, maybe you feel that way, I guess. But you can buy the products of the skins. If somebody wants to sell it, you can buy it for ISK. Like, skins cost Plex. That's what they do. Most skins. All the good skins. Yep. Don't forget to claim your free SP. Did I not? Is it a new week already? It is Tuesday. It is Tuesday! Sold a digital FanFest ticket that gives you a gift and see inside some of the untelevised. Yeah, you know, I would really like it if they had made it so that you could get like some of the special stuff for FanFest and whatnot through a different method. I think they've done that some years, but I mean, eh. Also, didn't they already send out the prizes for FanFest? I can't remember. We were talking about this the other day. I can't remember what the skins were or whatever that they gave out. Oh yeah, and like it could happen, and it could work out for sure. Warframe needs a regional market? I don't know anything about that. I played a little bit of Warframe, but not that much. Hey, Dutch Gunner is in Iceland now. Do you have more information on that JITA meeting that will be about drifters? Do I have more information about it? Not a whole bunch more. Pretty much what I said about it yesterday. I don't see it as being like... I still think that it's something that they want to do right before FanFest so that way they can talk about it during the keynote or whatever, the results of it at FanFest. Yeah, Dutch Gunner's having fun. Yeah. Yeah, Dutch... I will say, Dutch came in to the comms after the stream yesterday. And I wouldn't say that he gloated, but he definitely seemed to be enjoying the fact that I was suddenly realizing that he was on the inside. So I strongly believe that if the drifters are going to attack JITA, it will happen on the 6th. I don't think it makes sense for it to happen at any other time because that's when they've literally warned us that the drifters are going to make a big attack. So for them to warn us that it's going to happen on the 6th and then do it on the 4th would catch people off guard in a way that I don't think that they would want to do. %50 chance either it happens or it doesn't. That's how probability works, right? I moved all my assets out of JITA just in case. That would be painful for me. That's never gonna happen. I will say this. Everybody who can, if you're there for the fan, you know, do what I'm gonna do. You should be logged in during the keynotes in your JITA alt, ready to go to make any purchases based on anything that's being announced. Especially since a lot of the people that are really big in EVE are going to be sitting in that audience and unable to actually react to the market in time. You can? It's going to be 1700, I think, right? On Friday? They make the keynote. The nice thing is that the keynote, the main keynote is actually at the end of the day for their day. So it's a much more reasonable US time zone time. Lore needs to happen all the time, little things that create big disruptions, but it's always forecasted. Paying attention to the fake news should be like weather report of what systems to avoid. I mean, to the one, yeah, there's a certain amount of that bourbon that's true. But I think that also, like, the player base, I mean, shit. What happens when we cut off Amar, you know, with piracy for, like, 2 days? People lose their goddamn mind and bitch at CCP about it. So, like, there's a certain amount of, like, entitlement that must be broken through and acceptance that things change and one day might be different than another. As CCP likes to put it, you know, weather, you know, sometimes it's stormy, sometimes it's sunny. And different times prevent different opportunities. And this is something that it's not just that they have to build it into the game, but they also have to, like, slowly but surely get players used to it. Well, Amar is one of the targets, although they show the planet, not the actual structure or the station. When is the keynote? Let me pull that up. Eve FanFest 2025. Friday. The keynote is 1600 to 1700 Eve time. So 5.5 hours ago. Oh, not home from Friday morning till Sunday evening. Well. DK, there's always next year. It's fine. I hope whatever you are doing this weekend is fun and a good time for you. Destroy Amar, embrace Khanid. Khanid means little lord in Amarian. The Khanid actually, what's funny, you know who the Khanid are basically modeled off of? Genghis Khan. Because they were like a bunch of war bands or whatever on Amar that the Amarians were able to work with to take down the Eudorians. Genghis Khanid, yeah. Destroy Amar embraced Sani Sabek. The Sani Sabek reminds me of at the Eberron group, the Blood of Vol. Because it's like a religion that's about, like, personal empowerment and the power of blood. But of course in Eberron it's run by a bunch of undead. And in Eve it's run by a bunch of maniacs. $7.9 million, baby. It's always good to run events on week 2, so that way you can see the actual value of things. There you go. It only took me 3 sites to complete 1 site worth of points. Woo! We're fucking screaming. Oh, shoot. Blood Raiders are the worst of the Sani Sabek. I do love their aesthetic, though. I'm not sure if I'm going to... Worst, not worst, whatever. They are the most organized. I got him. I got him, Nico. Thank you. Yeah, Blood Raiders do have a positive standings for Sancha. They're not... Blood Raiders are not willing to hold the enslavement of a portion of their population against Sancha in the same way that the Empires did. They don't really care about that. And the Blood Raiders, you know, like we talk about how much their monsters were, but they're also extremely technologically advanced, especially when it comes to blood and biological research. And so Sancha and Blood Raiders actually have a lot of like cause. That's weird. Oh, no, there it is.
Warp drive active.
Oh, I made it to the Gnosis. I will say, Malik, this alligator is extremely sweet. Oh no, it's doing that I'm always warping sound. God damn it. Oh wait, no it's not. Is it? Yeah, I think it is. The most annoying bug.
Warp drive active.
C3As? Ah, I should have given you C3Xs. The lore on Blood Raider biotech is interesting. I vaguely recall descriptions of Blood Raider soldiers going toe-to-toe with Sancha. I don't remember any time that Blood Raiders and Sancha have fought. Like, actively. Uh-oh. Why is my chat in here not updating correctly? Feel free to upgrade. Well, I'm pretty far away from my C3Xs, so. Yes, make sure to like the stream. Do you agree with what I said earlier? Do you disagree? Either way, like the stream.
Warp drive active.
For the guineas! That's right. Mini Guinea says, like the stream. Uh-oh, puppy. Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Be nice. Be nice. Be nice. Okay, that's enough of that. No, no. Well, that almost went really wrong on stream. All right, well.
Warp drive active.
Is it in the Book of That's right. Use the link down below to get your free 1,000,000 skill points. Do I have C3Xs laying around that I can give you? I do. God damn, I have a lot of them. All right, well, maybe we'll do that. Imagine the horror that you guy just went. She says, he was like, I'm fine. I'm not fine. want to come up? You want to come? No, no, no. Up here. Here. God. Come say hi. Oh. Up here. This is Zoria, my co-pilot. Yeesh. Good girl. Now you can like the stream. All right, let's go. Oh, there you go.
Warp drive active.
I'm chilling. Oh God, some big being. Well, she's gotten used to. He's gotten used to me picking him up. But yeah, and in fact, the dog has poked his nose in her face, in his face a few times. Oh no! Here's that person that was so nice earlier. So new rule: if I manage to get 6 kills before the battleship shows up, then I'll go after the battleship. Otherwise, I won't. Oh man, they're way out there. Is that landing on my drones? Yep, they landed on my drones and started attacking my drones, causing my drones to auto attack back. That's good. Well, I mean, you know, the good news is that FanFest is only the announcement of the big things. You're going to be back in time for the expansion itself, though. That's what's nice. I don't think I'm going to be able to get 6 things now. Pretty sure I won't be able to get... Yeah, because I haven't gotten any. I'll just go for the next site.
Warp drive active.
Well, that's true, Burbun, but we kind of knew ahead of time that that was going to happen with Zarzak. I seriously think that we're going to get a pretty big trailer on Friday. Crimson Paladins, the elite Blood Raider combat units are probably only surpassed by Sancha. Oh. Oh dear. Hold on. I'm not jumping. I'm not going to lose this in a Edencom system that I don't need to go to. Yeah, don't forget to watch my coverage of FanFest for your chance to win one of these wonderful skins by Punchinello. Do you think the Drifter situation will end, or is it going to be similar to the Trig Invasion with a bunch of expansions? They've said that this is the climax of the crisis. So whether it's the end of the... I don't think it's the end of the Drifter plot, because, like, this is a... you know, a living universe, so things keep going. But it is the end of this particular arc. And so, yeah, I think it's actually going to be a lot like the Trig Invasion, where the Trig Invasion ended with Pochvin. It wasn't the end of the Trig, but it was the end of that situation. Is that where I just came from? think so, right?
Warp drive active.
Yeah, the climax is the 6th. Seems like they're setting up for a new area of space centered around the drifter holes being taken over by the 5 winners of the event. I mean, one of the theories, like I've said for a long time, that the kind of the crowning jewel of a lot of this stuff when it comes to the drifter stuff has been Jove space. I think that the idea of a drifter genocide, like the end of the drifters completely, is completely nonsensical. Like they've completely infected the sleeper enclaves. Worst case, like drifter presence in space might be disrupted and it become like exclusively a thing for Vanguard, but yeah. The idea of drifters being completely pushed out of the universe completely is, yeah.
Warp drive active.
Drifters are clearly the baddies. They're not going to get rid of them. They are the big bad end guy. Well, I was thinking that, like, remember that, like, the people who run CCP now, like, the people that are making EVE Online now are not necessarily the same people that made the drifters in 2015. So there is a certain amount, like, for instance, Jamil, right? Like, Jamil died because there was a certain amount for the lore people that was like, well, we need out with the old, in with the new, right? Yes, nanorot outbreaks everywhere. That is one of the things that, like, I wonder if they're going to go with, is that direction of, like, you know, there's always that the villain turns out to be trying to protect you from the even bigger villain. Like, maybe the drifters are trying to prepare us for the Yanyong invasion, but I strongly believe that Yanyong made the drifter virus. Well, the idea behind drifter space, or sorry, Jovian space, would be like, so you're talking about the Stargates are down, so there could be a whole thing about how to bring up a Stargate, transferring between each system is effectively isolated in their own right. And on top of that, there's stuff that's there that's valuable to people, but the nanorot could make it so that it's almost impossible to set up long-term habitation there.
Warp drive active.
Well, there is Yanyong stuff in Echoes that they put in at the very beginning and then basically abandoned that entire theory, like, line of thinking from that point on. The biggest continued existence of Jovian influence in the universe is the SOCT.
Warp drive active.
What about the other precursor empires? Okay, so you've got the sleepers, which are the sleepers, and we, you know, drifters, blah, blah, blah. You have the Talakan, which is the creators of Anoikis wormhole space that have mysteriously kind of vanished since then, might be the Triglavians. You have the Yanyong, which are the Galente ancient race that seems to have disappeared at about the same time, and does show up in Echoes. And then you have the Takmal, which are the Amarian one, which doesn't really count in the same way as the other ancient empires, because basically the Takmal are the ancient offshoot that would later become the Sani Sabek and the Blood Raiders. So we actually know their origin. They're like an offshoot of the Amarian faith from the early days, an early schism. And the SOCT are only mimetically Jove, not genetically. That's true. The last known Jove is venal, or at least the last... Venal refers to about 100 other Jove in existence at that time, but Venal's the last one we've ever heard from. And he was the head of the SOCT, and he handed over kind of leadership to Matashi Reich. So now there are no, like, active Jove interacting with the universe. I mean, theoretically, they could do more with the Takmal, but like I said, like, Takmal kind of evolved into Blood Raiders, so it's like, or at least Sani Sabek. So your biggest entries are Talakan, Yanyong, and Jove. I've actually thought for, like, unironically, the fact that the Trig are trying to prepare us for the Jove, or the Trig are, like, more knowledgeable what's going on. Like, I've actually thought that the Trig... So, we live in a multiverse, right? There's multiple dimensions. You know, the Echoverse is a parallel dimension to EVE Online. And so I've long since suspected that Abyssal Dead Space, rather than being, like, beneath the universe, is more like the boundaries between universes, right? And so it might make sense that the Talakan, not the Talakan, but the Yanyong have discovered a way to bridge between parallel dimensions, whereas the Triglavians almost are like the defenders of the boundary between dimensions. I wish we could make a Triglavian character. I actually really like the idea that Triglavians is something that you become. I think that it'd be nice to advance that, but, like, I think it's cool that you don't get to just start as a Triglavian. You start as a normal person, and then you enter the Proving. You know, you become an aspirant Narodnia, as it were. But in the same way that now we sell skill points, maybe it's time to give up that kind of sacred cow and allow people to make a Capsuleer that is born from the Proving, right? Like, you were an aspirant Narodnia, and then now they've made you effectively a Capsuleer. Instead of Aura giving us the MP, you get Boris. It'd be kind of, yeah, like, they could do, like, Kreshnik Sparog, right? Like, you're an elite training program. I don't know. I think that part of the problem is that it goes in the face of, like, they want players to be able to do whatever they want. So you can join the Triglavians, but you're not, like, born into them. Yeah, the fact that they undermined the standings was a contender for my things I won't forgive CCP for. I will just put it that way. Well, I think that the point is that you start out in the empires, but you can choose to abandon them. I think it's important for a game like this that joining things like Pirates or Triglavians is a active choice that you make. You know, you're born into humanity, and you choose to give it up. And honestly, the gate standings things wouldn't have been that big of a problem. I've always felt that the Triglavians were the opportunity that they should have made it so that standings were much more important when it comes to station services. Like, one of the things I was talking about is like, if you get 8.0 standings with a corporation, using the facilities in an NPC station should be approximately the equivalent as using player structures, right? So, because the problem is that, like, people want to work for the NPCs, whether it's in Pochvin or in faction warfare space. Like, people like that idea, but the fact that they have to give up mechanical advantages to live in NPC space or NPC stations ends up just making, like, oh, well, I have to shoot myself in the foot for RP purposes. So if they just made it so that once you got enough standings with a group, using their NPC structures were the same as using, or stations were the same as using player structures, that would fix faction warfare. That would fix Pochvin in a lot of ways with our relationship with these things. Omar Saracusa is Caldari by birth? Well, all Blood Raiders, I mean, like, Blood Raiders come from other places. Is Omar, wait, Bloody Omer is Caldari? Is that true? Hold on, I didn't even realize that. Hold on. Hold on. He is an Amar with some Caldari ancestry, reportedly born in the region of space known as the Bleaklands from a liaison of an Amar noble and a high-class escort. So, an Amar noble and a Caldari hooker. Neat. Did not know that. Oh, God, guys. Malik fucking nailed it yesterday. Holy shit. Like, we were just having a little conversation afterwards, and he had a revelation that I think is a big one, okay, guys? There's been a question that has been going on involving the Drifter crisis for the last several months, and I think that Malik nailed it. The question is, why were the Sisters of Eve not part of the race for the hives? Okay? And this has bothered me for a time. We've talked about this before, right? Like, why would you go with things like Evermore and not the Sisters of Eve? You ready? It's because the sisters are already working with the Deathless. We've known that. We've known that. The Sisters of Eve were caught meeting with the Deathless. They've had a lot of relationship with the Deathless. We were talking about the whole thing with Santa Marta Sarpati and the event, or the meeting that's happening on Thursday and all this stuff. And it suddenly occurred to him, and whatever, that wait, the SOE are connected. Well, yeah, so are the Angels, but the Angels have a good reason to be mad at the Deathless. But more importantly, the point is that the SOE has been secretly working with the Deathless in relationship with the Drifters. So if anything, the SOE is actually on the Deathless's side in this whole scenario. And more importantly, the Sisters of Eve are the most likely to know the extent of the danger that the Empires are doing by using the Warden to make these connections to Drifter space. And so that's why the Sisters don't want anything to do with it. And they're not warning anybody about it because they've already been called out for working with the Deathless. So they're in a very precarious position right now. And yet they're still there being this neutral person that's kind of monitoring the Drifter holes and everything. But they probably have stronger ties to the Deathless than we give them credit for. So something to think about. We'll see what happens. Yeah, they've had flotillas in the drifter holes since before, like, since the drifter holes opened. Oh, yeah, that's another cool thing. Like, if you guys have noticed, yeah, Conflicts Irie has now beaten Liberated Barbican. So, Conflicts Irie's almost won, and Azdaja, Sanctified, and Sentinel are basically won. So, the only one that's left is Liberated, I mean, like, Conflicts Irie could be done by the end of the day. Liberated Barbican's coming up. Could something we get from this be a drifter device to hold open wormholes for a time? Absolutely. I'm not saying that that's 100%. Like, I'm not saying that that's what it is. But CCP has talked about such things before. You know, FanFest is a time for big announcements. And better control over wormholes is something that could absolutely be gotten from the drifters. So yeah, no, that could be a thing, but that's going to be a mechanical question more than lore question, probably. SOE is also part of one of the other organizations too, aren't they? No? And they've got friendly ties in other places. Like, they've got strong connections with Air, who also was not involved. You don't need wormholes if you can just program filaments to go where you want, but you need the Warden for that. No, Mordu is part of Upwell. SOE is not part of Upwell. That's right. Air was called out by the drifters in a way that we don't understand, because the Screaming Faces had Air on it. Ooh, man, I'm really excited because, like, it feels like there's answers here, answers that we might actually get. It's brimming with possibility. I feel like when this is all said and done, we might be able to actually look back on it and be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. That's really exciting. I am pretty hyped for Tuesday. I'm hyped for Friday and Saturday too, don't get me wrong. I want bets that the expansion drops on Tuesday. Who thinks that the expansion drops on Tuesday? Also, remember that whatever happens on Tuesday, it's still not the end of the Drifter Crisis, because the Drifter Crisis goes on for another week after the 6th. Yeah, Ore is definitely part of Upwell. Yep, it's still the 15th. Well, till the 15th, which basically means through the 14th, which is the next Tuesday. So it ends, like, the last day would be the Tuesday after, so like 1 week later. Oh, shit. I'm just going for it. Fuck it. Let's find out. Let's see if I'm buying you a new ship. Not yet. I agree, Jeff, but I don't know, like, I noticed that sometimes CCP seems to follow the trend of, like, the gaming world, and we did just have the Oblivion announcement and release at the same time, you know? And, like, I remember a few years ago, there's, like, a whole thing where like, I think it was Hearthstone, like, announced an expansion that was coming out within a week, and then CCP also announced an expansion that was coming out relatively short afterwards. I feel like this has kind of happened before. Like, obviously, 2 days would be very, very, very short notice. Well, yeah, the idea would be like, that's the reason why there's those 3 panels. Boo, all for a site that's already run.
Warp drive active.
Will the new ore stay, do you think? The Titanite? I don't think so. Screw you, Jeff. Heavy gun stars. That's how you can tell a fortress versus a minor victory. Minor victories have gun stars, fortresses have heavy gun stars.
Warp drive active.
Valkyrie would have been cool if I had VR when it first came out and there were other people playing it. Yeah. The biggest problem with VR, like, honestly, the only problem that Valkyrie had was having enough people playing it at one time. Which is why it needed a single player mode, and they needed to put it on blast that it was, you know, able to be played by everybody. Imagine an alternative universe in which Valkyrie went free to play instead of just being canceled. Fuck, I don't want to... God, now I'm mad. God, now I'm mad. I appreciate it, Tim. Although a lot of people in Cybernauts know me and like me. Infinity Battlescape? What a perfect universe that would be. Ah. Better timeline where StarCraft Ghost didn't get canceled? I mean... we can't be upset at every single thing that gets canceled. It was very weird that they like canceled StarCraft Ghost, but then they kept the character and the story. I will say that after how much Maldavius smeared me and threw me under the bus and lied about me and set me up, it was pretty I wasn't sad when I found when he got like everybody pissed off at him a few months ago for World of Warcraft of all things. That's fair, Tim, but people were more than happy to air it with whether or not I wanted to or not.
Warp drive active.
Sancha opens wormholes, right? Yes, Sancha has a wormhole generator. Blizzard didn't sell StarCraft. Blizzard provided a license to build a game to StarCraft, of StarCraft to Nexon or whatever. So StarCraft Mobile soon. Oh, burr, SAS is a mistake whether or not it's gaming or not gaming. As a person who's spent quite a bit of time in software development during like the rise of SAS, SAS is poison. SAS stands for service as a software as a service. So anytime you have to pay like a subscription model in order to access software. Is YouTube a SaaS? I don't know if I'd consider YouTube a SaaS. Like Photoshop. Yeah, YouTube is a platform. Well, there can be premium. Yeah, that's true. But it's still not software as a service. It's a platform. Like, you're not running the software on your computer. I don't know.
Warp drive active.
AAAs have been cooked by indies for a decade now or more. Workday instead of Photoshop. Yeah. Just got on. Can I get a TLDR on what I'm mad at? Sure. Getting rid of most of the events. Valkyrie and how they handled its transition to 2D. Volatile skins and them being bind on pickup. Skill extractors and asset safety for Titans. Now you can go back and watch my actual arguments. Ah! No, you do not. You need me to be right here, not under NDA. I can express my opinions. I don't need to be on the CSM to have influence. And if I was on the CSM, I'd be held under NDA, and that would make my content so much worse. I actually ran for the CSM a while back, which is how a lot of my, which is oddly enough, I made the mistake of running for CSM in 2016, which is how I got doxxed because CCP accidentally doxed everybody who ran for the CSM. But yeah, it was like, it was brought to my attention at the time, and I agreed eventually that, like, honestly, I would be worse off being on the CSM than not being on the CSM. I have all of the access that I would want from the CSM, while at the same time still being able to speculate and still being able to be here with you guys talking about this stuff. If I knew anything about what's going on, like, I couldn't speculate about a drifter attack on the 6th because I would know what I could potentially know what the answer is. And if I potentially know what the answer is, I can't speculate one way or another because it would be, well, whatever. So, like, in order for me to do what I do, I need to be free to be able to do it, right? Which is also why I don't like the NDA for E-Frontiers, for example. Why I have a difficult time talking about it. So, what I'm saying is, I work for you guys, so please continue to support me by liking, commenting, subscribing, sharing it with your friend, considering becoming a member or patron or picking up some merch, like a mug. You know, this is how, like, I work for you guys, and that's it. Their communication strategy for E-Frontiers has been incredibly consistent with somebody who got $50 million from people who want them to make a game, and therefore their hands are tied in a lot of serious ways. Like, in a very, very real way, CCP is not making E-Frontiers. They're producing it for the investors. Perfect example of a game that literally can't be made by a AAA studio. It's too small. I've never heard of that game. They've mostly lifted the NDA for Frontiers, but mostly isn't completely, and it's like, yeah, I don't know. That is actually one of the things I probably, if I stream tomorrow, or yeah, if we stream in the next couple of days, which we should, one of the things I was thinking about doing is going and checking out some of the new eFrontier videos and watching those and seeing what we can get out of that to talk about. Shouldn't have sold the company to Pearl Abyss. You know, I actually, overall, now it's speculative. I'm guessing about certain things, but just based on the way that the company was run before versus the way its company's run now, I think that Pearl Abyss's ownership of CCP has been an overall net positive, if only because it has allowed CCP to kind of be a little bit uncoupled from, like, CCP was held over a barrel by the player base in a way that I don't think was overly healthy for most of the 2010s. They were constantly, like, running into financial problems because of investments and stuff, because you know, walking in stations and carbon engine and all that investments basically just didn't work out. But honestly, I don't think Pearl Abyss, like, I can't think of anything, like, nobody's ever pointed out anything to me that is a negative impact that Pearl Abyss has had. Wild questions. Do drifters communicate through those posters like images? Drifters have not seemed to communicate with us in any way, shape, or form. The things that we are collecting from the drifters early in the event, I don't think they voluntarily gave that to us. That was us intercepting their internal information. The drifters have, like, they don't have vocal cords. It's been pretty intentional that they are actively not communicating. It is. Since Pearl Abyss took over, subs increased in price and number of players decreased. I don't agree that the number of players decreased. I mean, subscriptions have gone up several years after Pearl Abyss bought EVE. I don't think that... I think that that probably could have happened or would have happened even if Pearl Abyss didn't own it. Because, like, a lot of it had to do with the fact that they wanted to expand into Valkyrie or Vanguard. There's a screenshot of a mission agent in Joe Space, someone giving a mission, and the mission details are only vowels. I've never seen that before. More people multi-box these days? Again, that started way before Pearl Abyss. In fact, I would argue, actually, no. Because if you think that scarcity happened, like, the very first thing that happened after Pearl Abyss was the war deck changes, and then the Chaos Era, and then scarcity, right? So, by that measure, multi-boxing has actually gone down significantly since Pearl Abyss has taken over. Like, I don't think people really appreciate how bad multi-boxing was in 2018. The only picture I know of Joe Space was during the Sancha live event. Somebody managed to throw a camera drone through one of the Sancha wormholes and got a picture of Sancha's navy, like, arrayed out in front of the Prosperity Vault in Jove Space. And that's why, like, one of the last messages that we ever got from the Directorate was that the Sancha has been kicked out of Jove Space. It's actually pretty weird how subs haven't gone up in other games. But also, like, I think part of that has to do with the fact that, like, other MMOs are in a lot of ways a dime a dozen, right? Elder Scrolls, World of Warcraft, Dungeons & Dragons Online, some Korean, Black Desert Online. These games are actually fundamentally extremely similar to each other and in direct competition with each other, where EVE, while still an MMO, is so dramatically different from all other MMOs. It's like, well, if you don't want to pay $20 to CCP, but you want to play EVE Online, like, what are you going to do instead? Play Albion? I mean, maybe. Sure. Why not? But, like, other MMOs are all in competition with each other in a way that they're not quite the same with EVE. Yeah, Final Fantasy 14. Is there even a game like EVE? Well, there's Albion has been accused of being like EVE a lot. And there was actually a game, I remember it got popular during the Summer of Rage, and for a long time it was actually really useful because, like, Perpetuum was this game where you played as like a robot on a planet, but other than the fact that it took place on a planet instead of, or on planets instead of in space, it was basically a mirror of EVE Online at the time. But it also didn't change at all. It represented kind of like, as EVE made more and more changes, Perpetuum kind of represented that, like, old school EVE that some people would always harken back to when they didn't like something that CCP was doing about EVE. But that game eventually died. EVE is another perfect example of a game that can't be made by a AAA studio. If you gave a presentation to it at a board, it would tell you it's too risky. Yeah. I think that, well, yeah, EVE Online, when it first was made, like, people thought it was impossible. People told CCP that this was not going to work. And it's one of the reasons why CCP was so freaking cocky for the first 10 years. Is because at every step of the way, they were told that what they were doing was impossible, and then they did it. So, you know, it's why the Summer of Rage was such a fall from grace for them. Albion was developed with former EVE developers. Yeah, no. Albion Online is probably the closest mechanically to EVE Online. You can't disagree as much. You can disagree as much as you want. EVE Offline has the historic EVE Online users, and there's no increase since PA took over. What? Are you saying that there's no increase in player base since Pearl Abyss took over? I strongly disagree with that. Now, this could be like, this is one of those things that we can disagree on because it's about interpretation of the numbers more than anything. But while we did see a dip in the player base and it kind of came back up and it's been stabilized, all-time peak versus current, yes, exactly, that's fair. But what we saw during the 2019 to 2022 transition was, again, a lot of people saying, like, I'm unsubbing my 22 accounts, and a lot of attacks and direct engagement against, like, botting and multi-boxing. As much as people think of as botting and multi-boxing as bad now, compared to 2019, when it was just completely acceptable. I mean, botting wasn't acceptable, but was completely the norm. It's night and day difference. And so while the number of players logged in at any given time has not changed much, we have seen a transition from people, you know, fewer people logged in with more accounts to more people logged in with fewer accounts. And I think that all I would say is X up in chat if you joined the game prior, you know, since 2020. And I think that what we'll see is a lot of people join the game after 2020 and they're enjoying it. And that's all, these are all people that are post Pearl Abyss. These are active, engaged players, and a lot of them are playing with single accounts. So, you know, if one person with 50 accounts log out, you know, stop playing, then 50 people have to come to make up that same number. Not necessarily exactly because of the way that logins work, but you get what I'm saying. But as a person that deals with actual people in the game, I feel like there's more people in the game than there was before. But that being said, one of the things I find really interesting when we talk about this, you know, the height of time. One of the things I find very interesting about this is that we talk about these things that CCP has done to destroy the player base, right? Like, you know, whatever your pet thing that damaged the player base is. But here's the thing. Hold on, let me pull something up real quick. This is a hot take day. Let's go. So this is what I think that they were referring to earlier. This is EVE Offline, okay? This is a website that tracks the player base over time. And as they're pointing out, rightfully so, the player base has gone down significantly from its height. But its height wasn't prior to Pearl Abyss. That would be 2015 to 2019, right? What the height was actually 2009 to 2014. And what's really interesting about this is that we actually see the single biggest drop-off in the player base happens right about here. And it never quite recovers again in 2014. Okay? So if we want to look at something and say, this spike up here, this big spike up here, this is alpha clones. So we can ignore this spike for now when it comes to like popularity, and we can say, okay, well, whatever happened in 2014, that was the mistake. That was the thing that ruined our player base, okay? So let's look at what happened at the beginning, because this is February 2014. What happened in January 2014? The Battle of BTAC-R 5RB occurred on January 27th, 2014. And I've talked to CCP. I've talked to CCP Seagull about this. I've talked to other people on CCP about this. This is a huge fucking deal that the player base doesn't accept, doesn't acknowledge, doesn't realize, that has fundamentally controlled the way that CCP designed things from this point on, which is that the Battle of BTAC-R 5RB is seen as this massive, massive celebration, or this massive, you know, advertisement for EVE Online. It was at the time the biggest fight in the history of EVE Online. It got in all of the news, and it was the absolute apex of nullsec circle jerking themselves about how important they are, right? And directly after it happened, we see the largest fall off of player base in the history of EVE Online, and it never recovers again. And do you know what happened? Do you know why this happened? Because BTAC-R sold the player base on a bad view of EVE. People read about BTAC-R, people saw BTAC-R, people heard about BTAC-R, and they thought that these huge wars and all this stuff, this is what EVE is about. This is what I want to get into. I'm going to roll a new character. I'm going to check out this game because I heard about this crazy new war. And then they get in and they're given a Corvette and they're told to mine and they're told to rat, and they think that the best thing to do is to join a nullsec group, and then they rush themselves into a ratting ship, and then they go and spin a VNI in a fucking haven for hours a day and says, this is the worst fucking thing I've ever experienced, and everyone's telling me that this is the best part about EVE. And so what they've done is they've created a giant engine that turns prospective players into ex players, and so suddenly they have this massive influx of new people playing the game and then quitting the game because the game that they're getting into is not the game that they're being sold on. And this moment in time right here, and this time right here, 2015, 2016, the absolute biggest time that CCP is circle jerking about the player base. This is when CCP has completely given up the idea of doing Jesus features, and it's all about giving the player base exactly what we want. We're talking about citadels, we're talking about capital reworks, we're talking about all that sort of shit. And watches over the biggest collapse of the player base that we've ever seen, because it isn't actually about us. It's about being able to engage with these new people. When you suddenly go from having a 5% retention to a 1% retention, you've actually started killing off your game, because you're basically taking your prospective audience of being able to play and you're turning them into ex-players, and they're realizing that they do not have a getting people to try out EVE problem, right? Up until this point, we'd always sold ourselves on the idea that nullsec was good because that's how you get into the advertisements. That's how you get news articles about you. That's why people come and try the game. But we can see here that, guess what? People continue to try the game. This big spike up here is, of course, alpha clones, but you can see that things are building up anyways, and then you see a drop off. Wait, hold on. This is actually 2022. So this is actually in 2010, 2013, 2015, all this stuff. People are trying out the game. 5,000 new people try the game every single fucking day, and then they quit because the game wasn't good enough. At this point we had so gotten full of ourselves that the people that played EVE were the survivors. We were the tough ones. The people who quit were the people that couldn't hack it. It wasn't that the game wasn't good enough. It wasn't that the UI was shit. It wasn't the fact that everything was so confusing that there's no sense of progression. It wasn't any of that stuff. It was the fact that they weren't good enough and I'm better than them, and therefore the people that play are the survivors and we're so cool. And that almost killed the game. And it was CCP Siegel and her team that recognized this and said, what we need to do is actually, give the players things that make them happy, but more importantly, we need to make sure to shore up our retention. We need our game to be a game that people want to actually fucking play. Yeah, go back to WoW was a very famous thing back then. So yeah, like, this is like, we got so full of ourselves that we were good enough to play EVE that we didn't accept all of the way that EVE was just shit. You know, there's so many little things about the UI now that are just normal that weren't there before. And we just, like, EVE is hard. Okay, well, whatever, man. Like, you can be full of yourself if you want, but EVE should be hard because there are active players making active choices. Not because the game itself is scamming you. You know, so, like, that's a big thing. That's a big thing. We get so full of ourselves as a player base, but we don't, like this idea that, oh, well, the player base hasn't really, like, increased since 2020. But you don't recognize the fact that over 80% of the player base at any given time is less than 6 months old. Like, churn has always been a part of it. Wow, I can't even play retail. Cataclysm marked a radical change and it never recovered in my eyes. What's interesting is that here's something that I always found interesting, because I always found that there are weird parallels between EVE and like World of Warcraft or Blizzard that, like, a lot of people, I don't know, I always felt this way, but it just seemed like a coincidence. But, like, I don't think it's a Cataclysm and Citadels came out at roughly the same time and had roughly the same impact on the player base. Do you think that CCP should offer veterans incentives to mentor new players? I think that that incentive is naturally, intrinsically part of the game, because at a certain point in the game, in order to increase your own power, you must increase your collective's power, right? You know, there's only so far that you can go as an individual. And in the end, you know, at a certain point in progression, your power is now the collective's power. So, you know, mentoring new players helps you gain power. Buddy codes are a slight incentive, but I think that mentorship programs, like if you tried to like make one like that, like gamify it, I think that that would just be abused. I think that the natural incentive of having people on your team incentivizes people to mentor new players. We need those new players. I think that the fact that, like, in other video games, new players have to do stuff in order to catch up with the group. Oh, you got to level up to max level or whatever. In EVE, you can be a day one pilot and I can take you out and we can do PvP and you're useful to me. So it behooves me to have as many people as possible in my group, even if they're brand new. There's nobody who's so new that I'd rather them not in my fleet than in my fleet. And I think that that's enough. And it wasn't until about 2018 that I finally heard CCP admit that part of the problem with the game was that the UI and the game itself just didn't live up to 2020 standards, right? Like, it just, like, we thought of ourselves as being better than the people that quit, when really the people that were quitting saw the game and was like, this game is kind of shit. Especially since, like I said, back then, because of Vortex and stuff, the major people that had a voice were the killers. So any kind of achiever gameplay, even including achievements or anything like that, any achiever gameplay that was beyond territory control or IS gaining was poo-pooed. And so a lot of people that would be big-time achievers, which are the kind of people that you would want in this kind of game, didn't want to play. Why would I play a game that didn't have achievements, that didn't have some sort of progression, that didn't have any kind of direction, even if I wanted it? Now, obviously, some people say I don't want to be told what to do, but people want direction to choose whether or not to... You give me a direction and let me choose whether or not I want to participate in it or not, right? Like this event, right? Oh, well, we want you to do this. Well, that makes it so that now I can either follow what they want to do, I could stop what they want to do, I could get in the way of what they want to do, I can ignore what they want to do. But unless they want to do something, I don't get any choice at all, right? In order for there to be a valid choice, the NPC needs to want me to do something. And then so that gives me a direction, and then I decide to choose that direction or reject that direction. And so this idea that existed in EVE Online prior to 2018 or so, where, oh yeah, you know, everything must be 100% player generated, and like there's like giving people artificial directions. When the oh god, what was it called? Not the opportunity tracker, but the activity tracker. When the activity tracker first came out, one of the reasons why the activity tracker was so kind of shit and didn't have any rewards in it was because the player base got mad about it and didn't want any rewards in it whatsoever, because they didn't want to feel like there was some sort of artificial pressure to want to do something. But you know what? Guess what? This is a space. There's empires. They want to bribe us to do stuff. And then we choose whether or not to take those bribes or not, which makes a far more interesting and dynamic game. Exactly. Players want goals, but they don't want to be railroaded into those goals. And that was a big shift in focus, and CCP still struggles with this. But if you talk to the player base in 2015, they would be actively... That's the funny thing. When I talk to people in 2010 or 2021 and beyond, you know, people are like, I can't believe that CCP didn't do this. And I'm just like, you realize that CCP tried to do this, and the player base lost their fucking mind. And it isn't just like arbitrary things. When they got rid of .01 isking, when they added the idea that in contracts it says the amount in plain English as well as just the number of zeros, people got mad at these things because these are ways in which experienced players were exploiting people's mistakes, right? It was easy to make mistakes in the game because of the way that the UI worked, and people exploited other players' lack of knowledge of how things work. And over time, some of those exploits, some of those like knowledge gaps get fixed or like CCP puts in things to make it so that people are aware of what's going on, and suddenly they can't con people as well, and then they get mad at CCP. Yeah, scams won't work. Ah! Like people, like, oof. There was a certain amount of, like, the Summer of Rage was an important moment because CCP had to learn that they needed to listen at least somewhat, right? Like I said before, up until that point, they had been constantly told that what they're doing is impossible, and then they did it anyways. So the Summer of Rage really was a moment where they woke up to having to listen to the player base, but then the pendulum swung too far, right? And then it became all about the player base, and that ended up further ostracizing anybody outside of it, and we became this kind of insular, hateful little shitty bitter vet group. And then they tried to break that open, and players hated that. But it happened, and now the players that we have, I think, are a much higher quality. I still think that the CSM is bad for EVE. Well, so I disagree with that. I mean, like, there are some interesting examples recently of CSM having some, like, doing things where it's like, but at the same time, like, the thing about the CSM is that they don't have any real power, right? They're just one avenue of communication. Just like I was saying, like, there are focus groups. If CCP wants to know my opinion about things, I have CCP reach out to me. You know, I have conversation with various different CCP devs about features that are coming up. We bat ideas back and forth, especially when it comes to like things like faction warfare, or, you know, the things that I deal with. You know, if they want my opinion, they can come and get it, and they do. CSM is just one avenue of direction. And here's the secret about the CSM. The CSM becoming more and more like, I guess, manipulated is actually just to the detriment of CSM. Because CCP like, if the CSM is just a bunch of people, like, pushing their own agenda, then CCP has a tendency to just write them off. So I think that it's fine for there to be nullsec, like, the nullsec to be able to engage with the CSM in the way that they do. If anything, though, again, I don't think that this makes the game worse. I think it just makes the CSM worse, which I guess, in theory, like, obviously, the better our feedback channels, the better off they are, so a better CSM would be a better thing. But it's not like the CSM is ruining stuff, because there's other avenues. It's not like they're Congress, right? They're just a feedback route. I honestly think that, like, even if the CSM does nothing of value, like, mechanically, I think that the CSM is a cool thing for EVE Online to have, because I think that the existence of space politicians is just cool, right? The fact that we have an election every year, the fact that all this stuff happens, like, that's cool. A lot of other games don't get to do that. You don't get to be a space politician. But there are people that make a full-time, like, that's their thing. And I think that that's cool. That's a way to play the game. And I think that we need as many different ways to play the game. You can be a space general. You can be a space politician. You can be a space artist. You can be a space combat pilot. You can be a space miner. Like, whatever. Again, like, you're giving the CSM way too much credit by calling them that. Because, like, there's zero enforcement behind the will of CSM. There's a lot of CCP devs that just don't even talk to, like, CCP. The only CCP devs that talk to CSM are the ones that are willing to talk to CSM. The ones that see any value in it. I remember how they took away bubbles in Zarzak and introduced travel timers. The CSM introduced bubbles to Zarzak, and that was one of the things that got me really mad at them. I'm a space single-cell organism that imitates intelligent life and not doing it well. Drifter detected. I mean, I agree that the use of Zarzak as a route to travel between was cool, but I also agree, now that we're in the state that we're in, that Zarzak is much more valuable for the people that live there and not as valuable for the people that don't live there but want to exploit it, which, I mean, I'm fine with that. It did lead to some hilarious videos, and it was, like, fine the first time, but again, like, it's a matter of, so when there was bubbles in Zarzak, you had the opposite problem. You have a harder time for people that are living there because of people trying to exploit it for their own purposes. Now, it's a place that serves the people that live there and not the people that want to exploit it for their own purposes. So, I actually kind of like that. As much as it is hard to swallow, I remember when I was it CSM debates last year? I was talking to somebody. Now I can't remember who it was. It's the faction war. Maybe it was Frozen Fallout. I think it's Frozen Fallout. Yeah. Frozen Fallout convinced me that the timer change to Zarzak was good. That's true. Yeah. No, get me wrong. Be able to enlist in Zarzak and have it so that at the end of the attacks, your stuff gets moved to Zarzak instantly. Like that fixes a lot of stuff. But CCP has also said that those are changes that they've outright admitted. It's not a matter of them thinking that that's a bad idea, but it's that those are technically demanding changes, whereas the changes that they did make took a lot less technical, like, development. The problem is that, like, so you can only enlist in stations that are owned by a certain faction. There are 2 factions involved. Zarzak can only be owned by one. Therefore, just like mechanically, by the way that they did enlistment deep down inside, they couldn't make it work. I mean, they could have made it work, but it would have been a lot more technical requirement. Like, they would have had to, it would have taken a lot more development effort to make that work than other. Like, they literally, like, they gave, like, I remember as we were discussing this, shit, I hope this wasn't secret. I don't think it was. I have seen documents of CCP analyzing the different changes that they could have done to Zarzak and, like, comments about the technical requirements it would take to build it. And a lot of the decision that was made was largely made based on the fact that it was feasible to actually do it. That's true. Yeah, I would argue that CSM did derail Zarzak's initial plan, and then they spent the next 6 months trying to catch up. But you can open up both LP stores inside. Stone Gunner, never mind. I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't know anything about anything. Well, no, because, like, the idea that multiple LP stores can be in a single station, that already existed. Because they added in Resource Wars LP and Sisters of Eve LP, like the analysis credit points, to all stores. So there was already the mechanical function for a single station to have multiple LP stores. And, like, the LP store in Zarzak, we don't even know. It could be completely different than the other ones. It just looks identical to us. Whereas the enlistment mechanics is a totally different route. It's just a matter of whether or not they how they programmed it. If Zarzak was multiple systems chained together, then it would be Pochvin. Enlistment is likely cut to FOSS code. If only, right? Man, I have not seen a site in a while.
Warp drive active.
Try to enlist. Why is my market not working? I enlist. Suddenly, everything in the station gets jettisoned. Like shit. Enlist into faction warfare. Your sovereignty disappears. Well, that was fun. That is why POS code was as complicated as it was, by the way, was that POSs were originally tied directly into sovereignty, and then they kind of paved over that functionality. So there's all these tendrils between POSs and sovereignty that existed that nobody quite understood. So making changes to POSs could potentially damage sovereignty in ways that weren't quite comprehended.
Active.
Kind of funny when Riot Games admitted that the reason why it took so long for the rework Champion Skarner was that so much old spaghetti code was tied to him for some reason. Well, so, and I've done a bunch of stuff like, oh, yeah, actually, that's a good point, Malik. That sounds like you've had a fix for Titan caches. Excellent. So, and as a programmer, like I've been here before, like when you design a thing, you know, you have assumptions behind it, right? Okay, well, how are we going to get people to enlist? Well, they have to dock up in a station. Like we can't have them enlist while they're in space, so they have to dock up. But we want it to be tied to the thing, so let's make it so they have to be docked up in the station of that empire, right? Because like, there's never going to be a time in which you're going to want a single station to support multiple factions. That's fine. Who cares about that? So we'll just change. We'll just build it this way, right? In 2008, they may have just assumed that every station must belong to one corporation, which means every station must belong to one faction, which means the people that are building the faction warfare stuff can just rely on the fact that a station has a faction that it belongs to, and so they just build the enlistment system to rely on that. That's just an assumption that they bake into the code. And then later on, when somebody decides to change their mind about shit, now it's like, well, what have we built on that assumption? That's how spaghetti code becomes spaghetti code.
Warp drive active.
We are at 4 hours today, guys. Like the stream if you haven't already. So I'm almost back to Dodixie. Here's a question, guys. Should we keep going today? Or should we continue this job tomorrow? Or Thursday, which will give me an excuse to come and stream for longer tomorrow. That's my question. Wait, what? Hold on. There's all these adjacent systems and none of them have any sites?
Warp drive active.
$31 more likes and everyone has like, guys. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Nice. We'll keep going. More today and longer tomorrow. Okay, well, fair enough. Hey, Grim of the Mad. Use the opportunity window. Wait. Oh, that's not working either. Does this work? Well, this is going to be based on my route, right?
Warp drive active.
That's actually an interesting question. Will I see something on the opportunities tab that I won't see on the agency and vice versa? Okay. We'll do it that way. Okay. Well, I do know that, like, opportunities do... Now, that's for if you can see it further. Oh, yeah, because these are both different sites. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. I know that, like, if you put a destination way far away, it'll track the entire route for opportunities for other stuff, like home fronts or whatever. We used to do that when tracking home fronts. But it doesn't make sense for anomalies. Okay, there you go. That does work a lot better. We'll keep going for a little while. As long as you guys are hanging out, I guess I might as well stick around, huh? We're having a good conversation anyways. Yeah, even it's some of the best mindless farming. Man, I'm telling you, there is nothing better than the golden days of emerging conduits. When you could just sit there and, like, hit the zone and notice that, like, 5 hours has passed and you've just been plowing through sites one after another. I've never been able to, like, hit flow state in Eve, like, with emergent conduits. Well, I can go like this, and then... Oh, yeah, okay. There you go. Where's my D-scan? Gnosis and Mackinac. Dominic's Navy issue. None of those are going to race me. Let me put this down here.
Warp drive active.
Why do you think Sancho's quiet about the drifter hole crisis? Yeah. Why would Sancho tell us anything? This is an alligator. And it puts out 910 DPS. Sancho got kicked out of Jove space. He does have some wormholes that he operates out of. Yes, it is pretty brutal. I mean, that is something that I've talked about since, like, invasions, which is like when there was threats of Jita being under attack during invasions. I was like, plot twist, the actual attacker is going to be Sancha. There has been some hints that something like that would be involved. I think that Sancha represents kind of another direction that the Trig story could have gone or could go, that it hasn't. Namely, the whole Kreshnik Svarog and the... So I believe that a chunk of the Triglavians, specifically one of the Svarog clades, subclades, has been corrupted by Sancha. Well, we sometimes hear about Sancha, but it's mostly in terms of their their incursions. And there's actually a minor schism within Sancha's nation that's been going on since the invasions, which is I'd like to hear less from Sancha Kavaki, Master Kavaki, and I want to know more about Cornelius Sedek? These skins were added to the game during invasions, and we get, for too long you have been allowed to live in fear. For too long you have thought, if the nation comes, we will run, and we will hide, and we will be safe. Let it be known that there is no such thing as safe. There is only deliverance or annihilation. Recording recovered from the station wreckage, speaker identified as former true citizen Cornelius Sedek, now leader of the Vimoksha Chorus. So there's actually a branch of Sancha called the Vimoksha Chorus, which has refused to reintegrate with the main Sancha collective, and is actually seen as being more extreme than even the normal, like, Sancha's nation. And we can't really tell when a group is part of the Vimoksha Chorus versus any other group within Sancha. There has been some implications that several of the attacks, several of the invasions have been Vimoksha Chorus and not the major Sancha group. We have learned some stuff about Cornelius Sedek, but I don't think we've heard anything about him since 2021, 2022. The Vimoksha Chorus, for example, were the ones that worked with the Templarist Dragonars and developing the Nirvana implants. Nirvana implants were actually made by the Vimoksha Chorus, it seems, not Sancha proper. You can actually... there are logs from that. Yeah. Partially recovered communication log file from the wreck of a Templarist Dragonar vessel. Cooperation and exchange according to the plan of Operation Vajra has been authorized by First Citizen Sedek. Envoys will be sent to locations you provide on mutual communication channels, rotating on pattern Sigma 79 with variable cycle chronoset 189 encryption Verimatrix 113. Handshake protocols will be established by return message according to these parameters. Failure to properly establish bona fides will result in hostile action as agreed upon by the terms of the security compact. So that is the Templarist Dragonar side. Claim the reward. And the other side, from the Vimoksha, it says, all Templarist Dragonar cell leaders have been apprised of communication parameters by Operation Vera. Locations are being prepared. Transmission of coordinates will proceed according to the received parameters. We acknowledge security compact terms and will call for mutual hostilities in the event of a failure of handshake procedures at any staging location. Following successful exchange, we'll evacuate the locations or terminate contact. So obviously they're having these meetings, and they're having these meetings at these specified locations. Well, what was happening during this event was in Lowsec, the Templarist Dragonars were having these rally points, and at the end of the rally point, when you killed all the rats, the battleship that showed up was a Sancha battleship. And so those logs seem to imply that what's happening is the Templarist Dragonars and the Vimoksha Chorus were working together when it comes to handing off this new thing, or this thing. And the thing that was introduced at that time and started dropping at that time was the Nirvana implants, which, of course, not of course, but Vimoksha, Varaj, or whatever, and Nirvana are all similar concepts. Like, I can't remember exactly what Vimoksha means, but it's all very, like, they're associated with each other. So it seems like what was happening there was that the Templarist Dragonars, the terrorist organization within the Caldari state that used to work for Tibus Heth, were secretly coordinating with the Vimoksha Chorus to distribute the what is now the Nirvana implants. That's the last significant thing that we heard from the Vimoksha chorus that I can remember. They show up in the New Eden News sometimes, but they haven't made... Sancho's been pretty content to just sit on the sidelines and be kind of in the wings for a lot of events, but not participant. Except for, of course, the winter event. That's true. Sancho could be, like, once the Triglavians establish themselves, like, there's this whole thing where, like, Kreshnik Svarog's job is to try to eliminate Sancho. Like, the Triglavians are actually pretty freaked out about Sancho, too. 13 million. I would not be surprised if, in fact, there even seems to be, like, they added in this item. So that... Here it is. Encrypted Semiosis console Svarog clades. So when the Trigs first started coming out, we got these Semiosis consoles, one for each of the clades. And then as invasions got closer, the people that owned the Semiosis consoles received mail from the Triglavians. It seemed like we were intercepting messages through the Semiosis consoles. And then later on, as things advanced, they released this, which is a special Svarog clade Semiosis console that is encrypted. Now, why would you need it? Like, the theory is that it's encrypted to defend against Sancho's intrusions, like mimetic, like program intrusion into their systems. But this item never paid off. They've never done anything with this one. They never went anywhere with it. But, I mean, there is implications that Sancho was in the Abyss before us. And remember, when the Abyss first showed up, Sancho wasn't a rat in the Abyss. But there are records that showed that Sancho had been in the Abyss. And so there's always been this mystery about it. But it has not moved forward yet.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Honestly, if there's any group that's been unfairly left out on everything, I would say it's the Serpentis. I mean, the Serpentis got their teeth kicked in for at least a year or two with Upwell's founding and all that stuff. But they've done very, very little since the Deathless. Well, that alligator just got more expensive. Hopefully nobody blows it up. Now what's my DPS? $70 extra DPS, so... Hold on. Almost 100 million... So... Sorry. 10 million ISK per DPS gained. Is that right? I think that's right. 70 DPS for 700 million? Yeah. That's funny.
Warp drive active.
Man, somebody should send me lunch so I can keep playing. Don't get me wrong, Sancha has said things directly. But there's also a lot of questions about whether or not Master Kufakai is who he says he is. There is a, like, if you watch my tinfoil or my iceberg theory or whatever, there is a theory that Master Kufakai is the other now.
Warp drive active.
But since we're talking about him, I want to show this off.
Nearly 2 centuries ago, an industrial mogul named Sancha Kuvaki built an empire as an arms manufacturer during the First Galente-Kaldari War. Hailed as a cultural messiah, Kuvaki drew millions of colonists to his domain by promising a utopian alternative to contemporary society. However, Sancha was also secretly using his vast resources to fund cybernetic experimentation on humans, turning them into slaves loyal only to him. When the great empires learned of these practices, they joined forces to end his regime. Through their combined efforts, Sancha and his minions were hunted down and driven off. Those few sympathizers who survived settled in the Stain region, far from Empire borders. But years later, groups of Sancha began short, well-organized incursions into secure space. Using advanced technology, they were repeatedly able to sneak past defenses and make surface landings on sovereign worlds, abducting millions. These unfortunate souls were doomed to become part of Sancha's twisted hive mind forever. Sancha Kuvaki has brought his war back to the Empires with a vengeance, directly challenging the resolve of Capsuleers. While none can say with certainty what his agenda might be, he seems determined to reestablish his so-called promised land for good.
And then, of course, the message from Kuvakai himself. Or Kuvaki.
Vanquish your fear and commute your flesh to dust.
Good times. Well, Upwell uses a totally different technology for their infomorphs. Although, I mean, in theory, they would make them vulnerable to Sancha. Oh my god, you guys want to see the worst trailer in EVE history? It just showed up on my recommended list. Anybody want to see the worst EVE? Since we're poo-pooing on CCP today, do you guys want to see the worst trailer? We always talk about good trailers in EVE. You want to see the worst trailer in EVE history? I want anyone to disagree with me when this is over. I dare you. This is EVE is pretty good. This is awful.
Ah. You're awake. Your vitals are stabilizing nicely. Consciousness came through fully intact. It's always disorientating the first time. Nothing you can't handle, I'm sure. Right. Since you're not going anywhere just yet, let me show you a part of your new life. At this level, no quarter is given. There's a great deal of opportunity out there, but a great deal of danger as well. Money, power, politics, betrayal. All in a lifetime's work. Of course, you're going to have slightly more time than that. Well, pilot, what are you waiting for?
So hell yeah. That makes me this was when EVE was secretly a free-to-play game. Oh, you like the trailer? Okay, I mean, you know, that's fair. That's fair. Here's the other one that people like to poo-poo on. But so what's funny about this one, it honestly is not that bad of a trailer. It's more I mean, I hate to poo-poo on the acting or whatever, but it's so flat and cringy and I don't know. Cheese, yeah. So the thing about this one that I found really interesting is that when this trailer came out, it was poo-pooed on by the player base quite a bit for being super unrealistic, right? But the thing is that this story is a real story from the early days of EVE, but now because of changes, this story is way more like realistic to EVE now than it was when this video came out.
We built something great. We weren't gonna let them destroy it. Not without a fight. I remember we set a trap.
Well, no, because Malik, the thing about this was when this video specifically came out, hybrid weapons were actually really bad. And so the idea that somebody would have a Galente fleet was considered to be laughable and unrealistic, that people don't play this way. But this was a real story. And of course, you know, things have changed. The idea of a Galente fleet being laughable, well, yeah, that's fair, Malik. But I'm just fine for everybody else then. No, but yeah. So this is a real story.
Battleships on the outposts. Tacklers get points on anything that moves.
All we had to do was hold them up and let the big guns do the killing. We had no idea what was coming.
Fleet hostiles inbound. All ships break off and align to Planet 5.
It was an ambush. They hit us from long range. It's like going into a gunfight with a knife.
They're on us. Try to burn out of range.
It's a helpless feeling, watching your friends get shot up. But the fleet commander, he kept it together.
Sectors, if
Yeah.
you can get close to them, we can still win this.
They were counting on me to fly through 200 clicks of space directly into a wall of gunfire. My hands were shaking. I didn't think I was gonna make it. But there I was, flying through the whole pack of them.
Go. Axis and fleet comms. Warp to 0. All ships, go now. Fleet, order targets by range. Let's go to work.
From up close, our weapons tore them to shreds. They had it coming. And we weren't gonna let up.
All ships, you are weapons free. Kill them all.
We held our ground. We still are, to this day.
Sectors, that was one hell of a run. Great job.
I don't know how to explain this, but I'm telling you, it was so real. I was there. I'm telling you, I was there.
Okay, since I got we did some poor videos, like I don't have causality pulled up, but here is the butterfly effect. This is the video that got me into Eve. Well, yeah, partially.
In chaos theory, there's a concept known as sensitive dependence on initial conditions. Most people call it the butterfly effect. In Eve, we call it the sandbox. Let's say this is you. One lone wolf flying a starship in the far reaches of space. And in your travels, you encounter this. A defenseless mining barge under attack by pirates. You have a split second to make a choice. Without your help, the miner doesn't stand a chance. You decide to be the hero and succeed in driving the raiders away.
No, Bourbon, it's not a rifter. You need to listen. Actually, it's funny because it took me at least a few years to catch what's going on. Listen to the very beginning of the video. It's not a rifter.
In chaos theory, there's a concept known as sensitive dependence on initial conditions. Most people call it the butterfly effect. In Eve, we call it the sandbox. Let's say this is you. One lone wolf flying a starship in the far reaches of space. And in your travels...
When I heard that, I meant like, oh, lone wolf, like guy on their own. But no, they're talking about you being in a wolf, the ship. Sorry, I don't know. Like I said, it was 2 years or something like that of watching this trailer when I suddenly went, ah, damn it, of course.
You encounter this. A defenseless mining barge under attack by pirates. You have a split second to make a choice. Without your help, the miner doesn't stand a chance. You decide to be the hero and succeed in driving the raiders away. The victim is thankful, and in the conversation that follows, a friendly gang that was on its way to help finally arrives. Grateful for your assistance, they invite you to fly with them. As it turns out, that gang was on its way to regroup with more patrols, who are all members of the same corporation, which happens to be part of an alliance of corporations that is currently at war with another alliance, whose patrols have just spotted the one you're flying with right now. Your decision to help that miner led to this moment, an epic battle between thousands of players, and the chance to share that experience with new friends that you might have for the rest of your life. Hundreds of thousands of people could hear about this battle. Why so many? Because it all happened in one universe, not in separate realms, just one big sandbox, where the actions of one person can resonate throughout the entire game world. In Eve, the choices you make shape the outcome of events. You could have helped those pirates, or just flown on by. What matters most is that the experience was emergent, unscripted, because in the sandbox, all player actions, no matter how subtle or bold, always have an impact. Imagine what you could become a part of. Being in the right place, at the right time, could touch the lives of more than 300,000 people in 230 countries around the world. Welcome to EVE Online. The universe is yours.
And of course, we will do Causality, which was like a big celebration, especially in the early days of like EVE during like the Be the Villain phase, where it's like they really want to celebrate the social. You know, when we talk about trust and trust being overpowered and trust being only being able to be balanced because trust can be broken, this is the video on that topic.
They say you should dig 2 graves before embarking on a journey of revenge. That may be true in the real world, but not in EVE Online. In this universe, time is on your side to settle scores. This could be you, and you're about to become the victim of a brutal ambush. The attackers are with a notorious alliance. You're lured into a trap and then destroyed. But in EVE, death is a fresh start. You're reborn, and it's time for some payback. If you know anything, it's that alliances are held together by trust. You break that trust, you break the alliance. Those pirates were just one corporation among dozens under the same flag.
In-game browser, oh god.
Altogether, that's thousands of people. So you befriend one member, and then another. Soon you're invited to join them. The bad guys have no idea you're part of the team now. You start moving up the ranks. You're given privileged information, access to the Alliance war chest. They're counting on you for leadership. They've come to trust you. So now it's time to make a choice. You can keep building power, or you can take your revenge. The fate of an empire rests with you. The moment is yours.
Turn off the clone bay!
Their wealth, their assets, even their territory. The heist is flawless. Without firing a single shot, you've brought an entire alliance to its knees. In just days, it falls to a rival. The decisions you made changed the entire map and the course of events for thousands of others. At every step in your journey, the outcome was always in motion. Because in EVE, your path is unscripted and your choices have meaning. They will make an impact. So what would you do with that kind of power? Play the game and find out for yourself. EVE Online. The universe is yours.
That's actually true, Golden New. That's a good point. All right. There you go. Fun EVE trailers, both good and bad, old school trailers. But no, like some of the best time I've ever had was like, because I'm pro Trig, like I'm positive with the Trig enough that they support me. Like, if I go and fly around, especially in invasion systems back then, like I could fly around in a bigger ship, like even a battleship or whatever, and I'd get into a scuffle with Edencom, and Trig would come and help me in my fight against Edencom. It's pretty fucking awesome. It feels really good. I've since since 2019, and I think it's been like invasions and a lot of this stuff. Like one of the goals, it should be, and maybe is, like, in my opinion, the empires in EVE Online should basically be playing their own giant game of Stellaris with all NPCs, and we are interacting with that So like they have their own wants and desires and able to have advance their agenda and have setbacks, gain territory, lose territory, whatever they want to do. But, you know, if nobody did anything, they would just play it out. But us as players interacting with it is what influences what actually ends up happening. Like, right, we talk about all this stuff about how much influence we have on the sandbox, but that becomes so much more meaningful if the empires are trying to do something and our interaction with that want influences how things actually happen, right? That's how you actually make a sandbox where we are shaping the world. Your choices have meaning is an underrated marketing topic by CCP. I mean, these are 14-year-old videos. Well, I mean, in a lot of ways, Elite Dangerous is trying to be, and X4 is trying to be Eve Light. So, I mean, kind of makes sense. I've actually, one of the things I wanted was like, so imagine, I've said like, when it comes to nullsec, first of all, I think that the better sites should be outside of player empires, right? It makes sense that the better you make a system for industry and stuff like that, the less good it is for things like piracy and mining, because like, you know, the places that are most built up by the empire should be the least influenced by the pirates. So if you want to go to the best pirate sites, you're actually going to have to leave your most protected nullsec pockets in order to go into the black, as it were. But I've also said, like, one of the things I'd like to see happen is, like, the response that you get in nullsec sites, like in sanctums and stuff, should be connected to your standings, right? If you're just some no-name that they've never seen before landing in their site for the first time, then chances are they're not going to take you very seriously. But if you've got -9 with Sancha and you warp into a Sancha Sanctum, like maybe they'll call in the big guns. Maybe they'll set a trap for you because you're one of their most wanted. And what would be even cooler is if, let's say, you warp into a Sanctum, you've got -9 with Sancha, so they hate you. Well, it turns out that somewhere within the same constellation or region, there's another player that happens to have +8 with Sancha because they've been doing Sancha missions with them and has been role-playing and engaging with being part of the Sancha. What if that person gets an emergency distress signal from Sancha? Hey, in this system, in this site, there is this piloting this ship and they're attacking us right now. Mayday, mayday, come save us. And then just let whatever happens, happens. Exactly. Like, and you could say like, oh, well, like in the city is where a lot of the, you know, crime exists in the inner city too. But the idea, like, the pirate strongholds would be out in the boonies. Yeah. Oh, no. People, whenever I say that to people who do ratting, they hate the idea. Well, the problem is that different rats come from different ages and have different things. Like, diamond rats and mining rats are a much more sophisticated rat than, like, anom rats. That's better than the game we have. Today I've been sharing a lot of my ideas. Mining responses are blue. Well, so mining responses use standings because mining fleets, the diamond mining rats, are actually a side product of the Drifter AI. So basically, the Drifter AI was a project to create new decision tree-based AI that was much more sophisticated and could do things like respect standings and stuff, right? So the Drifters were like their test bed to make it, and then they split it off into other things. And so diamond rats were an offshoot of the Drifter AI.
Warp drive active.
My favorite is mining in trig controlled systems. Like every once in a while, I don't see it as much anymore recently, but it used to be like when I went to one of the trig systems, there'd be warp posts in the belts. And so I just mine there. And if anybody shows up, the warp post just blaps them for me. I was in there one day and a Praxis just warped in and got blapped. And I was like, I guess I'll scoop it then. And I don't get why they can't remove all old mechanics completely and make new AI for rats, because that doesn't make any sense in standings from NPC org. I mean, so the thing is that in theory they can, and they've talked multiple times about the possibility of doing such things, but like a good example is missions, right? Actually, a really good example is ratting. They changed the rats in normal anomalies to make them a little bit more realistic. Instead of spawning just boom right there, they made them warp in. It's just that one of the things that they've done to newer rats to make them more realistic is to make them so they warp in. People lost their fucking minds because it made it so that they couldn't attack them right away. And it slowed down their ratting just a little tiny bit. So the problem is that changing these things is also going to change them for people that rely on things the way they are, right? Like, you could make missions more dynamic, but there's a certain amount of like people that run missions because it's about perfecting a specific thing. It's about, you know, doing the same one over and over again and getting better and better and better and faster at it, right? And so if you redid missions to be smarter AI, that could potentially, or more dynamic in any way, that could potentially ruin it for the people that enjoy it for what it is. So rather than change the old stuff, CCP has a tendency to just make newer combat content. You know, they generally avoid accretion in mechanics in EVE, but when it comes to like, they're not like, they've learned they don't want to replace traditional ratting. So what they'll do is they'll add new escalations, and that new escalations has the new rules, for example. But I would say that even given that excuse, they're still pretty fucking slow when it comes to updating this stuff. Given the fact that how long they've had this tech and how long it's been, like, you know, they've tested this stuff, but still, like, all we've gotten is mercenary dens. I really feel like the sheer amount of, like, they keep dabbling with this tech and moving it forward slowly but surely, but they never seem to get around to actually making the content for the tech, you know? They never be like, okay, well, now that we've perfected the tech, here's 100 new types of sites. You know, like, I don't know. That's true. A lot of today's chat is about how resistant to change players are. That's a good point. And it is true. Like, just remember, anything that's good for somebody is bad for somebody else, and anything that's bad for somebody is good for somebody else. For people that want more dynamic PvE, event sites exist. And even they get stale pretty quickly, but that's kind of the point, is that they come out, they're new and confusing, and then they get mastered, and then we exploit them for a couple weeks, and then they go away. I love the new SOV update and how you can make nullsec unlivable for large organizations by engaging in PvP. And that's a good thing CCP made, because people skip highsec and lowsec all the time. I'm not 100% sure I understand what you're trying to say. It's funny because, like, again, like, historically, the common belief has been that CCP should be pushing people out of highsec and lowsec and into nullsec, because being part of big nullsec groups is what get people to retain into the game. But I disagree. I think having a game that's actually just fun to play is what's going to retain people. And, you know, I used to say, like, I'm not even joking. Back in 2018, I had the audacious audacious theory of what would it be like if EVE Online was, you were able to learn how to play EVE Online by just playing the game. That the act of playing the game helped teach you the game. That it was a learnable game through engaging the game. And that, even that concept, like, is so alien to the EVE zeitgeist, because we've been taught that EVE can only be taught by other players. But what was interesting is that as, you know, 2020 and scarcity and all that stuff happened, they made a bunch of changes that alienated the old guard, but was attractive to new people. And so then the old guard tried to teach the new people their ways, and the newer players looked at them and said, you're dumb. What, you know, it was like, okay, boomer reaction. I remember seeing this back in like 2021, especially, where like, because we would have experienced players that are trying to teach new players, and the experienced players don't even know what the agency is. And so the newer players actually know a bunch of stuff that old experienced players don't. And so, you know, experienced players are trying to teach people like, no, it's better this way. And newer players are like, this is great. The good example is actually the industry changes. You know, the experienced players tried to convince newer players that the industry changes were awful, whereas newer players were looking at it and was like, this is fine. Yeah, the agency. This thing. Where you can look up content. I remember when I went back to Faction Warfare, it was like 2 years after Agency had come out, and people didn't even realize that you could look at Faction Warfare, like what plexes were in what systems, regardless of what system it was, like far away from where you are. Like that was like people that played Faction Warfare just still didn't even know that was possible because they just didn't update their knowledge. Isn't that the pro overview hidden text track faster? It's funny because, like, so I'd have people join our organization. You know, newer players would join the convocation, and, you know, they would ask all kinds of questions, and they would get answers because that's what we do here. And then eventually they'd be like, you know, I'm ready to move on, and I go to and I want to go to nullsec, and I, you know, wish them well, and then they go to nullsec, and then they come back a month later and they go, those guys don't know anything. Like, you'd be surprised how fucking ignorant the average player was, especially 5 years ago. Like, they get taught to, here's your VNI, here's your skill plan, go spin sanctums. It's the only thing that matters. Eventually you're going to get, you know, capitals or whatever and participate in PvP. But, like, nobody actually, like, they don't teach mechanics. They taught people how to do tasks. Because nullsec doesn't care about you being a good pilot. Nullsec cares about you doing what they want you to do. I can count on one hand the amount of times that people encouraged me to pursue ship manufacturing, and countless times where people said, don't waste your time and lose all that ISK. That was actually a big thing, is that, like, I made a rule in the Discord for a while that, like, you couldn't just tell people not to do something. You could explain why it's a bad idea, but, like, you know, I had a person that what they wanted to do was build an Algos, right? But they wanted to build an Algos with all resources that they could get. And, you know, slowly but surely they had to figure out, okay, well, they got to mine the high-sec ore, but then they had to figure out how they were going to get some low-sec ore or whatever, you know, like, and piece by piece. Was that manufacturing of that Algos an objectively good idea to do in a meta way? Did they profit off of that Algos that they built? Absolutely not. In fact, when they got done with it, they gave it to me. But what they got out of it was all of the experience, all of the pieces that they learned as they had to learn how, you know, okay, well, I have this blueprint copy. Now what? You know, where do these different minerals come from? How do I figure out what minerals come from where? You know, where do I build it? How do I know where to build it? All these kinds of things. And this is a very simple piece of the game. But, like, just let people explore the fucking game. which is why the Convocation Empyrean's objective is maximizing player engagement with EVE Online. We're trying to get you guys able to be deeper engaged, able to access it better. I believe that a more literate player base makes a better game. Again, this goes back to what I was saying before. Back in the day, the hardness of EVE often came from how confusing it was. And not confusing because there's a lot of choice, there's a lot of depth, which there was, but that depth was actually hidden behind a whole bunch of complexity that was completely unnecessary, right? EVE should be hard because players are making decisions against other players, not because players are making mistakes. I mean, mistakes are part of those decisions, I should say. So not because players are being tricked by the game itself. Like, let players trick players. Don't let the UI trick players, you know? So I think that a more literate player base, I think a player base where everyone knows how to play the game and understands the mechanics is a significantly more interesting game than one in which I'm just going to rely on the fact that my opponent doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. I mean, you can always just hop in the Discord and hang out in the text chats. You don't have to join the voice chat part. That's true. And like, that's a big thing. It's like, what do I do in EVE? I run around and do whatever the fuck I want. I should stop swearing so much. I do whatever I want. Whatever that day happens to... I wake up and I... What do I want to do? As a new player, I found skills so damn confusing and had a hard time understanding why I needed X skill. That's true. However, I also would push back and say that is one of the value of skills. Because the real problem isn't, in my opinion, things in EVE that are confusing. It's things that are hidden, okay? Here's a good example. Tracking, right? Tracking is an important thing for turrets. And tracking is compared to angular velocity. Angular velocity is not a stat that is presented to the player in any way, shape, or form by default. In other words, the very basics of calculation of combat is a hidden feature of the game. That is insane to me. So I much prefer things be presented to the player for them to dismiss it than for it to be hidden from the player. So that by that same token, you may not understand the skills. The skills might have confused you, but at least you were aware of something for you to learn about, right? You're like, oh man, what does this mean, right? What is power grid management? What is power grid? And that brings you on a journey to learning something about the game. Whereas if power grid management isn't in the game, then suddenly, like, they teach you how to fit with slots and stuff, and one day you try to put something in and it doesn't work, and you don't know why, because they've never taught you the concept of power grid. Also, rigging skills are a vestige, DK. That is, I would say that rigging skills are one of those examples of EVE showing its age. Because it used to be that you required the rigging skill to place the rig on the ship. But the problem was is that, like, so CCP began to respect those who set things up for other people, right? The problem was is that, like, you, in order to rig the ship, you had to have the rigging skill, but in order to fly the ship with the rigs, you didn't have to have the rigging skill. So if you didn't have the rigging skill, someone else could rig it for you. So what that meant was that rigging skills became a strange kind of requirement, an extra skill that had to be trained by those who were doing logistics for bigger groups, right? So the people that were setting up all of the fleets or the Alliance had to have the rigging skills, but nobody else did. So people didn't really care about rigging skills until they had to, and there was this weird relationship with it. So eventually they just made it so that rigging the rigging skills weren't required to attach the rigs, and now that's where we're at right now. I didn't understand why doing things didn't level up skills. That's a good point. Yeah, and that was, I mean, that goes back to the idea of, like, effort allowing progress. I've had to explain tracking and missile applications to people in rookie help. That I think turrets just miss 40% of the time, and missiles are no better because are better because of no miss. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Which is why, again, this is a great thing. So we entered into this era in which older, experienced players were trying to teach people older styles of thinking without realizing, hey guys, there's a help section in the agency that has a shit ton of videos, including how optimal range works, including how missile ranges work, all these different things. All of these different training things are just right here in the thing. And, you know, for a long time, I sat there in the rookie chat and would link, like, nobody would link the videos. People would try to explain it. People would link them to Eve Uni or whatever. There are videos in the game that will show them how to do stuff. And what's cool is once you've linked them to one of them, you've also exposed them to the entire list of videos. So you've opened up a whole world of information to those people. Well, yeah, that's because there are two help sections. There's get help, which is customer service, but then there's the help section in the agent. This is why I want the agency to be replaced with Aura, and I don't want things to be split off into all these different UIs. I want there to be Aura, which is where you go to get information. Fold all the show info into this, make an encyclopedia tab, so that way I can look up all the details of rats and missile types and ships and everything. Any information that's in a show info should be in there. All of the information about how to get sites and all that, get content should be there. And call it Aura and make it so that we are now connected to it and it's your go-to source for what is going on and how to do it in the game. It's amazing how many people miss those videos altogether. It isn't that amazing if they aren't presented it. The problem is that if people aren't even presented something, they don't know to go look for it. Oh my gosh, I'm getting hungry. Aura should also track your in-game progress and help out whenever your game detects that you're not applying it. I was were you here this morning, Random Sack, when I was talking about that? I was saying that what I would like to see is Aura be turned into more like a companion from a video game, so she can give you commentary. I was likening it so in Elder Scrolls Online, you can have a companion that even points out when there's a treasure chest nearby or a sack nearby or whatever, or when you're low on mana. And it'd be cool if Aura gave you some basic banter, including oh man, we're really missing, aren't we? Yeah, no, I think that making Aura into a fully voiced companion that reads you missions, gives you feedback, makes fun of you, whatever, that'd be great. And then make it so that you can have other ones that you could choose from if you want. They could even sell packs. Well, yeah, well, I was talking about you could have AI powered voice, not the text, but just making the voice lines. Or, my thought was that, generating one voice type out of AI, i.e. Aura, that can say all this stuff is would be useful. But if you really wanted to blow it up, you could say okay, well, what if you start fighting rats and they start talking shit? Hold on. This is what Aura used to say when you died.
You are already trying to cloak.
Oh, hold on. These are...
You failed to...
Sorry, these are just... This is what Aura used to say in general. Sorry. This is a minute and 40 seconds long. So.
Already trying to cloak. You failed to dock because you are cloaked. You failed to jump because you are cloaked. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Will they play the right one?
Autopilot disabled.
on.
Waypoint reached. Autopilot disabled. No
Where's
waypoint set.
Where's Clumsy Pilot?
Autopilot disabled. The asteroid is depleted. You cannot do that because it is currently against Empire policy. Connecting. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Docking request denied. Insufficient power. A module has run out of charges. The capacitor is empty. Target is lost. Your security status has been lowered.
Maybe it's at the... Yeah, I think it's at the
Skill training completed. Warp drive active.
Is it even in this one? I'll find it. Oh.
You clumsy pilot. This is hilarious. Our escape pod was destroyed and you died. Well, actually, your old self died and I miraculously escaped. Lucky for you that you have been reincarnated through an insurance clone. Open the medical services and I will show you more about this nifty little thing.
So yeah, she literally laughs at you the first time you die in the original Eve. Why did they remove it? I don't actually know. Uh-oh, I'm running out of inventory. It's probably the 147 metal scraps. Yeah, I think that's actually was a big piece of it, Malik. Well, it's not just a small indie... Like, this is a problem that a lot of companies get into, where, you know, you hire a voice talent to do a thing, and then 3 years later you can't get them again to do more for the thing. Which is why I've argued that they should do voice... or AI-powered voice acting for a while now, but obviously AI-powered content has taken on a whole new dynamic in the last year or two than, you know, 5, 6, 7 years ago. Yeah, I mean, Malik was saying that last night too, that it would cause like people to get mad about it, but like brought to you from the same company that's currently making a blockchain game. I think we've crossed that threshold of hate. Like, who cares if they make some audio? Well, I mean, if they took a voice actress and then they made more audio off of it, like that would be a big deal. But like if they made a deal with someone from the beginning to train a voice off of her and then using that for it. Like, Aura is an AI that was trained on a human in universe. I think you could do it. Yeah. Pulse and all those videos are real people. But again, like, it doesn't, like, if they change the voices, it doesn't really matter. Which one are you talking about? Because, like, the voice actors for, like, the Uprising all that's actual voice actors, I'm pretty sure. That's true. This is the 5 things I can't forgive CCP about. But that was also literally 3 hours ago, guys. We've moved on. I agree, Wizard, but like I said, I think that the whole situation has become a little bit more complicated. But again, like, CCP has shown a desire to always be on the bleeding edge of technology, even when that decision is unpopular, right? Yeah, at this point I'm streaming because I asked you guys if you want me to keep going, and you guys said yes. So we're just hanging out. We have to just keep circling back. Look, man, I'm unironically getting pretty hungry, so I might need to go soon. Unless somebody wants to send me pizza. I'll take that. Yeah, AI voice makes more sense in a video game. I agree. And Stone Gunner makes a good point, right? As much as we want to be like, AI bad, but like, it is an accessibility issue thing. There's, I mean, just to point out, like, there's a lot of, well, I am Malik, but on the one hand, like, that's fair. But I don't have the money to order pizza. Actually, do I have anything quick I could grab? In fact, even in commercials, audio is often dubbed because the videos are shot in completely different countries. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, you're right, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, all these things are true, but people will still... If there's anything that we've talked about today, it's that player base... the player base is very unforgiving to CCP and highly critical of CCP. So, it's not like people will be like, yeah, you know, I understand. In fact, okay, so I'll be right back. Sova Pit, thank you for that. $25. Excellent. Thank you for that. Pizza fun. All right. All right. I did get myself some pears. I'll figure out pizza in a second. The player base is highly critical of CCP. Stream title is I Can't Forgive CCP. Yeah, you know. It's a solid point. Am I the problem? Well, that goes back. I mean, like, there is a big piece of it, which is that, like, as I said, anything that's good for one person is bad for another. Anything that's bad for one person is good for another. One person's pain is another person's opportunity in Eve. So inherently, like, I don't think there's such thing as a universally liked change, because there's always somebody who's going to be on the wrong side of that change. Well, yeah, that's true. And also, as I've said before, like, it behooves people, like, even if you are trying to adapt in game, like, why would you be okay with it? Like, voicing discontent might make a change that is in your favor. So it behooves you to complain about it. Am I the problem? No, but I won't sub my 40 accounts anymore. Man, that is the title of the stream, isn't it? I mean, I've said before, I want them to ban having more than 3 accounts logged in at once. You're allowed 3. I think, and I don't know you, so I could be way off. What I've seen in your videos is that you at least try to see both sides of an idea and argument and be as fair as possible on both sides where you can. I appreciate it. I mean, I try to do that. Because, like, so for me, I can separate, like, the game as a whole tapestry versus my individual participation in that experience, right? So I can respect that something is bad for my unique position within the game and still respect it as being something for the game itself, right? Because I respect the universe, the game, the story, this living sci-fi universe that we are creating together. That's what I find important. And I contribute to that both by playing the game and therefore being an actor within this space opera, but also watching and analyzing and talking about this game with other people. And so in the role of person watching and trying to understand the game, my personal position within the game doesn't really matter. Does that make sense? It's, you know, I see this as a role-playing game, and I can separate my experience, my personal place within that game and my love for the game itself. There's a reason why the game, there's a reason why this is in the Museum of Art. What do you do when there's more than 3 wormholes to keep an eye on? Easy. Make friends. That's what I say to anybody who talks about multi-boxing or blah, 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 or, you know, whatever. Make a fucking friend. I know it's hard. That's why it's so rewarding. Just a lot of people can't separate that as they allow their feelings to overcome their logic. Well, also, a lot of people see their lens of Eve as Eve, right? And I've kind of always, because I got into content creation for Eve and podcasting about Eve fairly early on, you know, within 2 years of getting into the game. And so, like, talking to other people about the game and kind of understanding it on a meta context has always been something for me. So, But then I have to interact with humans. Yuck. Well, if you don't want to play with humans, play X3 or something. What really hit is mine. And, you know, historically, I have actually defended back before multi-boxing, you know, back before the whole skill extractors and everything. I used to defend multi-boxing from people because, you know, I've known some. Hey, I got the 100-plex. Yes, I'm almost done. You know, one of my good buddies, and when I played World of Warcraft multi-box, he actually played a tank and a healer at the same time, and we would run dungeons with him being his own healer. But to him, it like, and that fundamentally comes into the like, what is the difference between types of multi-boxers? I like multi-boxing when it is an attempt to make the game more complex, you know, more challenging. The fact that he was his own healer means that he doesn't have to mentally communicate with his healer as a tank, but it does mean that he has to manage both the healing aspect of stuff and the tank aspect of stuff at the same time. So if he's good at that, he can gain the synergy of that being done by one mind, but he has to be good enough to be able to control both plates at the same time. In the same way, like back in the day, mining was mostly, or multi-boxing was mostly done by miners, because mining is a pretty low action per minute activity. And so the idea is that you are keeping a bunch of plates spinning, you know. Mining with 8 different people is nice. This was vanilla. So this was he was a Tauren warrior and a undead priest. Either way, like I've known plenty of multi-boxers where it was like, okay, mining with 9 people is interesting because mining with 1 person, you basically don't do anything for multiple minutes at a time. But when you're mining with like 8 or 9 different accounts, that kind of makes it so that keeping all the plates spinning is a different kind of challenge. That's a good kind of multi-boxing. You're actually multi-boxing to give yourself more to do. But what we saw when it came to extractors and the rise of multi-boxing that we see now is we see people multi-boxing in a way that becomes actually inefficient, but allows them to overwhelm the situation and create redundancy that makes it easier for them to do it, right? Like, for instance, the guy who, instead of going with an Orca and a bunch of Hulks, instead goes with, okay, well, instead of Hulks are hard to manage. So 1 Orca, 5 Hulks takes a lot of work. Instead, I'm just going to go with 15 Orcas. And it doesn't matter that the Orca is less efficient than the Hulk because I've got 15 of them. And because they're Orcas, they have giant orbes, so I don't have to mess with them. That idea where I'm using multi-boxing so I can actually make my work less, make the thing easier, and trivialize the content, even though I am losing efficiency, I think that's the poisonous version of multi-boxing. But, like, here's the thing. I don't hate you if you multi-box. I'm not hating on you if you're multi-box. I don't even think you're necessarily making a mistake. In fact, whatever it is that you choose to do in EVE, I'm not here to judge you. But if you're going to tell me that you're fucking bored, then I'm going to point out that it's your own fault. Right? You know, you can play a lot of games by yourself, but just playing it with a friend, doing the exact same thing, can just be, it's just more fun. It's just more fun. You know, you could theoretically beat Overcooked by yourself, but it's about playing it with another person. It's about that interaction between the two, even if it's for something simple. I'm telling you guys, just pick something. Even if it's something you can solo, do it with a friend and just experience doing it with a friend and realize how much more engaged you are with the content. You are cheating yourself. And that's what pisses me off. Not the people, hey, thank you so much for that supporter status. Welcome. But, like, that's the thing that gets me. I don't like, it isn't about the way that you choose to play the game. It's that if you choose to do these things, if you choose, as they say, the guy who made Civilization, not Sid Meier's, but one of the other developers said, you know, given the opportunity, players will optimize the fun out of their own game. You're allowed to like, this is a game of optimization. Optimizing the fun out of your game is kind of, in a way, part of Eve, but it's also the trap of Eve. If you find yourself being bored, fix it yourself. If you are doing everything within your power to not fleet up with other players, and then you're complaining that your multi-boxing fleet is boring because it's repetitive or whatever to do your little Osprey fleet and home fronts, that's on you. You have made the decisions that have made it boring for you. Yes, we're on hour 5. I suggested that we should wrap it up about 2 hours ago, and then people were like, nah, keep going. So here we are. Auto tangas are the most efficient way of doing it, and it scales perfectly with multi-boxing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hi, Kuwarazu-chan. How's Spoons doing? I haven't heard from him in a couple weeks. This is why one of the things I love to say is EVE Online is a game about the practical application of bad ideas. That's true. I do, like, I don't have excuses. I ate my pears, but if I get hungry again, I'm gonna just get pizza. In fact,
Warp drive active.
let me see what I can do. What? Why is my signing in not working? Okay, here we go. Game seems to have limitless content. Problem is lack of direction and new players give. So, you're right. So basically, I've noticed this a long time ago. There's kind of this sequence of events that happens. So I have another thing that I like to say, which is that boredom is a mechanic in EVE Online that says that it's time to move on. So, or not move on from the game, but like expand your horizons. So what happens is players enter the game. He's been doing all the cooking lately. Ooh. I'm glad he's doing good. So you enter the game, you don't know anything. In fact, you don't even realize what you don't know. A lot of people get into this game and there's this huge threat because, like, there are more experienced pilots. They know that they're coming into a 20-year game. They know how... Most of the time, the only thing that they know about the game is just how dangerous it is. And so, you know, like, it's hard to even make steps because, A, you don't know what steps you could even do, and more importantly, you don't know what steps are good, right? What steps won't be a giant mistake that you'll regret. And people don't like making mistakes, and so this can be a very paralyzing thing. And so as a way of doing this, people have a tendency to cordon off their thing, right? You know, so if you get into the whole rabbit hole, everything's kind of connected to each other. If you get into mining and you start asking yourself, okay, well, where does this mineral go? How do I use this? Blah, blah, blah. Everything else. You start to get overwhelmed by the absolute complexity of things. And so at some point, you cut that off and you cordon off a part of EVE for yourself and you get to master it. And that's when you realize that if you do that, any given part of EVE is actually relatively simple. And so you rapidly go from being this very complex situation to a very simple situation that you have mastered. Now, here's the thing. Hold on. I can't get a good picture of it, like pull it up right away. So here it is from Wikipedia. So this is a chart from a thing called flow theory. Okay, so this is about trying to figure out emotional states versus challenge level versus skill level. So the idea here is, and this is perceived skill level and perceived challenge level. Okay, so for instance, if when you first join the game, you see yourself as not knowing very much about what's going on. So your skill level is low, but the challenge level you see as being pretty extreme. You know how complicated the game is. And so the answer, so you end up in this anxiety or worry period, right? Now, what happens is if you then take over a piece of the thing, like you learn how to mine, right? Okay, well, I've got my ship, I got my fit, I know how to get to a belt, I know how to mine. I've been anxious this whole time. So this answer that's being given to me feels really good. So, yay, I get this barge and I go mine. The problem is, instantly, that challenge level, that perceived challenge level goes from high to low. Right? Once I've started the process of mining, it's not that complicated, especially if I don't start asking more questions, right? If my anxiety has controlled me, and so now I'm just happy that I have my little thing. I'm not wondering about whether or not there's better rocks anywhere. I'm doing this every single day. I undock, I come here, and I mine these rocks because that's what I know how to do. What does that do? It leads to boredom, or better yet, if you don't see yourself as being talented yet, it leads to apathy. This game is boring and I'm not good at it, or like I don't have very much skill at it, and yet I have rendered it this simple. I don't care anymore. It leads to apathy, right? Whereas if you play the game a lot and eventually get comfortable with it, like for instance, if I'm running the Abyss, or even like a more experienced pilot, when I mine, I don't find mining apathetic. I find mining relaxing. And a lot of people do, right? So if you feel you're knowledgeable about it, but you feel that it's something simple that you can do, that leads to relaxation, right? So what that basically boils down to is, if you're experiencing boredom in Eve, it means that your perceived skill level is going up, and the perceived challenge of what you're doing is going down, which tells me that it's time to expand your horizons in EVE Online, which either means take on a different aspect of the game, or maybe see where else it goes, right? Maybe it's time to figure out whether or not there's better rocks to mine. Maybe it's time to figure out what to do with all these rocks. Maybe it's time to figure out why these people are buying it on the market in the first place, you know? And these are ways that you can continue to grow as a player. But the problem is that players kind of cordon off a piece of EVE for themselves and then master it and then trick themselves into believing that that's what EVE is. And then when they get bored of that, they blame EVE and not themselves. So this is what I mean by boredom is a mechanic in EVE that means it's time to grow. But that actually goes into an interesting story, which is that also at a certain point, that increase in complexity doesn't come from the game systems. It comes from the fact that, like, okay, well, I'm mining. I've now gotten the best rocks. I know what it's used for. I know where it comes from. I've gotten the best, or like a good configuration for, I've gotten a good setup to do the mining. Now I can't advance any further without having a larger operation, right? Like maybe I've even gotten to the point where I can do T1 production all by myself. Yay! I can produce ammo, and I can mine and produce ammo. I can mine and produce ships, and it's beautiful and it's wonderful. But moving on means doing Tech 2 ships. Tech 2 ships means doing reactions. It means having low sec, null sec territory or wormhole territory. It means having extra slots. It means having an organization. At a certain point, your aspirations require cooperation. And at that point, it's time to go from being a solo person who's making things happen to being a team builder that makes things happen. And this is how real life works too, guys. You get a job, you start out sucking at that job, you get better at that job, and eventually you can become the guy who's managing people doing that job to do bigger and better things. You're suggesting the answer to my direction problem is to focus on one activity type and try to master it? Well, if I'm saying, like, a lot of people naturally do that, but yes, if you're worried about getting lost, a lot of Eve in the early game is about focusing on your niche, right? Think about it this way. Imagine if you tried to enter into the world in real life by understanding everything, right? You know, if you wanted to learn what needs to be known by an electrician and a plumber and a coach and you know what I mean? Like, that's too much. And even if, like, oh, I want to build houses, like, all of the disciplines that come into that. So if you start out, like, you don't master the world, you master your place in the world. And that's one of the things I love about Eve, is that, like, the skills that make you good in Eve Online are not the skills that make you good in other games. A lot of people come to Eve Online and they're completely lost in the sauce because none of the skills that they've acquired in other video games really apply in Eve a lot of the time. But what's cool about this is that the skills that do apply to Eve Online are real life skills, right? All these things are real life skills. The main thing you're developing isn't your character, isn't your ship, it's yourself, it's your mind, it's the way that you deal with things like risk management. It's the way you do things like manage your wealth, manage your assets. You know, do you clean up your stuff? Do you leave it a mess? Do you maximize the value out of things? Do you cut corners? Where do you cut corners? Do you scam people? Are you trustworthy? Right? These are real life humans things, not video game things. It's just a video game that gives you the context to experience and practice these skills. I mean, you think my ability to stream this stuff has anything to do, like, these are real life skills, my real life communication skills, my years of acting experience, theater experience, and presentation experience. That's how I'm playing Eve. I'm applying my real life theater experience to Eve Online in a way that not even a lot of other streamers do, because I'm not playing a game for people to check out. Like, you guys who are watching it, this is a way of playing Eve because we're all living in the same universe. You're not necessarily watching it just to watch somebody play Eve in the same way that you might watch somebody play League of Legends. You're watching it because, like, this is your Eve. You're getting insights to your game. You're seeing what's happening in space in your universe right now in the video game that you play. And if you want to, you could come, anybody could come engage with my game at any point. This is an experience that we're having together, right? In a weird way. So that's what I think makes Eve so important to me. Now then, let me try to order myself some food. Lots of temptations. Hold on. Let's see. Appreciate you taking the time to answer those questions. Get your good food, sir. No problem, man. I appreciate the questions, man. This has been a great conversation, guys. I've been having a good time. Make sure to like the stream. Make all this useful, or you know, worthwhile. There aren't too many corps interested in exploiting primarily locally available resources in NPC nullsec. They always want to do more boring structure bash. Again, nullsec wants you to do things that behoove them. Right? They want you to do tasks that they need done based on their own like priorities, right? They want you to rat, not because they necessarily like look out for your best interest, but you ratting increases their ADMs. That's less true now than it used to be, but like they're going to teach you and they're going to promote you to do things that, yeah, and they get taxes. They're going to tell you to do the stuff that benefits them, not what's best for you, which is another good, valuable real life lesson. You know, if people are teaching you something, it's because they want you to know it. They're trying to influence what you do. What is your experience in Null? Savapid? Horde. Wow. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that you can't do what you want. What I'm saying is that they're going to give you advice and teaching you and expressing to you a priority to do things that are valuable to you. Does that make sense? And it has probably gotten a lot better than it used to be, but it's like, for a long time, a good example of this is for a long time, nullsec blocks would be very dismissive to abyssal dead space. They, you know, a lot of nullsec blocks would shit on abyssal dead space as a means of getting money or whatever, because it doesn't do them anything, right? Abyssal dead space is a way for you to get money that doesn't actually benefit the Alliance as much. Well, yeah, okay. But again, like, so it really depends on what their priorities are. So if they want you to just be able to make money so you can have dread alts, then that's fine, whatever. But my point is that they're not going to be like, you know, a faction warfare group will probably recommend different things because they have different priorities. That's my point. I've always said, like, my advice to people is don't let anybody tell you what you should be doing in EVE, but once you know what you want to do in EVE, you should find somebody to teach you. Again, I think that it's gotten a lot better now. What I'm talking about, I admit that the position that I'm giving right now is kind of very much more in like a 2019 kind of world. But, you know, being able to cater to people broadly now has also become, you know, as an institution, them wanting to keep as many people engaged as possible so that way they can increase their numbers and their fleets is also a big piece of it. So there's different forces in play here. I'm not saying it won't be possible. Like, of course, nullsec groups are going to have, like, SIGs or whatever that focus on things like abyssal groups or whatever. But if you just join that nullsec group and, you know, whatever, chances are they're going to teach you how to rat first. And hey, guys, seriously, all jokes aside, or all whatever, Savapid, like, you're allowed to say whatever the hell you want right now. Thank you so much for the pizza. It's ordered. I'm glad you do. Honestly, like, you said you're Horde right now? You're Horde now? Because that's really cool. Because, like, honestly, for a while, Horde was starting to become kind of the group that I kind of like the least. Oh, never mind. Okay. I was like, really? You're telling me Horde is a good place? Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, okay, hold on. So, Savapid, let me actually take a step back and say, like, this is one of the things that the Imperium was is incredibly good at, right? Like, Imperium, honestly, of all of the organizations, is the least like what I just was describing when it comes to nullsec, because they're so big and because they've got SIGs and because of other things too. Like, for instance, Imperium actually used to shit on things like the Abyss and a lot of that stuff too, but during scarcity, during the Great War, the Imperium, like, a lot of the main brain dead methods that nullsec did to do their life got disrupted, and the Imperium, better than most groups, adapted to that. And so they got into things. It was funny because, like, I remember I even went to a Eve gathering back when I was running Invasions, and there was a nullsec guy, or there's an Imperium guy. He was like, yeah, you know, the nullsec is kind of cleared out. You know where they all are? They're in your fleets, talking to me. And I was like, yeah, you know, like, they encouraged people to continue to be engaged in the game, even as their nullsec was being disrupted, first by changes and second by war. And so, yeah, the nullsec, like, of all of the nullsec groups, I'd say the Imperium is probably the best when it comes to engaging with Eve on all cylinders. Just having structures necessarily means that there are moments of descending the structure becomes the whole focus of everything, and that's not what I want to do. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is that that's another piece of Eve, though. To play Eve is to accept that it's not always about what you want. Sometimes it's all about owning, defending your structures. Sometimes it's all about an event. Sometimes it's all about something else. And yeah, if you don't want to deal with the defending of the structures, then just don't. That's cool too. Totally valid. Wow, can't get there from here, I guess. Horde seem really want to keep in null and not go out into the rest of the game. Horde doesn't want to provide direction to their own people. So the problem that I ran into Horde, and like I said, I don't know how they are now, but, like, I always get the feeling, like, especially back in, like, 18, 19, like, there's this image of what nullsecers were, and, like, brash, and, like, especially, like, there's this image of the Imperium that goes back to, like, the Clusterfuck Coalition, where, like, a lot of bad behavior is associated with nullsec groups, and they tried to, like, pin it on the Imperium, largely because the Imperium was, you know, I mean, it's Goon Swarm and Clusterfuck Coalition, you know. They weren't necessarily the most upstanding individuals back, 10 years ago, or, whatever. But what I saw was that these stereotypes became an excuse to become those stereotypes themselves. And so what I saw over time was that Horde seemed to become the very thing that they accused other people of being, right? And it always, like, they don't have very strong leadership control over their behavior, and so you see that. Whereas the Imperium, very highly structured, very highly cultural, and therefore they have to answer to their culture, right? Just like the fallout that led to the Mittani stepping down. Like, say what you will about it. Like, there's a bunch of drama about that, and there's a lot of different positions about it. But the point of the matter is that, like, the leader of the biggest alliance got called out for bad behavior that 10 years ago would have just been laughed off or celebrated. But instead they took it seriously. And I think that that's something to be said. That's correct, Bourbon, but I'm not going to go deeper down that rabbit hole at the moment. I agree that structure fights can be very boring, but just realize that, like, there's a certain aspect, especially on sovereignty in general, that's always going to be boring. Because, like, the fact that it requires effort beyond what people want to do is part of what makes sovereignty sovereignty. It's why you get to keep your space and somebody else doesn't get to take it. Because you're more willing to defend your space than they're willing to harass you. That's how the sandbox works. You get to have what you're willing to defend. I do miss when we... Again, they should... Okay. Two things. One, Titans get taken out of asset safety. In fact, I want every Titan to get jettisoned at the moment of death of the Keep Star and then forced to self-destruct. So you get the Keep Star explosion and then a bunch of fucking Titan explosions, right? Number one, no Titans get to be asset safety. Number two, everything else gets a 90% asset safety. 90% of everything gets to go into asset safety. 10% of it gets to drop. Done. We're almost to hour 6, guys. Yeah, I think that a lot of these like cursed design problems that I was talking about is one of the reasons why like CCP is so excited about Eve Frontiers, is because it does offer them a blank slate. It offers them a, you know, like a new paradigm of risk versus reward and what to expect out of the game. Part of the problem is that now people expect things to be the way that they are, and so everything is calculated and processed as a change from what is. Is there a sacrilege running this site? I guess that makes sense. The Matani quit, and around the time the injector prices spiked, I bet. Ha! I mean, the Matani has famously played the game by not playing the game for a long, long time. Let this be your PSA to move your radial menu to the right mouse button and then learn to use it. Be a good pilot. Ooh, spicy hot take. Nope, 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 nope. 6 productive hours of gaming conversation. Now it's even earned you IRLF food. Yeah, I mean, it's great. It's been a good 6 hours. We're going to keep going. That's how I have a radial menu set up. That's the correct answer. Wait, why'd you set? Did you set it up because of my video, or did you just figure it out on your own? Not a lot of people. I always get pushback when I talk about the radial menu. I'm really excited to see somebody who's actually like using the radial menu correctly. It makes me so mad that the radial menu is on the left mouse button by default. God, that should have been another thing. Oh, and I'm so glad that N-Dimensional's now talking about that. This is like my crusade. Okay, so the radial menu is this button that pops up, or it can pop up, right? And the nice thing about the radial menu, the reason why radial menu is better than right-click menu, is because radial menus allow for gestures, right? With a radial menu, it's got boundless direction, so it doesn't matter like how far up I go. I don't have to be precise. Anywhere up is jump. So if I radial menu off of something and go up, it allows me to jump, no matter what it is. In fact, up is always going to be interaction. It allows me to dock, it allows me to loot, it allows me to jump, whatever. So I just click and go up. But the problem is everybody hates the radial menu. And the reason why they hate the radial menu is because the radial menu is on the left mouse button by default, which means it doesn't come up when you expect it to. It comes up when you're trying to like click on something, right? Like if I'm trying to click my drone and drag it out of the window and I wait too long, instead the radial menu will come up and be like, oh shit, why is this not working? And so everybody always thinks of the radial menu as being this terrible thing that sucks. But if you actually right click, if you go to your escape menu, go to user interface, nope, go to gameplay, second drop down, open radial menu with and change it to the right mouse button. Now your right mouse button interacts with things and your left mouse button selects things. So you can right click and let go on something, right? Like I can right click on something to make a right mouse button appear, or I can click and hold to make the radial button appear, and I can click and drag to do a gesture to quickly do an action that's way faster than any attempt to right-click, lock target. Like, that's not going to happen. So, yeah, radial menu better. You can do middle mouse button if you want to, Jeremy. That a lot of people do like it that way. I never chose the middle mouse button because historically I've used that as my push-to-talk button. And I like the idea that right mouse button is interact. But middle mouse button is just as fine if you like it that way. I also use... you can also... The other thing I use it for is if you go into hotkeys, into shortcuts, combat, I think it is. No. Yeah. General. You can do broadcast radial menu. So now if you're an FC in a fleet, so now if I form a fleet with myself, I can right mouse menu to jump, and I can middle mouse menu to broadcast something to my fleet, including need capacitor, need armor, need shield. So instead of hotkeying, I can just go like, and then broadcast need armor. So I use middle mouse button for broadcasting things, and I use right mouse button for controlling things. And that is why you watch to 6 hours into my stream. Heavy radial menu. Yes. Left mouse button. Whew. I mean, people can use the left mouse button if they want to. I know, like, how many times I accidentally like open up the radial menu when I trying to click on something, and it makes me mad. Like, especially if I'm I use drones, but like it's the click drag aspect of things, right? If you click and fail to move fast enough, then it opens up the radial menu instead of allowing you to drag. Also, you can radial menu off of the name up here, so that way you can always... Like, this is why I get away from things so quickly, because I don't even need to figure out shit about shit. I don't need to figure out where my next destination is or anything. I just go here, and I radial menu up, and I'm on my way. And that's faster than what a lot of people can do. So, honestly, I've gotten away from people trying to chase me by just being slightly faster than them quite a bit. Oh my god, slash commands. Those are weird. I don't actually have good numbers of those. Hold on. Nope. Shit. There's a way... Hold on. There's a slash command. Well, don't get me wrong. No, key bindings are great too. I use hotkeys as well, right? I control click to lock, you know, all that sort of stuff. But radial menu has a couple of advantages, especially with, like I said, the interaction and stuff. Like, there is no quick way to hotkey off of this thing here. So no matter what, if you're trying to hotkey to the next system, you have to locate the Stargate in the list, which it might be at the top or whatever, and you can always, you know, jump or whatever. There's methods in which hotkeys become really useful, but like radial menu is kind of always there. And the other thing that radial menu allows you to do is on the fly make changes that you can't necessarily do in other ways, right? So like I can hotkey orbit, but I can hotkey, or I can hotkey warp to, but with this I can warp to 100, I can warp to 50, I can warp to 30. So if I'm like bouncing off the sun because someone's chasing me, you're never going to know what distance I'm warping to, because I don't even know what distance I'm warping to at first, because like I might choose 50, I might choose 100. I can choose whatever distance I want at the moment of the warp. Same with like if I need to fix my orbit, you can set an orbit distance on the fly. You know, I can go here and be like, okay, I want to orbit at 500, I want to orbit at 30, you know, whatever, based on the distance that you take away from the route, like that, or from the center. That's what controls the distance. So you can, it gives you a lot of control over things. Does Fleet Radio menu have regroup in it? No. But they did add... They added it. It's somewhere in here. It's under fleet regroup? Oh. Am I just losing it? Fleet regroup. There you go. So you can actually set a hotkey to it. It's not bound by default, but you can actually, you can hotkey fleet regroup. And another handy one, since we're talking about it, clear broadcast icons and watch list is super useful. So that way, if you want to clear off, like you have everything under control and you're trying to clear it so that way you can see new broadcasts, you can hotkey that too. Does that work? I didn't even know that one. Oh yeah, it does. That's cool. Yeah, that comes from like, I assume, early macro concepts. You can have 8 lines and activate all smart bombs at once. You can also go... Oh yeah, see? Oh, never mind. It just went away. I was about to show clearing the icon, but then it cleared itself. Where do you... any chat window. Any chat window at all. As long as it starts with a slash, it'll be treated as a slash command instead of a normal message. You can also... so there is... so... oh, man. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Because there is actually a really fun... command. Oh, okay. So here's a fun one. Under normal conditions, you cannot, you can't open your overview settings while docked. Ah, random already got it. Random's on it. Under normal conditions, you can't adjust your overview while docked. However, the / command open overview settings, open _ overview _ settings. Let's go ahead and dock up real quick and I'll show you. Man, why is my food still prepping? Is time passing? Time is passing.
Docking permission requested.
Oh, it just didn't advance. It's baking now. Good.
Docking request.
I do actually use them a lot, like opening some menus like calculators and so on. That's pretty cool. You can set a keybind to open your overview in the keybinds as well. Yeah, I guess that's true, yeah. 40 years I've been sitting in the sun cloaked. I could have been doing this instead. Yes. So watch. Ready? I'm docked. There's my overview settings. Ta-da! This became a did you know stream real fast. Man, I miss doing streams like this. Just fucking like 8-10 hours a day. Hanging out with you guys, talking about stuff. Y'all that prompted me to keep going, thank you. And of course, Sovapid, double thank you. And all the people that have supported me, thank you. Like the stream. Consider becoming a member, all that stuff. Should still be able to stream tomorrow. Like it was a Chan. I do say her name every single time because I'm happy that I know, like, I think I'm pronouncing it correctly. Yeah, thank you. Hey, Punch! Thank you so much. 5 gifted subs. Malik, I don't know if I should be mad at you for that or not. But, hey, you're letting me fly your gator. And I might have doubled its value. So. By the way, who knows why this, why that plinth is there? Does anybody know why that special plinth is there? That special, sign? Does anybody know what's special about this Stargate? Pack sheet Urgirus. Actually, hold on. No, we didn't get on this one. Let's go back and look at it. It's just one of those cool things about how player base have influenced the game. Nope, this is not the Asteroid Gate. That's Old Man Star. Hold on. If we go back to that gate. No, Old Man Star is the gate that's like built into an asteroid. This Stargate that I'm warping to here did not exist 5 years ago. This is one of the Stargates that was built during the Stargate Trailblazer event. This was the Stargate that connected Mimitar space to Concord space again, which was kind of controversial at the time in universe because, of course, Mimitar kind of attacked Concord during the Empyrean Age. But if we land on this gate, we'll see that there's this plinth here. And if we look at it, we'll see here are the people, the actual people that participated, and the corporations that participated the most in the construction of this Stargate. The Stargate that our names are on is in Losec because we focused on the Galente one. But, like, this is one of the... in fact, the jump between Caldari's, the one with... the one that everybody hates, Abazon. The Abazon Gate also has one of these. I just don't recommend hanging out on the Abazon side to look at it. How long does it take for a pizza to bake? Like 10 minutes, right? And remember, for Punch's sake, two things. One, if you have not gotten your million free skill points, it doesn't matter how old your character is. If you're returning to the game, if you're new to the game, whatever, you can use the link down below to get your million free skill points. That's 40 days of alpha training, 20 days of omega training for free. And it does support those who help make the stream and the convocation of appearance possible. And also, if you are here this weekend or Friday and Saturday for the streams covering the FanFest, we will be giving away skins provided by Punchinello. Thank you so much for that. And, you know, contact him if you want some skins made for yourself. Amazon is a great place to do distribution missions. Maybe if you want your hull distributed. I gotta go crash for my early workday tomorrow. 07 to you, Punch. Thank you so much for everything. You're a hero and a scholar.
Warp drive active.
Where are we going next? What are we doing? All right, it's a new day an hour ago. yeah, that's true. Yep, raid reset. What happened to shipcasters? I missed all of that mechanic at all. There's two different kinds of shipcasters. If we open up the faction warfare map, we will see these different locations here, right? These little circles. These are shipcaster beacons. So basically, the AI places down these shipcaster beacons in various systems that are critical to the engagement, and then players can go and put pieces, put these things into the assembly, which builds them into a full-on beacon. So like right now, the the Amar have two of their beacons linked. So this one here is linked, and this one down here is linked, and then this third one is not linked. So wherever it is. So now, if you went to Mehator, you could go to the shipcaster there, and it rotates between the different places, so where it links to. And when it's linked to it, if you're in Amar Faction Warfare, you'll be able to jump directly to those places. Meanwhile, in the Deathless, you have the heart of the different invasions. So in this case, we have the primary invasion, I think in Onyatana, whatever, I can't pronounce it, versus the Angel, or the Garissus, which has Heverus. So if you go into Zarzak right now, there'll be a shipcaster, and it'll go for 1 minute linking to Heverus, off for 1 minute, 1 minute linking to Oinonata, then off for 1 minute, and then linking back to here and for a minute. And if you're in Garissus, you can use the Garissus one. If you're Angels, you can use the Angel one. And that's basically it. It's just a way to get people, like, for instance, in Galente, you can be in Intaki and then project to anywhere that it's linked, which, of course, right now, it's not linked to anything. The state has it linked to Hades. So right now, you could actually jump directly from Anamon, which is Hisek, into Hades. They buffed it pretty significantly, so they are pretty useful now. But, as we just saw, some people use it more than others. Shipcasters got buffed, so now they have rats that patrol them to guard them. And also the radius in which you jump in got expanded. So that way it's harder for people to camp them. Yeah, they're pretty cool. I use them pretty often in Pirate Faction Warfare. I haven't used them that much in Empire Faction Warfare, but I also haven't been in Empire Faction Warfare that much since then.
Warp drive active.
In fact, at the beginning of the stream, if you watch the opening of the stream, I'm actually orbiting the Galente Stellar Transmuter, which is how they power their shipcaster. Oh, Cybernauts. Neat. Ah.
Warp drive active.
People give me 07s in local. I miss them all the time. Wait, why am I going to the forge? No! No! Hold on. I made bad decision. Why am I Savala? Oh shit. That instinctive moment when I'm like, wait a minute, I feel like I'm jumping into Uedama. That doesn't feel right. Hey! Greetings from Reykjavik. Are you guys having a good time over there? Dutch said hi a little bit ago. I am honestly very excited about FanFest this year. I feel like there's something big going on. I feel like there's good answers to have, but I don't know what they are yet, and I'm really kind of pumped about that. I got a question for you guys. What is, like, reality of it or not? Like, what is the thing that you're hoping, or what do you think is the, I guess, what do you think they're going to announce? What are you hoping that they're actually going to announce? You didn't make a mistake. You did it to show others that they need to always remember where they are in the universe. I mean, it's true. That's right. I do these things on purpose. Never make a mistake. More ships. The ship balancing thing is exciting. The fact that they have an entire panel just for ships and ship balancing. Do we need more ships? Do we need more ships? That's always the eternal question, right? Do we need more ships, or do we need to get more out of the ships that we have? There's over 550 ships. Do we need more ships? If we do need more ships, what would those ships be? Fixing carriers? There you go. Now you're thinking with portals. I think that, I mean, I will tell you, I say wait till Thursday. Thursday? Yeah. Everybody's all excited about the Thursday meeting. Oh, Trig Holler. That definitely needs to be on the bingo card, right? We need more ships when N+1 means we always need more than one more than the enemy. I'm not sure if that's exactly what that means, but I like it. You're right. We do need more ships. We need one more ship. We need the Triglavian command ship, the Tech 2 Drek. That's what we need. I've been saying that since 2019 too. Oh no, am I the old guy now? I adjusted my mic and now I'm Trig Hauler, a dedicated Mountain Dew Co-Red and Isogen 10 hold. No problem. Yeah, this really isn't helping my attempt to try to like switch my sleep schedule so that way I can watch the stream. I will outlast you all! I'm kidding. Sleep is for the weak. But you know what? Sometimes I'm but a weakling. No, I don't know. Pakshi Gate. Oh, it's out for delivery. Then we get to play a new decision, which is that do you guys want to watch me eat on stream or not? Sudden mukbang. I'd like CCP to rework ship mechanics a bit, especially by buffing T1 ships. Ooh. Do you think T1 needs a buff? Slightly improve their resistances. Enhance the resistance. So you think faction ships should have different resistances than Tech 1? Eight kids. I have one kid. I cannot comprehend how you do that. The Gila needs a nerf. That is the story of Eve. Just turn off the webcam when you eat? I mean, that's a possibility. Oh my god. 7 daughters and 1 son? You're a better man than I. You are a better man than I. Okay, that's fair. Faction ships already have a better base stat than T1, but not, yeah, smaller sig, very fast speed. That's true, but that's very, that's what makes Angel ships so good. But I think T1 should be considered cheap generalist hulls that extra slots compared to the Tech 2 counterparts. I agree, potentially. Yeah, faction ships have T1 resists. Here's a fun fact. Did you know that Tech 2 resists are tied to the enemy empire? So, like, Tech 2 Amar ships have really strong explosive damage because explosive damage is the major damage type of the Mimitar, which is the enemy of the Amar. It's also why Mimitar Tech 2 ships get good EM resistance, but Caldari Tech 2 ships remain 0 EM resist, which means that Caldari Tech 2 ships are the only Tech 2 ships that have a 0 resist hull. Yep, that's why Mimitar ships... Random Sec, stop making my points at the same time I am. Well, the nice thing about having a whole bunch of kids, at a certain point, you can get them to start, like, countering each other, right? You can have the older kids take care of the younger kids. Do you think it's time for CCP to make this fit pull okay again? I mean, this fit pull was like punishing for so long. It was such a like dominant thing. And oh, there's my pizza. Okay. The spitball was too strong, but now it's kind of meant. Yeah, it was oppressive for several years, and then to punish it, they really nerfed it into the ground. So the question is it time to let it be balanced again? Is it time to buff up the spitball? Great idea. 8 kids means no multi-boxing. That's awesome. I did get a so I did get pizza, but I also got a pasta bowl. So once again, thank you. Thank you so much. I was like, should I mention the fact that I'm hungry? Who knows? Maybe it'll work out. And then it did. Gila? I need to kill... Yeah, I still need to kill 6 drones, so that's not going to work. Here's the secret, Brian. It's not child labor if you don't pay him to do it. I've tried to get my 11-year-old son to do mining for me. Yeah, I can't. I've tried to get my boy into Eve. Not there yet. Actually, he likes to check it out, and then he gets into, like, he wants to do it himself, and then he gets into the tutorial, and then he gets to the end, and then he's like, meh, and then moves on. And I'm like, just play one of my characters and jump into it. It'll be fine. Roblox is pretty cool, though. Although, I've been getting my son more and more into game development. So I've been trying to use Roblox as a gateway to game development, not just game playing. Uh-oh. Ah! Let's see. 1,200 meters per second. 234 DPS. With a 10 oversized afterburner. Double rep. Cap stable with the cap booster on. I honestly, like... So... On the one hand, my concern is, like... Well, yeah. So it's going to be brawly, almost, right? Yeah. So it's trying to catch up. So it's using that afterburner more to catch up than anything. The problem with oversized afterburners is they have so much inertia to them. Like, this number looks really good, but it's going to take you, like, 10 seconds plus to get anywhere close to max speed, and turning is a chore. So, you know, this is really good, and it's going to be good for catching people and grabbing them. But it's also not very maneuverable, probably. Is this a scram? It is a scram. This is a good fit. The nice thing, so the point of that is that it's trying to fight in kiting, it's trying to fight in scramming range. So the goal is that I can scram you, and that turns off your micro warp drive, and I'm still going to be able to go with my really fast afterburner. But if you're trying to get away from the guy, or like, you know, dance around them, it's going to be more difficult. This is about catching up with something that doesn't want you to catch up with them and then grabbing them. That's some good pasta. You can still try to scram in order to get away, because most people... Yeah, I mean, yeah. The point is that most of the time when people think about going really fast, they think about kiting, and this seems like it's the opposite. It's designed to, like, catch those people that are trying to kite you, and then just dunk them. Because once you get in tight with them and you're able to shut off your micro warp drive, it doesn't matter that your agility isn't high enough. You're already on them, where you want them to. Where you got them where you want them. That was the problem. Excuse me. That was the problem that I ran into with the overprop Draugr. It's a good fit, don't get me wrong, but it's one of those things where if you're trying to, like, if you think you're going to be agile when dancing around, nope, it's going to take you some time to get up to speed. And once you're going in a direction, that's the direction you're going for a little while. Is this site already failed? Or complete? Where's the Rex? I wonder what's going on inside. Web drones? Yeah, web drones have difficulty being good, though. Even in ships that have bonuses for them. Oh. Okay. Well, I'm not going to be able to get full credit for the site because there's not enough rats to kill. But at least I get to do the site. Oh yeah, ESS as an overprop is a very popular thing. I wonder how, if they are going to fix carriers, what that would even look like. You know, what would it mean to fix carriers in the balance? I honestly don't even know. Giving them new functionality like the jump drives didn't necessarily do it. What does it? I don't know. I think it'd be cool if, like, the Tech 2 carrier was like an advanced E-War platform, like a capital version of a recon ship. I think that the best way to balance a freighter or carrier would be to potentially add new fighters, new fighter gameplay. Not necessarily the carrier itself, but the fighters. It's one of those things where it's like the carrier's really good at doing what it's supposed to do, but what it's supposed to do isn't very useful. I don't know. That's a mystery one for me. I'm not 100% sure what you would do to make carriers quote unquote good. I do think that a carrier should be just as good as a dreadnought at running road drone beacons. So maybe application, like helping the application fighters apply. Well, they're the same size as an Orca visually because capitals used to be... Like, capitals are not as big as they should be. Just by the modeling. The supercarriers, they buffed up the size of supercarriers to be closer to what they should be. Carriers should be closer to faxes in size. You can farm road drone beacons with carriers even today. I didn't say could do it. I said as good as a dreadnought. The fact that, like, it's not a good idea per se is the part that annoys me. Not the fact that it's impossible. It's just not good. You can. Do not leave drones behind. I just want content for carriers. It's not even the carrier that's the problem. I want content for carriers. I want content that requires you to be dealing with multiple things at the same time, but there's only one of you. You know? If there's two different things 50 kilometers apart, if there's different things popping up that you have to hit all the time, but there's only one of you, because it's like an abyssal site or something like that, then you would have to control fighters to go to all the different things. The problem isn't the fact that carriers are bad. It's the fact that EVE Online doesn't have content for carriers. There's nowhere for the strength of a carrier to kind of realize itself. Carrier cloak? Why would that make it better, though? Yeah, so in 2021, I think it was, they actually buffed the size of carriers to be closer to what they... super carriers to be closer to what they should be. We have just crossed over 1,000 views during this stream alone. We have 92 concurrent members and 91 likes. I am so freaking proud of you guys. Essentially, I was doing escalations in Lagoon. I was making a moving my paladin and carrier. Well, yeah, suitcase carriers are as old as carriers. Why get a carrier when you can suitcase a fax or a dread? Because the carrier is cheaper? I don't know. No. Because I have a carrier? I also have dreads. I'm gonna go get water. You guys should get water too. Drink water. All right. And food decimated. Thank you so much for that. I do miss slow cats. Ooh, that's a good question. Should we allow? So, what about allowing what about allowing carriers to use drones again, including sentries? What about allowing fighters to warp again and allowing carriers to Skynet? Is there really that big of a problem with carriers Skynetting? Yeah, well, I mean, that's what super carriers were originally supposed to be, but, you know, there's mechanical limitations about having a player inside of another player, which, I mean, they might be able to get past. I actually think that carriers being able to Skynet was something that was pretty unique to them, and I thought was kind of cool. For those of you who don't know, it used to be that fighters could warp on their own. So, like, you could go rat with your battleship and have fighters supporting you with the fighters coming from the POS. That's it. Oh my gosh. Oh, my green screen's freaking out because the sun is setting. So, like, they could assign the fighters to aid you without even being on grid with you. So the carrier could be like at some POS somewhere near the shield, and then the fighters could be helping you on grid with a sight, or even gate camping. There are, yeah, so super carriers now allow you to combat reclone. So you take a drug, and then when you die, you can instead reclone into the super carrier, grabbing one of the ships that's held in the super carrier to be your new ship. That's a thing you can do, yeah. Very few people do use it. That's correct. I'm not 100% sure why not a lot of people reuse it or use it. One of the big problems when it comes to any of these discussions with Titans and Supers and all this stuff is the fact that, like, and I've said this many times, they fight in under tie-dye. So all of your fancy stuff about how to make them mechanically more interesting kind of falls apart under that weight. I would show you the trailer, but they used copyrighted music in the Phoenix trailer, so nope. I am going to not try to get my 8-hour stream demonetized. 7-hour stream so far. Maybe carriers should focus, like, so super carriers I think should be more of an, or like focus as the E-War platform. You know, they've got the projected E-War. Maybe that's why I was saying, like, maybe the Tech 2 carrier should be the more the capital command ship. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream. You guys will still want me to show up tomorrow. I guess if we do a 24-hour stream, it will be until tomorrow. No, I was not prepared to do a 24-hour stream. And while I do appreciate you guys' support, you've definitely not done it enough for me to, like, be like, oh, I guess I'm doing a 24-hour stream now. No, I'm just kidding. No, this is fine, but we gotta pace ourselves. We gotta pace ourselves. I like these longer streams. But trust me, in like 2 or 3 hours, I'll be delirious and not making good content anyways. You'll be want to get rid of me. That's true. If we did a 24-hour stream, it'd be something like the Friday to Saturday. I'd have to do some big fundraiser thing and try to cut my hair or something. The combat cloning mod used to be a Rockwall module. No, it wasn't used to be a Rockwall module. It still is, isn't it? Isn't the... There is still a clone... There's still a Rockwall clone bay module that allows people to jump to Rockwalls, right? That's different than the combat recloner. Please wait 43 seconds before doing it again. You didn't give me the results of my last one. All right, whatever. "27 seconds, whatever. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Clone Vat Bay. There it is. Can be fitted to capital industrial ship, which is the Rockwall and the Titan. And that allows people to clone jump into your... or to your ship, but they wake up just outside of your ship.
Warp drive active.
I do, so I have always liked the idea of like crew. So you can fly around with people that you can switch out between your ships and they could give your ship different bonuses. But if the ship gets lost, you lose the crew member. Or you have a chance of losing the crew member. Maybe you can order an emergency evacuation if your ship is going down. There was a short period of time where you could hire teams to do your industry for you. Yeah, no, they did put that in for industry. There's industry teams that you would hire. You know, people would bid on a team, and then when you win the bid, that team would be in a specific station for a period of time and augment the training there. And the whole thing was that they were using the Inferno drug, which, by the way, the lore of Eve is pretty messed up. Inferno drug is pretty messed up. It's like the concept behind the Inferno drug is it's this drug that they take and it makes you like a hyper genius for a period of time. Super, super effective. But it does it by like making a bunch of extra neuron connections between your brain. And so at a certain point, it goes too far and it basically vegetates the person. So the point of it is that it makes you highly effective, but then it makes you a vegetable in the end. But we live in such a dystopic future that there are people that are voluntarily willing to take this drug just because of the fact that they get money so they can support their family or whatever, right? Man, so when they did nullsec blackout, I've said that like I've always hated the fact that local is used as an intel tool. Local is a chat client that's being used as an intel tool, and I'd much rather CCP develop a proper intel setup. I want there to be observatories that you can put on different locations that track what events are happening in that location. Like you can put an observatory on a Stargate and track all of the people that go in and out through that Stargate. And then there would be a new like security officer position within an alliance that could open up a new security panel to monitor the status of all of the observatories and read the different reports from the different observatories. So there has to be somebody actively paying attention to it. But also, like, recons could come in and not be detected by them and then hack them to shut them off. So you'd see, oh, well, this person hacked, you know, this pilot hacked this site, so it's now down, and your eyes are closed there. Warhammer takes Grimdark to a whole nother level, though. We don't turn people into door handles in Eve. If you're not a capsuleer or a major character, you don't want to be no moisture farmer in Eve. Yeah. I mean, just being a normal citizen in the Galente can be pretty good because they have them so, you know, hedonistically hopped up or whatever a lot of the time that you probably still enjoy life and don't mind the fact that you're literally human shield for the government. You're just having a good time in Kali with your cat girl girlfriend.
Warp drive active.
There used to be an old pleasure hub model for Galente stations Oh yeah, okay. This was the Galente Pleasure Hub station. Before my time. All you ever wanted. Sign me up. I think I'm starting to piece together how you have 8 kids, Brian. I'm pretty sure capsuleers are sterile. They do talk about that a little bit, I think, in Empyrean Age, don't they? With, Corvus and, what's her name? The 0G lovers. Oh, no, a lot of people agree with you. I mean, walking stations, I think, would be really cool. I think it was unfortunate that it got disrupted. I do think that, so the problem is that captain's quarters never really did make that much sense, because, like, we're capsuleers. We really want to stay inside of our capsules. I've got to kill 3 guys before the battleship spawns. Trinity trailer was cool. That's true. The thing is that, like, walking stations never quite made sense, because it's like, why are we getting out of our pods and going around and doing stuff, per se? That's why I kind of like Vanguard, and I hope that I want them to explore more about Vanguard outside of just the going around and shooting things, right? I want to explore the streets of Kali. I want to go see the CEP Spire. You know, I want more games or more environments that are not necessarily so combat oriented. I've said before, like, I want like an LA noir that's set in Kali or in Arcurio or something like that, you know? And I want more things that gives us a lens of how the baseliners see the world, right? I want to see a game where the Empyreans or the capsuleers are seen as like this scary monster, the way that a lot of humans see us. You know, we see this universe from this one very narrow lens of, let's be frank, in this sci-fi universe, we are the monsters. We are the Cylons of this story. We just don't realize it because the story is told from our perspective, or we see the story from our perspective. But if you think about it, like, we are, like, in any classic space drama, we would be the villains. We would be the Cylons. And I think that that is an angle that has a lot of potential for narrative exploration. Maybe a capsuleer keeps a clone in a favorite station for a specific purpose of walking around. Well, yeah. Well, the thing is that, like, you could... So one of the things that they talked about doing was introducing, like, exploration where you could go into Jovian enclaves or sleeper enclaves for exploration, because the idea is that you could go and do very dangerous exploration, knowing that, like, if you die, you lose everything, including your memories, but, like, who cares? You just go back to the backup of you leaving your ship, right? You can get out of your ship, and you will just go to your latest backup, but, like, I don't know. I feel like there should be more consideration about that. This guy might be screwed. I only need to kill one more sleeper, and he's in trouble. He's in trouble. This site's mine now, baby! Walking stations also added complexity at a time when people were able to play Eve. Yeah. I mean, there was a, like... walking stations did melt people's computers, that's true. But I think that EVE Online, the universe as an IP, like New Eden, has a lot of potential for exploration, and always forcing it to be within the lens of us Capsuleers has been seriously limiting as to how much we can appreciate and understand and engage with the universe. You know, I always wanted like a movie theater in some city, and a bunch of people like watching the movie, and at the beginning of the movie, like some propaganda about how Concord, the thin blue line, the protection of humanity against the threats of space, you know, like the propaganda that humans get to see about us. I think that'd be a really cool thing to do. And it's also why, like, you know, Dust 514 was great, but one of the problems that I get into is, like, every single time CCP tries to do anything, people are like, oh, well, how does this connect to EVE Online? Like, actually, like, mechanically connect to the universe. As if something cannot belong to this universe if it doesn't connect to the active live game of EVE Online. And I think that that's just a disservice. I think that there's a lot more that we could explore about the game, or about the universe. I think that it'd be cool to go into historical moments a little bit more. Then again, I want, like... Can I just say that one of the biggest things that I hope for an announcement at a FanFest is a new EVE Vanguard map that is set in a Triglavian arcology. I want us to finally fucking raid an arcology with some foot soldiers. I want that promise to be realized. StarCraft Ghost, a third-person shooter that never came out, but trailer was so cool. I would absolutely play that game. Yeah, and yeah, we talked about that. Like, StarCraft Ghost is a really cool idea, for sure. But even that is just kind of a shooter, right? It's a very simple way to engage with the universe, comparatively. It's not going to last like Valkyrie. I mean, I think that Valkyrie, Valkyrie didn't fail because it wasn't on the ground. Valkyrie failed because they never sold it to anyone once it was available to people. Eve, but like Star Trek Online? Maybe. Like I said, I wouldn't mind seeing other completely different angles of the game. Like I said, I'd love to see... Like I said, just pick a moment in history, especially like during the invasions or whatever, and set it then. And like let's find out what happened to people during Rarvos, right? Or something like that. I think that there's a lot of potential for cool gameplay space. Just like I mean, we get Chronicles, right? Chronicles are basically our one lens into the universe outside of our experience. Yeah, like I said, like something totally different, like an LA noir mystery, like detective game set in Arcurio, right? That'd be cool. Entirely different genre.
Warp drive active.
From a purely business standpoint, it'd be fantastic to develop more of EVE Universe. You have to justify those costs instead of making more Skinner components and selling SP. Well, yeah, but I mean, they do, like, on the one hand, they also, like, I would argue that developing the IP is also important, right? Like, this is something they've dabbled in before. I mean, hell, they even were talking about making a Netflix special for a period of time. They've made comics, they've made books and stuff. So, you know, doing things to expand the IP is a good idea. They don't even have to be the ones that do it. They could license it to somebody else. Look at what happened with Oblivion. Now, obviously, Oblivion worked out because they had a basic template. Like, you know, the third-party development studio was just told, hey, make this but in Unreal, which is a very easy, comparatively thing to do than trying to build a whole new universe. But, like, you could license the IP if you needed to and have somebody else make a game within the universe or a story within the universe. That said, I really, like, unironically very much want, if they're going to do anything, at the minimum, I want Vanguard to release a map that's on in a Triglavian arcology. Like, that needs to happen. They've even teased it. Like, but also every time you radically change the context, you also invite whole new people to get interested in the game for whole different reasons. You know, Dust 514 brought a whole bunch of people into the game, and the people that joined the game for the love of the universe. So they were attached to the universe on a level that a lot of people that come and play EVE Online aren't. I think that they've been shooting themselves in the foot all this time by trying to connect every new project to EVE Online in real time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I think that, and well, they haven't even really been doing that much because, you know, EVE Echoes wasn't, Valkyrie wasn't, so like, but like, the player base has expectation that it will, and if it's not, then the player base themselves dismiss it. You know, the EVE player base is one of the worst enemies that EVE Online has. So, but yeah. But on the other hand, I need something that isn't non-canonical. That's the other problem, right? Like, Valkyrie is actually a really good example of a way of exploring an aspect of the universe that may have not been directly, like, accessible before. But, I mean, it still had its own issues. But, like, EVE Echoes and EVE Galaxy Conquest don't quite hit it because you don't really learn anything about the universe because it doesn't count as non-canonical. It doesn't necessarily. Why? Every other IP doesn't care about whether or not every single game within that IP connects. Nobody complained about, like, whether or not World of Warcraft was going to interact with Warcraft 3. Like, this is not a standard that any other company that makes games with an IP is expected to do. It's only because CCP had the audacity of doing it that we now expect CCP to do it every single time. It is a design constraint that we place onto the situation that doesn't need to be there. Now, I think it's good that they're doing it with Vanguard, but it's not necessary. It doesn't have to be necessary for it to be an interesting, valuable component of the EVE universe. It just has to be true to the EVE universe. Well, let's be frank. That's because making a single-player campaign is a lot of work, and making a bunch of arenas for people to fight in and expecting that to be good enough and expecting players to be content for other players to be good enough is a simpler game, right? They could have made a single player campaign. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of development effort. They didn't do it. They could have done it, but they didn't. They relied on the combat player versus player aspect of it, of being enough to carry the whole game. And that was part of the mistake, right? If there was actually like an XVT single player aspect to the game, that would be, that would have been a lot. If it would have been worth buying Valkyrie just for the single player campaign, that would have been so much, they would have had so much more players. Because a lot of people got the game, and like, if you weren't one of the top dogs, or if you were tired of waiting for matchmaking, then the game had nothing to offer you. Eve, but in Blade Runner format, hunting rogue clones. Exactly. There's so much cool potential out there. There's always things going on in Eve, in the universe, where we barely get an insight as to what's happening. And so just do that. Have something happening, have it clear that something's going on, and then release the game that shows what happened in this event, you know? Offline project, they could still do something like syncing achievements with your main account. Yeah, well, yeah, they could always like reward you for doing stuff in the other game. Like there could be counter promotions. That's fine. That's the other thing. They do not cross promote their shit enough. Like Eve Galaxy Conquest, for example. I'm actually really surprised that they're still talking about it at FanFest, because it feels kind of like Eve, like CCP has almost abandoned it, but outside of the actual development team that works on it itself. It'd be so much cooler if there were cross-promotional stuff between the two. I know some people might hate that. It's like, oh, you want me to play your free-to-play mobile game to get a skin or whatever in Eve? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. I want you to play my other games. Like, I'm saying, I'm speaking from CCP's perspective right now, right? Like, a limited example was like when Valkyrie went through the Warzone changeover and got to play 2D. Like they almost did it. They almost did it. And they could have told everybody that Valkyrie was playable now and make it available for people and make it so that people want to play it. But instead, they did an in-game event which didn't directly tie to it because they couldn't like the Valkyries were in it, but like, you know, we have different perspectives or whatever, so it's still kind of mysterious. And most of the people that engaged with it had no idea why things were happening the way they were, besides maybe it had something to do with Valkyrie. It didn't function as an actual promotional thing where it's like, oh yeah, if you do this in Valkyrie, then you get this in Eve. If you do this in Eve, you get this in Valkyrie. That's true, yeah. As long as I can buy the skin from somebody who's playing 50... honestly, yeah, but I would honestly be okay if that was... like, there are skins that are for events and login rewards and stuff that are bind on pickup now, that apply automatically now. I don't care. I don't care. Let there be a special thing that you can get for doing stuff in Eve Galaxy Conquest. Just check it out. Just encourage people to check it out. And on the one hand, like as a player, you could be like, I don't want people, like that seems very skeezy. They're trying to get me to play their mobile game. Well, yeah, they are. They want you to check out their other games, and they're willing to reward you and encourage you to do that. I think that that's a fair thing, and I think that sometimes CCP is too scared of their player base. I think they should just do it, and people that are going to enjoy it are going to enjoy it. It's not worse than Doctor Who. Why is this one so expensive? Is it these drugs? I don't feel like that's a good number then. I've lost track of where I am. That being said, I will say that, like, EVA Galaxy Conquest is another one of those examples where CCP is putting all of their eggs in the idea that this conflict between the players is going to be interesting enough to keep the game going, and I just don't think it's going to work. EVA Galaxy Conquest is, yeah. I've been continuing to try to think about my feelings about EVA Galaxy Conquest. It's a complicated thing. I will say that everyone I know within my group has basically quit the game. So I think that the game itself really demands more besides the one objective. It really reduces everything to either being part of the correct team or lose. I don't like it when games pester me to play other games for the same dev most of the time. You're free to not like it. I still think it's a good idea for them to do it. You can reject it if you want to. But I would argue that them not doing it shows me that they do not have faith. They do not have pride in their own product. Right? Like, if you don't think that it's good enough for me to try it, to want to reward me for it, or to, like, put it in my face, then why should I think it's worthwhile, right? If you're unwilling to sell it, why should I buy it? I think that it shows an incredible lack of confidence in their own product to not push it. I mean, it is possible that, like, there are bad ways to do it, don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying, like, they shouldn't be afraid of their other products. What's funny is that, like, a lot of people don't like EVE Galaxy Conquest. When I talk about EVE Galaxy Conquest, I get crap for it because it's a silly mobile free-to-play game or whatever. And yet, the videos that I have produced about EVE Galaxy Conquest continue to be some of my top videos, even though they are several months old, to the point where when I ask YouTube its little AI algorithm of, like, hey, like, would you like some ideas about what kind of videos would be good to build? All but one of the, like, 10 or something suggestions that it gave me were EVE Galaxy Conquest topics. Like, they specifically specify EVE Galaxy Conquest, not EVE Online or whatever. Like, it's one of those situations where I know that it would be good to do EVE Galaxy Conquest. There's actually a lot of demand for EVE Galaxy Conquest content, and I know this because when I do it, people engage with it a lot, and it does really, really well, but the feedback I get about it is really bad. And, you know, actually doing it can be hard because, like, I'm not that great at EVE Galaxy. Like, I don't know if I'm as coherent about talking about EVE Galaxy Conquest as I am about EVE Online. But, like, my point is that this is part of the problem about producing a game versus being a fan of a game, where it's like, you have to acknowledge the fact that people do want the content, even if the people that are being loud about it are trying to shout it down. It doesn't, well, honestly, I wish it was more like Farmville. No, it's just a matter of, like, it goes back to that nullsec versus highsec and people shouting people down, right? Like, there are people that are, like, the people that are interested in it are interested in it, but they might even be embarrassed about being interested in it, right? Like, Raid is a popular game, but if you talk about it, people make fun of you. That doesn't make it not a popular game. Do you see the problem there? Right, but more importantly, the problem is so like when I make content, I'm not going to make it for everybody, right? There are people that aren't going to like my EVE Online content. They don't watch my stream because they play other games and watch other YouTube creators, right? But that doesn't like, and I can make videos and people go, oh, this game is so stupid, it's old or whatever. That doesn't mean that the people who like the game aren't appreciating my content. And if the people that are hating on the game are loud enough, then the people that like the game aren't going to want to speak up because they're being shouted down by the people that are hating on it. This is one of the things I've learned a long time ago. It's why I kept streaming, even though people wanted me to, people try to shit on me and try to destroy my reputation and dox me and all this stuff back in the day. I've always been against like the main narratives in EVE Online, the power blocks, the null blocks, whatever it is, right? Like I speak a different perspective of the game than a lot of people, and that makes a lot of people mad. It's given me a lot of enemies, and it's given people a lot of reason to shout me down. And if I listened to them, then it would hurt you guys, the ones that honestly appreciate my stuff. So if I listen to the haters, the only people that get hurt are the people who appreciate my work. It behooves me. In fact, I owe it to you guys, the ones who rely on my content, who like my content, to ignore the haters. But that's a hard thing to do, right? If I just take the feedback that's coming into me, I get told, oh, I should stop doing stuff. I can, whatever. But I have to ignore that in order to be able to stay true to the people who I'm true to. That's why I focus on my supporters and not on my haters, right? And so that's part of this whole thing. Is it's a balancing act, and you got to do like what's good in spite of what the loud public opinion about things says. A lot of scarcity was unpopular, still made the game better. People hated it at the time. People shouted it down at the time. People still shout it down to this day. Features that have made the game objectively better. Things about the game that people appreciate now and enjoy now that they don't even know what it was like before. They don't understand what they're complaining about. But they still are, because that's the public view of it. I don't like the normal kind that just pesters you, pay money every 3 seconds. Well, yeah. Don't get me wrong. Like, there are definitely bad mobile games. The crossover between mobile gamers and regular gamers isn't as big on the Venn diagram as people think. Well, maybe. You're saying the right things, and overall, I think it depends on how broad your perspective is. If your perspective is broader than your audience's, then you shouldn't be taking directions from us. I mean, and look, I'm not, like, I'm using this stream and you guys as an example to kind of help navigate this discussion. I've worked really hard to get feedback from you guys. It's why I stopped talking about other things besides CCP games and stuff like that. But it's also why I'm unwilling to not talk about things like EVE Galaxy Conquest, even though people might shit on it whenever I do, right? It's why I'm willing to talk about Vanguard and show off Vanguard. It's why I'm willing to take time to go talk about EVE Frontiers. Because you might not think it's a good thing. There might be people that are willing to just trigger themselves on the fact that it's a blockchain game. But there's a lot of people that are desperate for information about it, too, and are deeply tired of everyone getting in the way of them learning more about it because they're too busy being shitty about it. Because of some piece of it that is almost like a meme, right? It's not even it's almost a stereotype about the game. Just like calling it bad because it's a mobile game. There's nothing about it being a mobile game that makes it bad. Now, there's a lot of practices that have grown up and been kind of grown into mobile gaming, but there's nothing that functionally requires a mobile game to be different than a normal game. It's just that's kind of the way it works out in our current environment. So I've been moving away from live services in general, and considering how much the AAA industry has been getting punished for live service trend chasing, I don't think I'm the only one. Yeah, oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. There is absolutely a certain amount of like bad, negative incentives that push content to be the way it is. You know, a good example is, you know, the reason why Diablo, we found out now eventually because of, you know, people doing interviews and stuff after the fact, but Diablo Inferno, or Diablo Immortal rather, the whole, you know, don't you people have phones? Like, that game exists because when Activision took over, I think this is what it was, right? Was it that? There is something about how Diablo 4. There is a whole thing about how Diablo 4 was too far along in production for them to do what they wanted to do with it, like the people that were stepping in trying to monetize it. And so instead they made the Diablo Immortal to basically be where they wanted to put those anti-practices in. So yeah, I mean, like, it is true that like mobile games have kind of have their own weird incentive to have anti-consumer practices. But like, I think it's important to focus on the practices and not necessarily the genre. There's a lot of good in Frontier, but it's still on built on a foundation of sand. It is built on a foundation of like fluff. I wouldn't even necessarily call it sand at the moment, but we'll see. I still think it depends. Bitcoin is built on a foundation of sand then. Probably right, but people still invest. Well, yeah. Well, so Eve Frontiers is an interesting thing because like it really is trying to be like an alternative universe for people to live in. And so, like a lot of these other games that we've been talking about, it will live on and die on the content that people make inside of it, which is a pretty risky proposition. It's good developmentally because, you know, if you're going to rely on your players to make most of the content, then you don't have to make it yourself, and that's cheap, makes it cheaper. But you're also relying on people to do the right thing. And, you know, like, one of the things that I think that Josh Hayes talks about a lot that I think is really good is like this idea of like the more freedom you give to players to control the environment, the more garish and like breaking immersion breaking it becomes, right? If you're giving people freedom to do what they want, they're going to make things that don't match the aesthetic of the overall universe. There's a balance between control of the aesthetics and making the universe feel cohesive and giving players the freedom to do whatever they want, right? You know, if you give people the ability to anchor mobile depots anywhere, people are going to make giant dicks in space. That's just the way it's going to be. So you got to accept, like, either you can control where people can anchor things, or you're going to have to accept the fact that there are dicks in space. Well, I mean, and that's fine. But, like, if your entire game is like, this is a whole new universe and we're occupying, you know, we've seen this before. Asheron's Call 2 tried to do it. I think several different MMOs have tried to do this idea. Fallout tried to do this, where it's like, oh, there is no civilization, and the players build up the civilization. But players are going to do whatever the hell they want to do. They're not going to conform to your sense of the universe. So when you allow the players to do whatever they want, you're accepting things to be garbage. It's like skins, right? Like, you can give people the ability to make skins, but if you're going to give people the freedom to make skins, then you're going to have to also give people the ability to make the most atrocious looking skins available. Because otherwise, you're not giving people the ability to make skins. You're giving people the ability to make these specific skins, you know? Somebody would be flying around with neon... Exactly. True freedom in the sandbox would be players flying around in neon pink paladins with cat ears. That's the price of freedom in a game that is controlled by human beings. That's how we are, man. That's how we are. And so it's a balance, right? It's a balance because on the one hand, that can be fine. And on the other hand, it might not be fine, depending on the conditions or what you're expecting. And so in EVE Frontiers, where you're wanting to create this like EVE space colonization, we have an expectation about how players will behave, but it could very well be that something triggers it, that players behave entirely different and engage with the game in an entirely different way than you expected them to. And that's either going to be okay or it's not going to be okay. Yeah. That's what Random Sack said, is that like we're being cutesy with things like pink, but there's a whole darker side to this whole thing too, right? Like I'm not going to get too deep into it because, again, I don't want to be demonetized, but there's a whole another world of like that happens when you give people the freedom to do what they want in online. Did I read the book Metro? No, I have not. And that's the thing about the frontier, man. Like, on the one hand, the frontier is like this area of freedom, of pioneers and all that stuff. But you know who decides to go be a pioneer? People that are rejected from the communities that they are already in. And so that's a really good way of getting communities of incredibly shitty people. So, there's a really good chance that, not a really good chance, but there is a chance that Frontiers ends up becoming a big problem. Like, the more they try to democratize EVE Frontiers, the more it risks being vulnerable to being taken over by some very dark things that have, or people who are motivated to organize to control the space because they've been kicked out of every other social space in online. That's my biggest concern, right? The big problem with blockchain isn't that the technology doesn't work. It's that the technology allows for rampant abuse and money laundering and just terrible criminal activity, and that's just part of it. That's the freedom. Yeah, and if it's on the blockchain, you can't erase it. There's a wonderful video that you guys should watch called, I think it's Line Go Up. Hold on. Yeah. There's a YouTuber called Folding Ideas, and he has a video called Line Goes Up, The Problem with NFT. And it is 3 years old now. So it's more focused on like NFTs back when it was just about, the monkeys or whatever. But it is like the problem with blockchain is often a little bit different what people give problems with blockchain. I'll put it that way. It goes into great detail about how after nuclear war, people went into the metro, where each station becomes its own unique entity, from communist dictatorships to nationalist regimes. Yeah, so that's actually one of the things I used to like about Old World of Darkness versus... Well, actually, that's one of the things I like about New World of Darkness versus Old World of Darkness, the role-playing game, like Vampire. In Old World of Darkness, the vampire organizations have this, like, meta-structure. There's the Camarilla. So each, there's a overarching governmental, like, structure that kind of functions as a check on things. In New World of Darkness, that doesn't exist. And so each city is an island unto itself. And so if your prince is shitty, like, I guess you're just screwed, right? Like, I mean... My point is, I guess the bottom line of this entire stream is that game development is hard and players don't know what they want. New WoD is designed to be more of a player-built world and less background lore to adhere to. Yeah, well, also, like, well, oh boy, that's a whole thing, man. New WoD is designed to be more cohesive between the different storybooks. Right. Well, it's interesting because, like, New WoD, that's true about vampires, but actually the opposite is true about Mage. In old WoD, Mage was like, you could be whatever you want. There's all these different paths to magic. But in New WoD, they've kind of brought it down to one definition, a very Western, esoteric, Kabbalistic view of magic. So in Vampire's case, they took it from having a set plot that people know, or like a set history that people know, and an overarching organization like the Camarilla, and then changed it to a history that is largely unknown by the vampires, and an organization that is much less cohesive in Vampire. And Mage goes the opposite direction. I need to kill 6 drones still. This isn't going to work. And there's at least 20 people in chat right now that's like, what the hell is old WoD and new WoD? I remember one Halloween I got to go to a werewolf LARP as a mage and had a trench coat and bamboo staff made from shoots in my backyard. That's pretty cool. Yeah, old WoD was incapable of managing the different races interacting with each other. I remember the joke was like, I'm a Ventru. I'm a werewolf. I can kill you in one swipe. I'm a Ventru. I can control you and make you, like, run away. I'm a mage. You're a toaster. It's like there's no sense of scale there. I think we should start winding down. I'm not gonna lie. We should probably start winding down. So I'm going to set my last destination. It's 10 jumps away. Let's see how we feel when we get there. To be fair, we got an imposter against us kind of night, and I made it a bit too obvious. That's fair. Magic is a set of 100 spells that do the same thing every time, and you select it and press the button to cast. Oh boy. Okay, so actually, fun fact, one of the things I really want to do, and you can talk to me, we can talk about it, whatever, but one of the things I'm actually interested in doing, I've actually made my own video game. I don't know if you guys know this. There should be a thing about it. Hold on. Let's see if this works. Yay! I made my own game. It's called Playton. It's a puzzle game, real-time puzzle game. It's pretty fun. But the bigger game that I've been wanting to work on for a long time, and I have been working on for a while, is it's mostly like I've been conceptualizing it in a VR game, but the idea is that you play as a town alchemist. So you are like the NPC mage of a town. So your job is to like, you craft potions for the adventurers. You do things for the local town folk. You break down, the all of the crappy iron daggers that they pick up from the goblins that they kill, and you transmute them into more precious metals. Because like the thing that I in my opinion, games often like are about core fantasies, right? If I want to pretend to be a fighter, right? There are plenty of games that will let me feel like a big, strong, burly man with a big old sword smashing into people, right? If I want to be a paladin, there's plenty of games that will let me be a righteous crusader, which will judge me on my decisions, and I will be able to be a hero to my people and a defender of the innocents, right? If I want to be a thief, there are plenty of games that will let me feel sneaky and spy-y and you know, navigate around and, you know, hitman type games, right? But there are no games that I know of, or very few games, that really strike on the core fantasy of being a wizard. And the question of so the question is, what is the core fantasy of being a wizard? And the core fantasy of being a wizard is the fact that you know so much more than everyone else. You understand the universe on a level that other people are incapable of and would not dare to the point where you can exploit your knowledge of the universe in ways that other people can't. And that's what being a wizard is about. You read books and you cavort with demons, right? And so, like, the key to making this game interesting is that the magic system in the universe is completely non-probabilistic, right? So you have to brew health potions, for example. Hey, no problem, Ragtag. So you're brewing potions, but the potion doesn't heal 1d8 plus 1. It heals 7. And the reason why it heals 7 is because when you brewed it, you used these materials. You had this kind of bottle. It was at this time of day. There was this much energy, you know, these kind of energies in the air. All this kind of stuff goes into it. So it is not a probabilistic thing. It's a deterministic thing. And if you understand the physics of what's going on, you can make better potions, right? To make a stronger potion, you just have to understand what makes a stronger potion and make it better. So magic ends up being this, like, you have to learn this esoteric system of how it works and how spells interact with each other in order to construct magical items to be able to sell, use, and whatever for the people. And so that's what I want to do. And I want to make a game that rewards you for, like, delving deeper into an understanding of how the universe works than anyone would dare to do, and then using that information to cavort with entities and spirits and things that other people would not dare talk to. Sound cool? I've been thinking about, like, spending more focus on that, but I need to make content for Eve. Oh, no, I've been thinking about doing it in VR because that way, like, the way you stir, the way you draw the rune can be much more impactful to how it works. I mean, it is hard to do, but, like, hold on. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Yay. For a second there, I thought I might be locked out of my development account. Oh. So, like, this is just part of it. Like, so I have this design doc. So here are the different, like, different energy systems. And so the idea is that different aspects are actually combinations of other aspects, and so you have to build them up and break them down. And so various different rituals or processes, alchemy or whatever, would involve the influence of these different things. So you learn like, okay, well, you learn that health potions that are brewed at noon are stronger than health potions that are brewed at other time of the day. And you can learn eventually that that's because the noon is the hour of life, right? And so that influences things. But then there might be a ritual that says that you must perform it during the hour of death. Well, nothing actually tells you what the hour of death is, but if you understand that noon is the hour of life, then maybe midnight is the hour of death, right? And okay, well, in that case, what's actually making a health potion better is life magic. So if I understand how life magic gets built, then I know that if I add more water and spirit energy and strip out other kinds of energy, then I'd make a purer potion, one that's more potent. So, and then there's like, there's the cosmology, and there's the different items and the different things that you can do to the different items, and different things have different energies associated with them and such. There's a whole thing. Like I've put a lot of work into it. It's just a matter of like sitting down and building it. But yeah, I do agree that like the problem that I have is in almost every single game with a wizard, the entire experience of being a wizard is distilled into this abstract method of spell casting, selecting something from a list, when really that isn't how the wizard experiences it for the most time. One of the big ones that, one of the games that inspired me to do this is, there's a Minecraft add-on called Ars Magica, I think it is, which is one of the biggest inspirations for it, and the idea that like, instead of being a wizard that casts spells, it's about creating objects. So that's why the game is called Alchemists and Arcanists, because you're taught to be an alchemist, but then eventually you can learn to be an arcanist and build more like magical devices, not just potions. Whole thing. Don't necessarily want to get into it right now. Yeah, Thaumcraft. That's what yeah, Ars Magica and Thaumcraft. It was Thaumcraft. My bad. Not Ars Magica. Thaumcraft. Thaumcraft was the big one. That one inspired me so bad, or so big. So basically, Bourbon, if you take like, so imagine Thaumcraft and Stardew Valley as a thing, right? Where instead of being the town farmer, you're the town alchemist / arcanist. That's the vision for the game. And you don't see it because instead of spending hours every day on developing it, I spend stuff on EVE content. I have thought about like making a whole Kickstarter for it and like funding it and actually working on it, but I keep kicking that down the. Honestly, I'm sort of waiting for somebody to work with on it. I don't want to do it all by myself. Oh no, we're almost to Dodixie. We're almost wrapping up. Thaumcraft and Ars was big obvious changes to the game, but Witchery looks like it's hardly anything, and then you don't really interact with anything from it unless you dig into it purpose. I actually haven't played. I don't think I've played Witchery much. Anyway, here's your last things. Did I play Ultima Online? Absolutely. No, Ultima Online I really liked. What game I actually really liked was Ashron's Call. There are a lot of things that Ashron's Call did that I thought was great. Yeah, I appreciate hanging out with you guys. So, like, if there's any final thoughts or topics or anything, now's the time to bring it up. We're almost about ready to wrap it up. We're basically about 8 hours, which I feel is a good amount of stream, guys. there you go. You get a full day's worth of stream today. And I do appreciate all the support that you guys have done. Please consider, if you haven't already, make sure you like the stream. But consider becoming a member or a patron or picking up some merch or joining the convocation or any of those things that I always say during call to actions. No, the thing I liked about Asheron's Call, there's a lot of things actually I liked about Asheron's Call, but the magic system was such that, like, so in order to learn a spell, there's different reagents, and there are different, you had a candle, you had a thing, and so, like, but also each reagent was tied to a syllable. Did anyone bitch about pause sovereignty? No, that is very old. So each reagent is tied to a syllable. So the cool, like, in order to learn a spell, you had to get the reagents together and put them together and then click on it. And if you had enough power, you could learn the spell. But the question is, how do you know which reagents to put together? Well, the answer is if you watch somebody who did know the spell and he cast the spell, his casting of the spell, he says out loud the semantic components of the spell. And if you know how the system works, you could take that and reverse engineer the reagents it takes to make that spell and take it for yourself. However, the magic system worked so that way the more people that were using a spell, the weaker that spell became. So it behooves you as a magic user to go against the meta and try to find the magic spells that people weren't using, because those were the ones that had, like, more potential energy within them. The ones that were being used all the time got used up effectively. It was pretty cool. I liked it. But either way, well, I mean, yes, you can just data mine the spells or whatever. You can, there are wikis and stuff for it eventually. You could do that, but it doesn't make it not a pretty cool design idea, in my opinion. But that's why in my game, what I thought about was basically there's a bunch of rules, that spreadsheet of how the different energies interact with each other, right? So all I have to do is shuffle that around to make it all different, right? Now, 6 p.m. is the hour of life, not 12 a.m., not 12. And you got to figure that out. So, but the idea is that the first time everybody plays, they would play on seed 0. So everybody operates under the same exact rules. So that way people can discover things. And the idea is that, because, like, spells are effectively keys, where it's like if a certain amount of energies are put in the correct order with the correct amount, some energies are going to work against it, some energies are going to work for it. So in theory, somebody might invent a better way of making a thing than I've even conceptualized, just based on what's available. Or maybe people might be able to discover things that, like, are new or whatever. So there's this collaborative aspect where people could engage with the unified version of reality, seed 0, that everybody interacts with. But then after that, if you want to just do it again, you can just do a different seed and it shuffles it up and all of the rules are different. At any rate, we were talking about EVE Online. This has been my 5 things I cannot forgive CCP for. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much, man. It's been a blast today. We should be back tomorrow to do more. I can't even think about what it'll be, but I'll figure out something between now and then. I certainly owe you guys. Thank you so much for the pizza and the pasta and everything else. You guys have been great. I have been Asherothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and the sunset is shining into my face. I gotta go. So, all that said, thank you guys for coming, and until next time, I'll see you in space. Woo!